Hey, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear my voice. Come on up in here. Come on up in here. Blue hearts in the chat if you can hear me clearly. I see the blue hearts. Do I need to, I don't know if my Bluetooth is connected or not. Let me go put it on the charger so it won't connect during this live. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. I'm coming, y'all. I'm coming. All right, I'm here. Let me know if y'all can hear me. I just wanted to make sure it didn't connect while I'm live. All right, I see some blue hearts, so I'm assuming that you guys can still hear me. So we're going to get into this. Okay, I see the blue hearts. Thank y'all so much and welcome. This is a midday live. This is not going to be my 7 o'clock. I still have a 7 o'clock, but we're going to be talking about Kadasia Johnson at 7. Okay, so Ari has released the new motion in that case, and we'll be going over that at 7. Okay, so I just found that out, but I was already planning to go over this story. So let's get into this story because this trial is going on right now. How many of you guys have heard of Blaise Taylor and Jade Benning? How many of you guys have heard of this story? And I meant to change the title, so let me do that right quick. I have a different title. Hold on one second. Thought I changed it, but I guess I didn't. I really thought I did. How many of you guys have heard of this story? Former football player poisoned his 5-month pregnant girlfriend. Hold on, let me change this channel. Change the title right quick. Give me a second, y'all. All right, hold on. Let me change it here. Oh, you know what? I changed it on YouTube, but I didn't change it on StreamYard. All right, so nobody has heard of this? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, we're going to get into it, y'all. Let's talk about what's going on. So right now, this case is going on right now. She said the case is going to be a fight to prove for the prosecution. Girl, listen, Meg, me and you must be on the same page, baby. You hear me? First of all, before we get into this, please hit the thumbs up button. Share this live stream if you can. Share it on your Facebook page, your TikTok page, any of your social media pages. Thumbs up the front of this video, please, and thank you. Now, listen, you guys thumbing up the video allows YouTube to say, oh, okay, her subscribers are interested in this video, so other people may be interested as well. So let us send it out to more people. When you guys forget to thumb it up, YouTube looks at it like, oh, they're not interested in this case, so I'm not going to send it out, okay? So if you guys don't mind sending it out or whatever, that would be greatly appreciated, okay? So we're going to cover this case. We're going to get into it. Today is day 2 of the trial. So we're still early, even though some of you guys may not know what's going on. We're going to talk about it. Now, listen, as I started looking into the case, I'm kind of like Meg. I'm already saying that this is going to be an uphill battle for the state to prove, and I'm going to tell you why. All right. So what's going on? This is a formal, I think it's Tennessee Titans, or Titans, however. Anyway, he used to be a football player for the Tennessee Titans. I think that's how you say it. And he was dating this girl named Jade Benning. She was 5.5 months pregnant. She was poisoned. She was pregnant and she was poisoned at her own apartment, and it unalived her and the 5-month-old baby. Now, let me go back a little bit, okay, because it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot to this. But right now, they are accusing him of first-degree murder, 2 counts, one for her, his girlfriend. Let me put their photos up. Okay, here it goes right here. Here's the photos. So they're doing 2 charges, one for his girlfriend, Jade, and the unborn child, all right? So 2 counts of first degree. Now, first degree is intentional murder. So they're trying to say he intended to unalive her, right? So right now, Jade Benning is 25 years old, pregnant with a baby girl. On or about February 25th of 2023, this happened in 2023, Blaise Taylor, the former football player, called 911 and reported that his girlfriend, Jade Benning, appeared to be having an allergic reaction. She was rushed to Vanderbilt University Medical Center in Nashville, Tennessee. Her unborn baby died in her belly 2 days later, which was February 27th, and she died March the 6th, okay, which was the day of her 25th birthday. Now, before that, well, let's just continue. The police later said months of investigation involving the homicide detectives, crime lab scientists, and medical examiner doctor said that Taylor died from a cocaine poisoning, too much cocaine in his system. So apparently this is what they're saying. They're saying the night of February the 25th, when Jade invited her boyfriend, Blaise, over to her house, along with two other friends, okay? So two of her girlfriends was helping her paint the baby's room. And the boyfriend was over there for entertainment. So it's supposed to be like, hey, y'all, help me paint the baby room. And then afterwards, I'm going to have a date night with my man. All right. So it wasn't just him over there at that time. It was him and two of her friends. So apparently they were drinking, having fun. They left. The two young ladies left. And it was just Blaise and her remaining at her house, her apartment. So then all of a sudden, 30 minutes later, after her two friends left, she calls one of her friends frantic and, saying things like, you did this to me because you didn't want to have the baby. Or, she was saying that she was feeling some type of way. She couldn't feel her legs. And she was, saying things as if to indicate something was put in her drink. Okay. However, she never said that Blaise did it. She never said Blaise put something in my drink. Blaise made me feel some type of way. Blaise laced my drink with cocaine. She never said anything like that. She just said, my drink tastes funny. I can't walk straight. And you did this to me because you didn't want to have the baby. Or actually, she said, you did this to do something to the baby. Those are the exact words. You did this to do something to the baby. Okay. So, however, while she was on her friend and saying these things, she never mentions Blaise's name. However, her friend texts back and said, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? You know what I'm saying? So they charged him again with 2 counts of first-degree murder. And this is after doing some investigation, finding out that, she was pregnant. They had a party. They found cocaine. They said it was more cocaine in her body that they have ever seen doing an autopsy on someone. So her levels was extremely high. They're really trying to say that she literally, whoever put the cocaine in her drink, she drunk that and immediately, well, I'm gonna say immediately because she didn't pass away right away. She didn't pass away until March the 6th, even though this incident took place on February the 27th. Okay. So February the 25th. February 25th, the incident happened, and March the 6th, she passed away. Now, let's go over the prosecution theory, and then we're going to talk about the defense theory. Now, the prosecution theory is saying that Jade consumed so much cocaine that was dissolved in her drink, and she reported that she drank a pink drink that night, and the amount of cocaine that in her system was far beyond recreational use. So they're saying that even if her and her boyfriend was just having a little fun and put some drugs in their drink or whatever to feel some type of high, that this was far beyond recreational use. All right. So they're saying that Blaise intentionally unalived her by doping up her drink. Okay. So it says that Blaise did not want the baby. Jade was pregnant and happy about the pregnancy. She was not known to be using cocaine during her pregnancy. She drank something that tastes funny. She became critically ill soon afterwards. The cocaine level was extremely high. And Blaise Taylor was there. Now, here's the kicker. He did call 911 claiming an allergic reaction, but he's the one that called 911, okay? And he stayed at the hospital with her the entire time. Now, investigators later concluded that she was poisoned without her knowledge. So, in the state of Tennessee, first-degree murder includes a premeditated and intentional killing. The reason why I say that is because in other states, you don't need premeditation to prove first degree, but in Tennessee, you do. So, again, first degree in the state of Tennessee includes a premeditation and intentional killing. Felony murder is also first-degree murder when a killing occurs during certain qualifying felonies, and Tennessee law does not require a separate mental state for felony murder beyond the intent to commit the underlying felony. So the state has to make this feel like it was a planned poison, not an accident, not recreational drug use, and not a medical mystery. It has to be a planned poisoning, okay? Planned, premeditated poisoning. And again, the state's theory is he was there. He didn't want the baby. She was happy about the pregnancy, and they're getting this from her TikTok, her Instagram. She's posting, timelines of the pregnancy. She's being happy, showing a sonogram and things of that nature, right? And the state's theory is, well, she wasn't known to use drugs before, so she couldn't have possibly did this to herself. And she called up her friend and said, my drink tastes funny, and she became critically ill afterwards. This is the state's theory. But now let's talk about the defense argument, okay? The defense is saying, yes, it's a tragic that Jade is no longer with us, but the state cannot prove that my client, Blaise Taylor, did it, okay? So the defense is coming back and saying Jade had a history involving marijuana, mushrooms, Adderall, alcohol, and sometimes infused food with marijuana. Y'all know them brownies, they be putting that, marijuana in or whatever. Said the defense also said the medical examiner could not conclude that she died at the hands of another. And that matters of this death because it was ruled undetermined. So they didn't even say that it was a homicide from another person. Yeah, edibles. I ain't know what you call them things, edibles. They say she is known to consume edibles. She's known to consume alcohol. She's known to consume mushrooms. She's known to consume marijuana. And she is known to consume Adderall, whatever that is. Okay, so she did a little something to be 25 years old. Well, 24 really, because she died on the day of her birthday. So 24 years old, she was known to consume, some of those things. That's what the defense is saying. Now, the defense is also saying the matter of death was not ruled, it was ruled undetermined. And the reason why is because they can't pinpoint that he actually did it. The medical examiners can't say another person did it, especially when someone comes up poison. You have to prove that. So let's break down some of the defense arguments. They're saying there is no direct video of Blaise putting cocaine in her drink. No witnesses saw him poison her. The medical examiner rulings was undetermined. Jade had visitors/friends over earlier that night, her two girlfriends, right? Her two friends, female friends. There may be questioning about the drink. Whether, the cup, the scene, the chain of proof. Calling 911 and staying at the hospital does not look like someone trying to let her die. Motive alone is not enough. So the defense is saying he's the one called 911. He's the one stayed at a hospital. Her friend didn't. Her friend that she called frantic on the phone saying, I feel funny. I can't walk. My legs feel numb. My drink tastes funny and all of that or whatever. That friend didn't call 911. Okay? That friend didn't go up to the hospital and stay with her for the rest of the night. But the boyfriend, the one that is being accused of first-degree murder, did. Okay? She says, hey, Amoira, I'm not getting notifications. Can you schedule your lives, please? I put it on my Facebook page, you guys, and I posted it in the group. I don't know how much more y'all want me to do, but I am working on something to send out notifications. I promise y'all I'm working on it, okay? So anyway, she said, seems very suspicious. Well, just wait, because let me stop for a moment and say this, because I had this debate with J. Lou earlier. Just because it may seem suspicious or it may seem that he had something to do with it, and he could have very well had something to do with it, but it's not about what a person did. It's what they can prove in court. And I think I say this on all the cases that I break down. It's not about if they did it or not. It's can it be proven in court? I guarantee you there's a lot of people around here walking around free that should be in jail for murder, and vice versa. It's people that's in prison for murder that should be walking around free, okay? So it's about your argument in court. So the defense theory, once again, is, does this man look like or sound like he intentionally planned, premeditated poisoning when he's the one that called 911 and stayed at a hospital? Does it look like he was trying to let her die? Right? So the defense is basically saying there's no proof. You cannot prove that my client did this. He wasn't the only one at her house prior to the incident. That night alone, it was 4 people there. It was Jade herself, it was her boyfriend Blaise, and it was 2 of her girlfriends. And just 30 minutes later, did she call and say something felt a little off, okay? So now the prosecution may have a suspicion timeline, but suspicion is not the same as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Y'all, there's already reasonable doubt in this case. Like I said, the case is going on right now on Court TV. I've been watching it in and out throughout the day, and it's very interesting. Personally, myself, I don't think that they have enough right now to be able to hold him. However, he was locked up for 43 days until he made bond. At first, they didn't even give him a bond. And, at first they're like, nah, you can't go nowhere. And then they later dropped the bond to $2.5 million, and he was able to get out after 43 days of sitting there, right? Now, the biggest jury questions: was Jade intentionally poisoned, or did the state only prove that she died with a high level of cocaine in her system? Okay? Was she intentionally poisoned? Could she have not provided the cocaine and put it in there? And I know you're probably saying, oh, she's 5 months pregnant. She wanted the baby. There's no way she could do that. Well, we don't know that. We really don't know if she had the cocaine and put it in her drink. Did 2 of her friends that was there, did they put it in her drink? Who put the cocaine in Jay's drink? You can't just pin it on her boyfriend, even though he was there after the fact. Right? She said, why her friend didn't call 911. That's suspicious. That's what I'm thinking too. If the friend thought it was enough, because she's testifying against Blaise in court, right? So the friend is testifying for the state that her friend Jade called frantic saying, my drink tastes funny. I can't move my legs. And said that she said, you did this because you didn't want the baby, right? But the friend texted back and said, are you talking to me? So even the friend was unclear what was going on. The friend didn't know if Jade was accusing her or Jade was accusing the boyfriend. You did this to me because you didn't want the baby, right? Or you put something in my drink. That's what the friend is testifying that she heard. You put something in my drink. You did this to me because you didn't want the baby. But the friend texts back, are you talking to me? So with that being said, could she have been accusing her friend of doing it? Could she have been accusing her boyfriend of doing it? Right? So anyway, so again, the biggest jury questions would be, can prosecutors prove that Blaise Taylor was the person who put the cocaine in the drink? Was the funny drink statement enough to connect him to the poisoning? Does the pregnancy give the state a strong motive, or is motive still not evidence of the act itself, right? Or does calling 911 help Blaise, or does the allergic reaction explain that he hurt her? Because when he called 911, he told them that she was having an allergic reaction. But allergic reaction to what? Allergic reaction to what? Was he saying she's having an allergic reaction to something that he may have caused? Or was he just saying she had an allergic reaction? Now, the paramedics came to the house and said that they found her laying face down with pink foam coming out of her mouth, right? That's what the paramedics said. Now, also one of the biggest jury questions would be, how much does undetermined matters of death help the defense? So the autopsy, the medical examiner, they couldn't even say what really was, or not even what really was, but who caused the death. They said it was undetermined. It was undetermined. So they don't know if it was from the hands of someone else, or could it have been a potential suicide mission? They don't know. They were not able to say that. She said, who all was there? It was 4 people there initially, right? But the 2 girls left. And when they left, it was only Blaise and Jade remaining there. But only 30 minutes later did she call her friend and say that she felt funny. 30 minutes afterwards, after the girls left, is when she said that she felt some type of way. So J. Lou said, Amoira, it is said that it wasn't a text, it was a phone call to her friend, and she was talking to Blaise in the background, like, what did you give me? And asking what's in your hand, then her death. Yeah, so it wasn't right. So she called her friend and she said that, right? However, the friend texts back, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? She says, then her health declined, and that's why the friend was like, you talking to me? Yeah, her friend texts, are you talking to me? So the defense is using that text of her friend saying, are you talking to me, as a way of saying even the friend was unclear as to what Jade was saying on the phone. See, now, what the friend is alleging that Jade said is circumstantial. It's hearsay. It could be not true. Not saying that is not saying that it's not true, but she could be making that up, right? Because it wasn't in a text. She said her friend called her saying that. Okay. What did you put in my drink? Oh, my drink tastes funny. I can't feel my legs. You didn't want the baby. You did this to me because you didn't want the baby. Okay. Now, could the friend have possibly done something to her and is lying, trying to make it seem like Blaise did it? I don't know. We don't know. We don't know that. Okay. So the defense is basically saying the state don't have enough evidence, don't have enough proof to pin this charge on him. Okay. Let's go over some timelines right quick. Hold on. Let's go over some timelines. So y'all can help me pin this all the way down. So in January of 2022, okay, Taylor and Benning met through a dating app. The defense said they first connected on Hinge in January 2022, then later began seeing each other around August. So they met in January 2022, but they didn't actually see each other face to face until August of that same year. November of 2022, prosecutors said that Jade learned she was pregnant and she told her boyfriend Blaise. Then the prosecutor claimed Taylor was not interested in being a father. The defense said the relationship resumed in January 2023 as they tried to figure out whether they would be parents together. So apparently they met face to face in August. She found out she was pregnant in November. They kind of, had a little small breakup, and they resumed the relationship in January the following year. So from November to January, they were on the outs. They reconnected in January, trying to figure out if they were going to be parents together. The very next month, February 25th of 2023, is being planned Jade planned a date night at her Nashville apartment. So it says that she planned it, all right? She planned the date night with him while she was 5 months pregnant. However, the state said 2 friends stopped by for about 30 minutes and then they left. So the 30 minutes that they stopped by, they saying that they was helping her paint one of her, the baby room or whatever. Now, later, Jade allegedly called one of the friends that was there and sounded unlike herself. February the 25th at around 9:38 p.m., Blaise called 911 and said Jade appeared to be having an allergic reaction. She was rushed by ambulance to Vanderbilt University Medical Center. 2 days later, February 27, Jade's unborn fetus passed away. Authorities say the fetus was 5 months old and allegedly fathered by Blaise. March the 6th, 2023, Jade died at the hospital on her 25th birthday. Police say she was never able to be interviewed before her death, so she never came through. She never snapped back, so they was not able to interview her, okay? So in 2023, after her death, all the way to 2024, the police, the crime lab scientists, and medical examiner doctors investigated the case for months before charges were ever filed. So from March the 6th of 2023, or let's go back further, from February 25th of 2023, the day this happened, all the way until March 2024, he was not charged. However, on March 2024, a Nashville grand jury indicted him, okay? They indicted him and arrested him in Utah. He was later returned to Nashville and initially held without bond pending a court hearing. So for 43 days, they held him without bond at all, right? Later on in 2024, he was released on a $2.5 million bond while awaiting trial, all right? So now, January 2026, the trial was previously delayed to winter weather, according to local reporting. June 2022, jury selection began. June 23rd, the opening statements began, and now we are on day 2 of live coverage, okay? So we're only on day 2, right? So that is the timeline of this event. Again, it happened back in 2023. He wasn't arrested until 2024, and trial started in 2026. Now, what the state has to prove. Before I go off on what the state has to prove, let me look at a couple of y'all comments. Okay, so she said somebody did not want her to have that baby, in my opinion. Yeah, but who is somebody? Who is somebody? She said, wow, this is sad. Yep, it is sad. So J. Lou said, we don't know if the friends came back or what happened. It will come out in trial. I want to hear what she has to say. Oh, you talking about the friend? Yeah. Meg said, I'll look into the relationship between Blaise and the other women. I said that earlier. How do we know the friends didn't give her something? While that might be hard to prove what happened unless someone speaks up or they find more messages. Yep, I agree. One of her friends was just on the stand. This is going to be interesting. Yep, I agree. All right, let's talk about what the state has to prove right quick, you guys. So it says what the state has to prove. The state has to prove that Blaise intentionally killed Jade and caused the death of their unborn child. The hardest part in a poisoning case is usually proving who administered the substance, how it was given, and the intent behind it. There is no video. There is no text message to say that he did it. There is nothing right now that says that he is the one that administered the substance, all right? The prosecutor theme appears to be he didn't want the baby, and they're getting that off of their breakup from November of 2022 to January of 2023, they kind of broke up a little bit because he was not ready for a baby. But you got to understand this. You know, they both young, right? And I'm not giving him no alibis or making no excuse for him, because it's not whether he did it or not. Hell, he probably did do it, right? But it's not about whether he did it. It's about what could be proven, right? However, where was I going? The theory that they have that he didn't want the baby. What I was saying is he's young. They met on a dating app in January of 2022. In August, they met face to face. So which means August, they met face to face. They probably, you know, got busy or whatever. August, September, October, November, 3 months later, she pregnant. Who wants to know that somebody is pregnant with their child only 3 months after bumping and grinding? I don't think anybody would be too happy about that. What do you think? What do y'all say? Would anybody be happy about someone that you just start sleeping with, you pregnant by them in 3 months? I think when you start sleeping with somebody, you kind of at least want a year. Like, damn, we just started sleeping together. I wouldn't want the baby either. I wouldn't say I wouldn't want the baby, but I would feel away. Nevertheless, the prosecution is saying he didn't want the baby. She drank something that tastes strange. She became critically ill in his presence. Toxicology reports show extreme cocaine level. So because of that, they saying he had to do it. He had to have done it. The defense again says, no. Okay. She may have had something wrong with her drink, but that does not prove that Blaise did it. The state has to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, not just suspicion, all right? Not just, oh, well, process of elimination, he was there, he didn't want the kid, she said her drink tastes funny, but hold on, just 30 minutes prior, she had guests. And it was her apartment that it happened in. It was her cup that she was drinking out of, right? So, with that being said, why is this case so serious? Because Blaise is facing, well, I thought it was 2 murder counts. Oh, okay. He's facing 4 murder counts, 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of felony murder. Oh, I didn't know they did the felony murder. They got this joker down for 4 murder counts, 2 counts of first degree and 2 counts of felony murder. Now, the victim legally include Jade and the unborn child. And the case involved the death of a 24-year-old and her unborn child. So they're trying to get him on 2 different angles. The first degree is intentional, and the 2 counts of felony murder, they don't have to prove that it was premeditated. So they're trying to get him with the premeditated and the non-premeditated version. So they're trying to get him on all 4 counts, okay? That's crazy. Now, the state has sought life without parole, not just regular life. They want, if he's found guilty, they want life without parole to be his punishment, all right? And they're saying, hold on, it says that note cited aggravated factors, including the allegation that the killing involved a pregnant woman. Okay, yeah. So they saying because it was a pregnant woman and the death of an unborn child, if found guilty, they want him to be sentenced with life without parole, all right? So this is not a simple overdose case. The prosecutor is saying that Jade was poisoned without her knowledge while she was pregnant to get rid of the baby. The defense is saying the state had a tragic death, yes indeed, but that does not prove that Taylor caused it. The trial is going to come down to toxicology, timeline, phone calls, witnesses, and whether the jury believe the state can connect Taylor directly to the drink. What say you? So far, you guys, what say you? Are there reasonable doubt, or do you think the state has connected him to the drink? From what you know right now. Vera said he should have protected himself if he didn't want a child. I get you. She says, I bet one of her friends was effing him. Ooh, they should investigate the one who bought the drugs. But how you know? Oh, you're saying they should investigate who bought the drugs? That would be interesting. That would be interesting. But how could you investigate who bought the drugs? Like, what if he got it from one of his friends? What if she got it from one of her friends? What if the friends got it from one of their friends? Sassy D said reasonable doubt for sure. Who fixed the cup? We don't know. We don't know who fixed the drink. See, she wasn't able to testify. She said, Amoira, are you able to stream it or you can't do that? Nah, if I stream it, they'll demonetize it. But let's peek in though a little bit. We could just snatch it out right quick, right? Hold on. If you guys don't mind helping me with my goal, that would be greatly appreciated. I may be able to sneak peek a little bit, just sneak a peek just a little bit. Do y'all mind? Do y'all mind sneaking a peek just a little bit? There's 2.5 thousand people watching this case right now. Hold on. Let's sneak a peek just a little bit. Hold on. She said, if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. Okay. She said the ex-NFL player that had his girlfriend killed when she was pregnant stayed at the hospital also the whole time crying and stuff. Yeah, I do remember that. Okay, I'm going to sneak a peek just a little bit. I'm going to hope that you guys help me reach my goal because, yeah, Court TV don't like us streaming they shit, okay? All right, but I do want to bring y'all a little bit of the case.
The screen on the thing that's down there was you can make a circle. So kind of where the camera usually sits, could you circle that area? So no camera there, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So what's saying right now is there used to be a camera right there where he just circled. So apparently the camera was missing. Somebody took the camera and discharged it or did something to the camera.
Would you like me to clear that?
I can. Now, number 4.
Oh, wait a minute. She said, did you set a goal or more? I don't see it. Y'all don't see my goal set? Hold on. I thought I set a goal. Maybe I didn't. Hold on. Did I set a goal? I did in my head. Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, y'all, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, y'all. I thought I set a goal. My bad. Hold on. I thought I set a goal. Thank you so very much. All right, hold on. I thought I set a goal. All right. It's set now. Let me know if it's set now, you guys. Sorry. I thought I set a goal. Oh, sorry about that. All right, let's peek, y'all. Let's peek. If y'all don't mind helping me reach my goal, it would be greatly appreciated because Court TV is gonna, I'm gonna have to take this part out. I'm letting y'all know that right now, okay? So anyway, let's take a sneak peek. It's 2,467 people watching this right now.
This.
Jade's art. No handwriting.
And the third.
Presuming that's Blaise's.
Now we had a picture of the refrigerator. Well, the refrigerator was in the video.
Yes, sir.
Open the door and just a picture of the.
I said the same thing. Now, what the state is saying that she had a drink, a pink drink, but they don't know what was in it, prior. They don't, well, I'm not gonna say they don't know. They're not saying whether it was a cocktail, juice, soda pop, water. They're not saying nothing, but they just saying a pink drink. But if somebody say a pink drink, y'all tell me in the comments. What does that mean when someone say you drinking a pink drink? Y'all let me know.
The interior of the refrigerator that was in the video.
Yes, sir.
And did you remove any items or replace any items there that weren't there to start with?
No, just opened it.
So it looks like it's some pink grapefruit there. Would anybody make a cocktail of grapefruit juice? Let me know.
What is this a photograph of?
Open trash can at the end of the bar in the kitchen.
Do you recall what may have been in it?
I didn't dig in it. I just saw what was there on top.
Was there any other trash receptacle that you saw that had anything in it?
We did look at the trash cans in the bathrooms. They were empty.
And was there any other trash anywhere in the kitchen other than this one?
Not that was visible.
And the next photograph, what are we seeing here?
So right here, it looks like somebody took the camera from the countertop where it normally sits to where now it looks like it's sitting in a windowsill pointing to the outside of the apartment.
And again, if you could tell us what it is.
So the camera on the ledge in Jade's bedroom, facing out.
And now that does kind of look suspicious because if a camera is always in your house, normally covering things that's going on in the home, why would the camera be positioned on the windowsill in the bedroom facing outwards? Y'all let me know. Why in the world would someone point a camera to outside of their apartment?
Okay. And does it appear to be plugged in?
Yes, sir.
Is this another view of the camera? This one showing the lens facing.
Yes, sir.
And now moving on, we saw a video of the bed, right? Was there anything on about the bed that attracted your attention?
Yes. On the bedspread, it appeared to be throw up or vomit.
And looking at it, did it appear to be of any particular color?
Pink.
And again, having talked to your son and preparing this, what, if anything, did you do with the comforter, with this object?
I took it. I decided to take it, but I didn't.
So why would her friend take her blanket? That's strange to me. Why would you remove anything from somebody's apartment? Let's continue. I can't stand the sound, this staticky noise of court cases. I can't stand it, y'all.
I decided to take it with us.
This is, next picture is just a close up. And were these pictures taken prior to you touching this item?
Yes.
And in fact, did you touch it and for any other purpose than to remove it
No.
and preserve it?
No.
And what, if anything, were you able to put it in?
A trash bag. I told them to get a trash bag.
And was it one that was already there at the apartment?
Mm-hmm.
This next photograph of the vehicle with license plate. Excuse me, with that vehicle.
And let me make a correction. I said he played for NFL. He did not. He was a college football player, okay? For the Titus, Nashville, Tennessee Titus. I guess that's college. That's not NFL. He was a college football player, you guys.
Yeah.
And whose vehicle is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Bridget and Lynn's.
Now, we talked about you removing the comforter. Do you recall whether or not there was any other item that you took along with it?
No, I just
And how did you go about?
folded it within itself and stuffed it in the bag with my gloved hand and tied the bag off in the apartment.
Okay, but listen, why would the friend go back to the house before going to the hospital and take things? Like, what would she said the Titans is NFL. Right here it says the trial against former college football player Blaise Taylor is set to begin after he was returned to Nashville from Utah. So they said that he was a it was a college football player. Well, but nevertheless, maybe I'm getting the Titus wrong or whatever, but let me see. Did they say Titus? They said. Anyway, I'll look at it again. But why would the friend just automatically assume to start taking things and preserve it for later? Like, what was on her mind? Did she automatically think, he did something to her and she's gonna die? Like, why in the world would the friend take something? How would she assume that she's going to pass away?
And Lance, talk about a trash bag and
That's it.
pick it up.
Yes, sir.
So, you were there, looked around, did you check out anything else as far as whether the windows were locked or anything to do with touching the apartment or touching anything in the apartment?
No, other than, there was discussion on whether to leave the blinds up in the bedroom and the camera location being weird, because, Jade, we talked about that and whether or not we should close the blinds.
And you recall whether or not you did or didn't close the blinds?
They were closed when we left.
And how about the camera? Was it left in the same location or moved back to the kitchen?
No.
If this is a friend of a 25-year-old, how old do you think this lady look? Hold on one second, y'all. How old do you think this lady look for her to be a friend of a 25-year-old that's helping her paint her baby room? I mean, you can have friends of all ages. I have friends that's older and a few friends that's, younger than me, but it just seems like in this situation, this lady looked to be old enough to be her mama. But anyway, I'm just saying, what do y'all think?
Nigella was adamant about moving it back to the kitchen where it's supposed to be.
Hey, big sis. Hey, big sis. Glad you're back from Cali. Thank you.
And other than that, was anything else manipulated, that is, being moved, anything added or taken away?
No, we talked about private property of Jade's, but didn't touch anything else, didn't take anything else.
And when you arrived there, was the door locked?
Yes.
And when you left, did you relock the door?
Of course.
Yes, the question is, why did you take it upon yourself to essentially do police work?
Because Bridget was hurting and Bridget wanted answers, and Bridget and I were both pissed.
So this is the mother of one of her friends, and you hear her saying Bridget, which was one of the friends, she was hurting, she was pissed, and she wanted more evidence. Evidence of what, though? You don't know that your friend is DEAD yet, so why take things from the scene? I don't know, y'all. This sounds suspect to me. I believe the defense is going to really eat her up on this one.
Excuse my French. We were angry. Didn't seem like anybody was doing anything. It didn't seem like things were moving.
This was too slow.
No answers. Why do you have a child on life support? No answers.
Was this any attempt on your part to interfere with the investigation?
No, I would never.
As far as packaging the item that we see here in the trunk,
Let's pause for a second. Didn't in the O.J. Simpson case, didn't they move some evidence and you know, move, swap, place evidence where they should not have, right, in that case. And I think that tainted the case as well. She removed evidence from the home, and she said because it was no answers, the case was still, it wasn't moving fast enough, and she didn't understand why someone would be on life support. So she contaminated the crime scene by taking things, you know?
This first vehicle, what did you do with it when you left the apartment?
Called, told him I was headed back. What I had, meet me at the car, because I'm gonna give it directly to Jade's parents.
Did you get the keys back to you?
Yes. They met me at the car.
So she's saying after gathering all the things that she took from the home, she called Jade's parents and gave over all the stuff to Jade's parents. But why she ain't dial 911 for them to come get the stuff, y'all?
Now, as far as the exterior of the apartment complex, did you do anything with respect to looking around there?
Yeah, tried to see if there was any trash or anything that was obviously in the dumpster, but I'm not digging in dumpsters, and they were huge. Then there was a neighbor out walking their dog, and I asked her if she knew Jade. And she explained, and our conversation led to the fact of ambulances there the night before, and she didn't know her. I gave her my number.
This was at Jay's apartment. All of this happened at the 5-month pregnant girlfriend's apartment.
So you get back to the hospital, essentially, as far as the evidence is concerned, it's still in the bag last time you saw it, correct?
Correct.
And as the days went on, you found that there was a police investigation going on and detectives who were working.
Yes, I knew that finally there were people talking to Bridget and Lynn and listening.
From the time you packaged the comforter in the trash bag until it was delivered there in the trunk of the vehicle, did you open it at any time during the transport?
No.
Add anything to it?
No.
Or touch it with your bare hands?
No, sir.
I know you testified that you had on gloves, rubber gloves.
And she testified that she had on rubber gloves. Why in the world would make her think to have on rubber gloves? So to me, it sounds like she knew what she was doing. She wore a pair of rubber gloves while doing this. Why? Because she don't want her fingerprints to be. If you're thinking only of, let me preserve this information to get to the parents, then what make you think for a second to wear gloves? Oh, I don't want to contaminate the area, so let me grab gloves to give this to the parent. Like, if that's the case, I think that you will also think, well, let me call the police to have them come get this information, or let me have her mother come get this stuff from her, right? From the apartment. But she did it and she was wearing gloves.
Latex.
I'm not a medical professional, but yeah. Blue gloves from the hospital.
From the hospital. And when you packaged up the comforter, could you feel through the things any moisture or whether the area that we've seen highlighted?
No, but I mean, that's one of the things I noticed when it looked like vomit was there seemed to be a moisture ring several inches outside where the vomit was. And I'm a mom, seeing lots of vomit, cleaned up vomit. And I'm an educator, so seen it there too. And you know, that looks like there was moisture added at some point or an attempt to wipe it or something.
So she says that it looks like, she says she's an educator and she works in the nursing field, so she's seen vomit before. And she said it looks like there was an attempt to wipe the vomit, you know, off the blanket. She said it was an attempt. So it sounds like the state just finished with her. I think the defense is about to cross-examine her now. It will be interesting to hear what the defense has to say.
That's my question.
Question. Okay.
So it's actually a black lady that is the lead defense attorney, but it looks here, as you can see him sitting here in court. He's the one with the blue suit on. That's his attorney right here, the black lady. But 1, 2, 3, 4. So he got a team of 4 attorneys on his case as well. So this one must be going to cross-examining this witness. I understand what you're saying. You saying, like, what did the parents need from their daughter's apartment that important that they could not wait to go through her things later? All of this is suspect. I agree. It is suspect. I mean, I guess we'll find out. It is suspect though, because I mean, let them do their job. That's what they get paid to do, right? I would think so as well. But she said that it just seems like there was no progress. It wasn't no moving. Everything was at a standstill, and I guess she just wanted to help out.
Good afternoon, Mr. Green. I know this is extremely difficult. I can't imagine what you've been through.
If you guys don't mind, I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm begging, but I am streaming Court TV's court case, and they are going to demonetize me. So if you guys don't mind, even a $2 super chat will help this live stream, you guys. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here today and answering all these questions. I want to start by talking, kind of going back to the beginning of your testimony, and talking a little bit about kind of your background relationship with Jade and Bridget, okay? So, obviously, you've testified that you've known Jade almost her whole life, right? Is that right?
Long time.
And it sounds like you were a really big part of Jade's life when she was young, when she was growing up. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned Bridget is probably one of your best friends now,
Correct.
and she has been for a long time.
Yes.
And you all are from Arkansas, right?
Yes, sir.
And you still live there now.
Yes, sir.
You still live in the same area as Bridget, is that right?
I mean, we live in central Arkansas now. I don't live in Little Rock anymore.
I gotcha. Okay.
About how many years has it been since Jade has kind of lived in the same area that you and your daughter do?
From today,
Well, I guess it's been a few years since this incident, but since she passed away. So when, at the time that she passed away, how long had it been since you guys all had lived in the same area?
um, probably 3 to 4.
So kind of like the college time,
Yes, sir.
which makes sense with what you were describing, that your kids both went away to college and you stayed in contact, but as naturally happens, you know, you're not as in daily touch, right?
Correct.
I see what he's getting at already. So basically, he's saying you said that your daughter and her were childhood friends, and you've been knowing her since she was a child. But they went away to college together, and it's been 3 or 4 years since she's been connected with Jade. So I see where he's getting ready to go, because he's gonna say, so why was it so important for you to go over and assist in this when y'all been disconnected some? You know what I'm saying? I think that's where he's going.
And at the time, in 2022, 2023, when Jade was living in Nashville, this is kind of, is it fair to say this is the time in your life, in her life, that you were describing where you're talking to her at Mother's Day or her birthday or maybe a big holiday? Is that right?
Correct.
But not necessarily like every week or even every couple weeks.
Correct.
So you're still keeping up with what's going on because your families are close, but you and Jade are not in daily contact. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're not, you yourself at least, are not sort of, you don't have personal knowledge of what's going on in Jade's day-to-day life. Is that fair?
I have snippets because of Bridget. Sure.
I get that. But you and Jade are, she's not filling you in personally with what's going on in her day-to-day life.
No, she's not.
So she's not calling you saying, oh, I went on this date, it was great, and that sort of thing.
No.
And you don't have personal knowledge of, you know, some of these lifestyle kind of things, like is she drinking or doing drugs, or how well she's doing, or she's totally clean. Like, you don't know personally how she's doing, right?
I know she's well,
I got you.
happy
Yeah, because when you talk to her, she seems like she's doing great, right?
when I talk.
So something the defense attorney just said, you knew her as a child, but you know, around the time that this happened in 2022, you don't know if she was dibbling and dabbling in recreational drugs or anything like that. And the witness says, well, I know she was happy, but because she only heard from her on Mother's Day and, you know, major holidays and things like that, she can't testify that Jade was not dabbling in any recreational drugs.
Talk to Bridget on a daily basis. Yes.
And you're talking to Bridget, and Bridget's talking to Jade, so it's coming second and third hand, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're not there kind of involved in her daily social life, right?
I'm not in Nashville, no.
And similarly, with the relationship with Blaise, how things are going, you don't have any sort of first-hand observation experience as to her relationship with Blaise.
No.
In terms of this situation, February 25th, 2023, you found out pretty quickly, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think Bridget found out and she called you as one of her best friends almost immediately.
No, her husband called.
Her husband called. Okay, I'm sorry. So her husband called almost immediately.
I'm assuming as quickly as they found out.
And they were already on their way to Nashville.
Correct.
The information that you received very quickly from her husband, were you, and I don't need to know the exact details, but were you kind of filled in on what people were saying about what happened Nigel Jackson was saying about what happened? Were you told all that information?
I was told that there was a phone call. I was told that something happened to Jay, and there was a phone call that Bridget received from Nigel, hysterical.
So her friend Naja Hill, called Bridget, right? The other girl that was there. No, it couldn't have been the other girl that was there. So Naja called Bridget, and Bridget is her daughter. So Naja called Bridget, and Bridget, I guess, called her, or her husband called her or something like that, and told her what happened. Naja is the one that said was the one that said that Jade called frantic.
And Nigel shared that
I don't need to know what Nigel said exactly, but just that she was making some allegations about Mr. Taylor.
Nigel was reporting what she said, what she saw,
Bridget
what occurred.
was telling you that Nigel was telling her some things about it, right?
Yes,
Right from the get-go.
Nigel shared.
And you don't want her to get into it, or you do?
I'm sorry, let me clarify that. I'll ask the question. In that very initial phone call, was it your understanding that somebody was saying Mr. Taylor was the reason that Jay was in the hospital?
That's a trick question.
I didn't mean it to be a trick question. I'm not trying to trick you, I promise. I just want to know kind of.
His name was mentioned, yes.
Okay. So you hop in a car and you start the next morning. You hop in the car.
Correct.
You indicate to Bridget that you'll be there for her as soon as you can. Is that fair?
Correct.
I want to get it right. I want to make sure that I'm accurate about what I'm understanding.
What's your question?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be.
What is your question?
Approximately how long is it from Little Rock to Nashville?
5 to 7 hours, depending on traffic.
So you arrived about midday on the 26th?
I arrived a little bit after lunch, kind of early afternoon.
Okay. And tell me again who you drove with. I know your daughter, and who was the other person?
Jada Summons,
Jada Summons. And how old is Jada Summons?
same age as Jade and my daughter. Jade's 1 year behind them, the same age group.
During that car ride, did you discuss with your daughter and Jada Summons the things that you had learned the night before?
Of course.
When you got here, you went immediately to the hospital.
Correct.
You met with Bridget and the other people who were there.
Correct.
At the time that you went to the hospital, and I think you indicated this, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the scene, there were already police officers there?
No, sir.
Not at the time you went to the hospital?
No, sir.
How long were you at the hospital with Bridget or other people before you saw police officers there?
I don't even recall seeing them when I got back.
What do you mean when you got back?
When I left to go to Jade's apartment and came back from Jade's apartment.
Okay, let me clarify.
Did you see police when you first got to the hospital?
No, sir.
Oh, yeah.
So Bridget is Jay's mom. Bridget Benning is Jay's mother. This witness is friends with Bridget. She talks to Bridget every day. So she drove to Jada's house on behalf of the mother, Bridget. It sounds to me that's what she's saying.
Okay. So when you first got to the hospital, you didn't see police?
That's what I just asked.
No.
I understand.
You don't have to repeat everything. These smart people right over here heard it all, what she's testified to.
Well, I heard the first time she said she saw police officers, so I'm trying to clarify and make sure I heard it right.
Well, you can't be testifying either.
Okay. When did you first see police officers at the hospital?
Did you ever see police officers at the hospital?
I saw, I'm assuming it was a detective. He was not in police clothing, but there was a badge. So it was the second or
I've never heard that. Have y'all ever heard a judge correct an attorney's questioning and ask a question differently? Have y'all ever heard that? I've never heard that. So the defense attorney said, "When did you see the police at the hospital?" And the judge changed the question to, "Did you ever see a police at the hospital?" I've never known that. I've never known that to happen.
or the third day of me being in Nashville.
So you never saw law enforcement until the second or third day you were in Nashville?
That is what I recall.
During your discussions with Ms. Burke, was it your impression that law enforcement was involved on the first day that you were in Nashville?
Ms. Burks?
Ms. Burks.
So Bridget,
Bridget.
can you ask the question again, please? I was focused on you saying her name wrong. Sorry.
My apologies. During the first day you arrived in Nashville, during your discussion with Ms. Bridget Burks, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, Bridget Burks.
When did you first become aware from Ms. Burks that law?
So it's Bridget Burks, not Bridget Wade. I mean, Bridget Benning. Hold on. So is Bridget Jade's mom? I don't think so. I don't think that's Jade's mother.
Law enforcement was in fact involved with the case.
One more time, fluidly, please.
Sure. No problem.
I want to make sure I give you the correct answer, so
Absolutely. After your arrival in Nashville on the first day of February 26th, during your discussions with Ms. Bridget Burks, when did you first become aware that law enforcement was involved in the case?
second or third day? Second day, I would say.
So at no time prior to the third day was there ever a discussion that there have been detectives talking to us, there were police here last night, that never came up at all?
Second day, second day we talked.
So right here, what he's trying to do is say, why would you take it upon yourself to go to the apartment and take anything out when police was already involved? So he's trying to get her to say, when did you know the police was involved? So right here, she's saying, I noticed on the second day they were involved. Because she's saying the reason why she took items from the house is because they were not moving quick enough for her. They wasn't doing anything.
That's when you saw police.
Second or third day is when I saw police. Yes, Bridget shared that she had had a conversation, where the detectives had been in touch. I saw what I thought was a detective come and speak to them at the hospital. They would pull them in a room.
Now, you were in pretty regular contact with Ms. Burks between the time that she or her husband notified you and you arrived at the hospital on the 26th, is that correct?
As much as can be.
Sure, texting, calling, all that stuff, right? And at no time during those conversations did she inform you that there were in fact police officers at the hospital the night before, is that right?
Yes, she shared there were police officers.
Oh, so you were aware that law enforcement was involved in the case?
Well, I was told that, that
She just got caught lying. Did y'all catch that? She just got caught lying, and he said, so you were aware that police was involved. So now Kat has her tongue. Because at first she said she didn't realize until the second day, but she just admitted that the night prior, they told her that a detective said this, that, or the third. So now the defense attorney said, so you were aware that detectives were involved. He just called her in a lie.
some police officer, I don't know if it was somebody that came in special, or it was a police officer that's assigned to the hospital. I don't know, but talked to Najee.
Okay, so there was a police officer that talked to Najee, and you were aware of that maybe before you got to Nashville.
I don't think I knew that before I got to Nashville. I don't think we talked about that before I got to Nashville.
When did you have that conversation?
I don't recall the exact time that I had that conversation.
That wasn't on your drive?
On my drive, I'm talking about my daughter's best friend being on life support.
Well, let's talk about then, let's move on, I guess. Let's talk about the decision to go to Jade's apartment.
Sure.
So you get in town, you meet with Miss Burks, and how long from the time when you arrived in town shortly after lunch was it before you and Miss Burks discussed you going to Jade's apartment?
There wasn't an isolated discussion.
With several discussions?
Comments about how bad Bridget wanted to know.
Okay. Was that like immediately that you got in town?
No, immediately we were focused on Jay.
Immediately focused on Jade. So, when did you actually go to the apartment?
The night that I got there.
So,
Evening that I got there.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, do you have about approximate time?
No, I don't recall the exact time. I know that by the time we got to our apartment, it was dark.
So, okay, you guys, let me ask you this. If your daughter's best friend is at the hospital on life support, would it cross your mind to go to her apartment? Would it cross your mind for a moment, just one moment? Let's go to her apartment. She said the night she got to Nashville, she went straight to the apartment. Would it cross your mind to visit her apartment when she's at the hospital on life support? I'm just trying to figure out what would make me want to go over to her apartment. And her reasoning was the police was not moving quick enough. And she goes to the apartment and take things. One of them is a blanket with throw up on it, she says. What will make her go to this apartment the evening she got to Nashville?
It was dark, and this is February, right?
Correct.
And she goes at night. Well, she said evening, but it was dark. It was dark evening. So it wasn't 4 or 5 o'clock. It was more like 7, 8, or 9 o'clock. In February, it's darker quicker, so it's probably like 7, 8, or 9, something like that, you know?
Do you know if it was 11 o'clock at night?
No, sir.
So before 11, sometime after 4, maybe?
It was closer probably to the 4, 5, 6, 7 time range.
Did you eat dinner that day?
I don't remember what I ate or if I ate. I don't even remember how much I slept.
Do you think it was after dinner time?
I don't know what time. I mean, dinner's variable for people and variable for me.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I'm trying to figure out.
It was dusk when I headed that way. It was dark when we got there.
Okay, so maybe on the earlier side of the evening when you actually went to the apartment. Is that fair?
Earlier being what time, sir?
The 5, 6 instead of the 7, 8 kind of time period?
I wasn't looking at a clock, so I don't know. It was dusk when I left the hospital. It was dark when we got to the apartment.
Okay, she's saying she doesn't know what time, but yet she said it was closer to the 4, 5, 6, or 7 time frame. So he's trying to get her to narrow it down by saying, well, was it after dinner? Well, was it, was it this time? Was it that time? He's trying to narrow it down, but she said it was closer to the 4, 5, 6, or 7 time frame,
I don't even remember how far the hospital was from the apartment. I cannot give you an exact time and feel like I am being honest with you on an exact time.
Okay. So you and Bridget are discussing that she doesn't feel like things are moving fast enough and she wants someone to go at At no point during those conversations.
So her daughter is the one that said she didn't feel that things were moving fast enough, not her. Her daughter told her to go over there because she didn't feel that things were moving fast enough. That's strange. And this is the day after the incident. Thank you so much, Barbara, for that love. Thank you. She said, I'm showing some love. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much.
About you going to the apartment. Is it ever mentioned that, well, let me rephrase this question, let me back this up. When Bridget asks you to go to the apartment, is there ever a discussion about, should we talk to police here before you go?
It wasn't Bridget asking me to go to the apartment. It was a discussion between friends, best friends, about what can I do to help?
Okay.
What can I do to help?
That's fair. So during this discussion between friends about what you could do to help, did you ever offer to contact police about going to the apartment?
No.
Did you ever call the Metro National Police Department and say, hey, we think someone needs to go to the apartment? Has that been done yet? Has that been done?
No.
Did you ever reach out to Metro National Police Department and say, hey, we're thinking about going to the
She
apartment?
said she never reached out to him at all. No matter what you want to ask her if she said it, she didn't reach out to him.
I understand.
You're asking the same question.
In different ways. I want to make sure that everyone understands.
Did you ever call the police and say,
I have never heard a judge get this involved in questioning you guys. Now, again, I have to admit, I don't just sit here and watch trials like this, but I mean, maybe I'll start. But this judge, have y'all ever seen a judge get this involved and reword or rearrange an attorney's question? I mean, this might be a norm, you guys. I don't know. Y'all let me know.
after I eat dinner, I'm gonna go to the apartment?
No, sir.
Did you ever call the police and say, if I don't eat dinner, can I go to the apartment?
No, sir.
No. Just go ask your question and let's.
And then the defense attorney cuts the judge off and say, Your Honor, let me ask the questions. And the judge says no. And then he goes, he kind of chastises the attorney.
Get to what question you want instead of repeating them.
I believe that this judge and this attorney may have some type of ill feelings toward each other. Who knows? They might be boyfriend or something like that. I don't know, but something is going on, y'all.
And your next question is?
I'm sorry, I lost my place. I'm working on trying to find out where I was. I apologize for.
You asked her, did she ever contact the police in any way before she went to the apartment? And her answer was no.
Did you ever discuss contacting the police with Ms. Burks or with any of the people that were going to the apartment?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever consider contacting the police?
Not that I recall.
And at that point, you didn't think that the police were involved in this case. Is that what you indicated?
I didn't see anybody doing anything.
Was it your impression that there was a criminal investigation going on?
No.
Did you think a crime had been committed?
I knew
It's
some.
not relevant to whether she thinks a crime was committed.
It's her state of mind, and if she thought a crime had been.
Her state of mind had everything to do with it. So go ahead with your next question.
This is not a state attorney, though. She said, no, Amoira, that's the norm between state attorney. Private attorneys, I have seen them get down in the courtrooms. This is not a state attorney. This is the defense attorney. So this is the defense cross-examining one of the state witnesses, right? So this is not a state attorney at all.
So in preparing for this, to the apartment, you contacted your son, who was a police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And during your conversation with him, did you ask him if you should contact the police here before going to the apartment?
No.
And at no point during that conversation did he advise you to contact the police department, did he?
No.
I heard you indicate the things that he advised you to do when you went to the apartment. It included wear gloves, take pictures, don't stay long. I did not note that you said your son advised you to collect evidence. Is that correct?
Could you ask the question directly?
Did your son ask you to collect anything
No.
while you were there?
No.
So your son did not advise
So her son told her to wear gloves and what? Take pictures. Hold on.
you to collect evidence while you were there.
He did not say those words.
Okay. Did Ms. Burks specifically ask you to bring anything out of the apartment?
No.
Did she specifically ask you to collect any evidence?
No.
Did she specifically ask you to move anything?
No.
Ms. Franklin,
Mrs. Franklin.
Mrs. Franklin,
She's a bitch. So he said Miss Franklin, and she's correcting him, Miss, or he said Miss, and I think she said Mrs. or whatever. But however, I mean, come on, really, who cares about that? She's a little snoobish, you know.
I want to show you this. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
If I represent to you that it's a screenshot from the first video that you put in, does that look accurate?
I mean, without having them side by side, yes.
Sure. Do you recognize this area that it shows?
The counter.
Yes, but that looks like Jade's apartment?
It looks like her kitchen.
Her kitchen in her apartment. Okay, and that's from your video, so that's about what it looked like when you went there, right?
What I recall, yes.
Do you recognize this right here?
Can you move your finger for a second?
Sure.
Okay, what directly? Can you give me a color? Because there's two objects.
This pink item right here?
No, I don't recall that specifically.
That doesn't look familiar to you from when you were in the apartment?
I don't recall that specifically.
That cup didn't look familiar to you?
I don't recall that specifically.
How about over by the sink right here?
What exactly? Can you point again?
Over in the sink?
Okay.
That there.
The pan?
Yeah, the pan, the pot, whatever that is.
Okay.
Did you note any dirty dishes when you were in the apartment?
I cannot recall specifically dirty dishes.
Does that appear to be a clean dish?
I mean, I don't know. It's upside down.
Did you know?
Oh, I see what he's getting at. He's about to ask her, why would she have a dirty cup sitting on the right side of the countertop when everything else is neatly placed to the left over the sink? You guys, oh, I need to be an attorney. Oh.
Do you know any unusual smells when you were in the apartment?
Not that I remember.
So I think he's trying to get at that cup could have been placed there by her. Well, who the hell would go to a crime scene, you know, after the fact without a detective? Like, are you kidding me? Yes, that lady alone is going to create reasonable doubt. So if he did do it, yeah, I think she would be the one to blow the case all the way up, you know?
Am I able to see if I can put my connector up? So these have been introduced as the exhibits. I don't know the exact numbers, but these were pictures that you took, right? And you've already identified them?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to flip through and just ask you a couple questions.
Why would she take pictures of the inside of the refrigerator, what's in the trash can? Like, why? Come on, you guys. Why in the world would make this mother, best friend of the now deceased Jade's mother, what would make her go over there in the dark into the apartment and take certain photos? What would make her do that?
This picture, which, can you just describe what's in this picture?
The inside of Jade's refrigerator apartment.
Is there a reason why you took this picture?
I mean, I took pictures of what I thought was concerning or needed to be documented.
What was notable or concerning about the refrigerator?
I was looking for anything pink,
Anything pink?
liquid.
So there's a pink lemonade in there.
Yes, sir.
And this you've already described as the camera, right?
Correct.
And here is and the windowsill, or the window shade is up in this picture. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the camera is in the bedroom on this windowsill, correct?
Yes.
And we noted in the other picture that I just showed, the screenshot, the camera's not in the kitchen, right?
Correct.
Thanks again, Barbara Clark. I appreciate you guys. Thank everybody for blessing this live stream. I do appreciate it so very much.
Did you note a gun in the apartment?
I'm sorry.
You see a gun in the apartment?
I don't remember seeing the weapon, but I think I saw a holster.
A holster, but you didn't see the gun.
I mean,
I noticed in those videos that we watched, there was not a video of you moving the blink camera, was there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There was not a video of you moving the blink camera, was there?
No. A video?
Yes.
No.
And there was not a video of you packaging up the comforter, was there?
No.
And there was not a video of you taking the comforter out of the apartment, was there?
No.
And there was not a picture of a washcloth?
No.
Did you also package up a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
You did not remove a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
You didn't take any pictures of a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
Were you the only person who touched the comforter?
I think so, yes.
Nobody else helped you fold it up and put it in the garbage?
I mean, I can't testify to remembering. if anyone touched the comforter.
And that's not part of the videos that you took while you were, right?
No.
Did you bring the garbage bag with you?
Yes.
Did you have to go to the store to buy the garbage bag?
No.
You had it with you already.
No.
Where did the garbage bag come from?
I don't know because I didn't leave the bedroom. I said, get a garbage bag.
So it's possible that came from Jade's apartment?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't bring one with us. That I'm aware, no one had a garbage bag with them when we arrived.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you. You didn't bring a garbage bag with you.
No.
The reason why he asked her about that washcloth, because earlier on, as we was playing this, she said that she's in the medical field and she's an educator, and the throw up looked like it was attempted to be wiped off. Okay, and so if it was an attempt to be wiped off, where is the washcloth that the person attempt to wash off the throw up? Where is it? You didn't take a picture of that? Because she's the one that gave up that information saying that it was smeared in an attempt to be washed off, okay? Wiped away.
So just so I understand, so far as you were aware, there was no police officer that gave you permission to go to that apartment?
I did not speak to the police officer.
And not everything that happened in the apartment is on video, right?
No, I didn't record nonstop.
Thank you.
You need to redirect.
So right now, the defense rests with her, and the state is going to come back and redirect and ask her some more questions and probably try to clean up some of the things that he tripped her up on, you know, like the washcloth for one, a cup sitting off to the right by itself with her other dishes stacked neatly off to the left. There's a cup off to the right all by itself. It just kind of looks suspect. So, of course, now the state has to come back and redirect and try to clean it up a little bit, you guys.
Mr. Franklin, you were asked many questions about the time.
So Meg says, and that cup was never recovered by the police. So what happened to it? Meaning that in the pictures that she took herself after, you know, going over to the home after hitting Nashville, she took those pictures herself, but yet now the cup is nowhere to be found. Some shit to make you say,
You were out there.
What's your question?
Did you happen to notice that there was a clock that was captured in the video with the time on it?
Yes.
Howard has to publish that it's the first video, still shot.
Okay.
And do we see the time? What is the time?
6:39.
Counsel asked you a number of questions about your relationship. You testified about Ms. Burks, Bridget, and when you learned that Jade was pregnant, was she supposed to tell you that?
Bridget or Jade?
Ms. Burks, Bridget.
Bridget telling me about
Yes.
Jade being pregnant?
Did you find out later that was supposed to not be told?
Oh, I mean, no, I found that out when she told me
Okay.
that she was pregnant.
So that's how close you are.
Yes.
No.
Any other questions?
Ms. Franklin, do you know if that clock in that video is accurate?
Hang on, let him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No. Have a seat, General Moore. What are your questions?
I'm afraid we're gonna get back up.
Do you know if that clock is accurate in that video?
I'm assuming so.
Have you ever been to Ms. Benning's apartment before?
No.
So you don't know if it's accurate, do you?
No.
So the state got up and tried to pinpoint that the witness was telling the truth by saying it was closer to 4, 5, 6, or 7 o'clock. So the state attorney gets up and say, "Can you see the clock? You see what time it is while you was over there at 6:39, right?" So he's saying that she's telling the truth by saying it's closer to 4, 5, 6, or 7 o'clock. So the defense attorney gets back up and say, "Well, do you know if that clock is even accurate?" And the reason why you say that, because y'all know some people do not reset the clocks on their stove or microwave, okay? So he's saying, do you even know if that clock is accurate? And he got her to say no, which means they cannot stick the time to 6:39. Why does that matter? I don't know. However, the defense just shot a hole in the time.
Did you have other questions?
With respect to the questions about the comforter, did you shake it out or fold it up?
No, I folded it up within itself.
So if there was something else in there, it would have been folded up in it.
I did not spread it out. I didn't move it. I folded it up within itself and put it in the bag.
Whatever was in the bag stayed in the bag.
Yes.
That's all.
Was that how you were directed to package up evidence by your son?
No one directed me the way to package.
Now, nothing else, right?
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, that have a seat.
Okay, so that's the ending of the questions for her, I believe. Hold on one second.
All right, let's go to the jury. Go step down the hallway and we'll take a short break.
Yeah, so I think they're on recess now. Hold on one second. Let me see something. Let me hit refresh. I think. Yeah, they're on recess now, and it's just a bunch of chatter going on in the courtroom. Let me read some of these comments that's over here in their comment section. Let me see. So some of the commenters think that hold on. They gave her that to paralyze her throat so that they can intubate her. Okay, that's the hospital. Never mind. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not seeing whether they think that she had anything to do with it or not. Hold on. Okay, they're not even talking about the case. I think there's 22,000 people in the comments shooting the shit. So they're not even really talking about the case. I don't really know why people do that. But nevertheless, we're going to talk about it. So far as listening to that witness, what say you? Do you think that there's reasonable doubt at this point that this guy did it or didn't do it? Do you think the state would be able to prove that? He's getting ready to catch her in another lie. Rita said he's getting ready to catch her in another lie. Now there's something to marvel at, because who to say that a friend didn't fix her a drink before she left? Yeah, no one knows who fixed the drink. I believe they're trying to get the time so it can match up to the time of death from the toxicology report. Well, no, because she didn't die until March the 6th. So this happened on February the 25th, and she did not die until March the 6th. I'm sorry. She was on life support until March the 6th. So she did not pass away. Her child, her unborn child in her stomach, passed away 2 days later on February the 27th, and she didn't die until March the 6th. So I don't think that's why they were getting the time. She said they were there 30 minutes before she got sick. Yes, so her friends were there 30 minutes prior, okay? 30 minutes after they left is when they got a phone call from Jade saying that she did not feel well, that something felt off, okay? That's what the friend Naya said. Nija. Let me see how to pronounce her name again. Is it Naya? It is the friend that was there So it was two friends. It's Nijah, Nijaiha, and it's Kenyatta Jones. So it says Nijah is Jade Benning's best friend. She is one of the biggest state witnesses because she says she was on the phone with Jade when Jade allegedly said her drink tastes funny and that someone put something in it. She also testified at the bond hearing. Now, Kenyatta Jones, person who came to Jade's apartment with Nijah, they were reportedly at the apartment before leaving Jade and Blaise alone. Their testimony matters for the timeline, who was present and what was happening before Jade became sick. So Nijah and Kenyatta were the two females there with Blaise the night of the incidents. They left her with Blaise alone, and 30 minutes later, Jade called Nijah saying that something felt off. Okay? So, now Evelyn Taylor, Blaise's mother, testified. It says she testified at the earlier bond hearing. Her role would likely relate to Blaise's background, family support, bond issues, or possibly what happened after Jade was at the hospital. Okay? So right now, so the state also is going to be calling one of Blaise's ex-girlfriends. All right. So she made a witness statement that she had gotten pregnant by him and he asked her to get an abortion pill. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It says that he asked her, could an abortion pill, hold on. Oh, it says that his ex-girlfriend claimed that he asked her to get him an abortion pill so he could put it in another woman's drink. Wait a minute, what? Prosecutors reportedly claim that Taylor, which is Blaise, previously asked an ex-girlfriend about getting an abortion pill to put in another woman's drink. If this is allowed, that person could be an important motive and intent witness. So the prosecutor is saying his ex-girlfriend asked him, let me see when this statement was supposed to have happened. Hold on. All right, hold on, you guys. So the ex-girlfriend has come forward and said he asked about putting an abortion pill in a woman's drink. Let me see the exact statement that she gave. So it says prosecutors is saying before Jade died, Blaise Taylor allegedly asked his ex-girlfriend about getting an abortion pill to put in another woman's drink. But I have not seen the exact date that was alleged. Okay, hold on. So wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. As of right now, she's not even due to testify. So I don't even know if that. Oh, it says she possibly may testify, possible ex-girlfriend. Okay. So she may testify. So it's been alleged by the state attorney that he asked an ex-girlfriend if she could get an abortion pill to put in another woman's drink. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. So she would have to testify to that. And I don't know how that, let me see. Could her statement, hold on. So it said the defense can attack it by saying, was it a text message? Was there a recording? When exactly did this happen? Why are we just now hearing this? Did she misunderstand him? Did she understand him correctly? Does she have a reason to be biased? So the state can actually bring that forth, but the defense can actually break that down by saying, how are we to believe an ex? She could just literally be jealous or mad because she's an ex. I don't know. But if that is true, if someone asks you about abortion pill to put in another woman's drink, does that mean, that means that they want to put, because an abortion pill is quite different than cocaine, right? An abortion pill is quite different than cocaine. Abortion pill wasn't found in her drink. Cocaine was. So I don't know. An abortion pill, can you get that from, maybe I'm thinking of the day after pill. An abortion pill, that's not something that you can buy in CVS, is it? They should be able to track down if he has obtained an abortion pill through an investigator. She said, I heard there are text messages to a medical professional about what substance could cause an abortion or miscarriage. Don't know if that's true. Ooh, let me ask. Text messages. Hold on. What substance? All right, let me see. So this is what it says. It says, there were discussions about text messages, but they have not been confirmed that there were text messages to medical professionals asking what substance could cause an abortion or miscarriage. What has been publicly reported in the state claim that Blaise allegedly asked his ex-girlfriend about getting an abortion pill to put in another woman's drink. Until the actual text evidence or testimony is shown, I would not say medical professionals were text. So that was probably a rumor about the medical text. I mean, the text to the medical professionals. It says it's not being, it's not on a reliable source. That's what it says. It says, but what I did find is that local coverage described a false text message info dispute during trial. It says KLTV reported that there was a tense exchange between Taylor's attorney and the judge over false text messages information. But the short public article video / summary does not clearly say those were text messages to medical professionals about an abortion or miscarriage substance. So it sounds like the attorney, Taylor's attorney, which is the defense attorney, and the judge had a tense exchange over this information, over false text messages. So they're saying that the text messages were false. She said, ask chat, how long does it take for cocaine to affect her? How long does it take for the amount of cocaine found in her system to take effect? All right, hold on. So right now they're saying those text messages are fake. It says, generally, if cocaine is swallowed or dissolved in a drink, seriously effects can start within 30 minutes to 2 hours, with many sources describing peak blood levels around the 50 to 90 minute after ingestion. One older oral cocaine study found that cocaine may not even be detachable in plasma until about 30 minutes, or detectable in plasma, meaning the blood, into about 30 minutes after oral use. While a body stuffing medical study notes peak concentration after ingestion is often 50 to 90 minutes. So in plain English, if someone drank a large amount of cocaine unknowingly, they may not collapse instantly. They could start feeling off, anxious, dizzy, weak, nauseous, unable to walk straight, or like something is wrong with them. Then within about an hour or so, it could become much worse. Seizures, abnormal heartbeats, high blood pressure, overheating, trouble breathing, loss of consciousness, cardiac arrest, stroke, or death. So for this case, the timing is important because prosecutors are reportedly saying Jade became sick after the friends left and after she had a drink that tastes funny. If the timing was around 60 to 90 minutes later, that could fit oral ingestions, but the defense can still argue timing alone does not prove who put it in the drink. So if cocaine was dissolved into a drink, the effects would not necessarily be instant. With oral ingestion, symptoms can build up over 30 minutes to 2 hours, often peak at around an hour to an hour and a half. So the timeline can fit the state's theory, but timing does not prove who put it in the drink. So it says 30 minutes to an hour and a half, y'all. So 30 minutes to 90 minutes, and it says it peaks at 60 to 90 minutes. So if she called and she was feeling away and the friends had just left 30 minutes prior, then in my opinion, I would think that it had to have been given before they left, right? Before they left, she would have had to drink that drink in their presence if the friend was only gone for 30 minutes. So who knows? Hold on, y'all. I hear a male voice. Oh, hey, how you doing? I'm on live. I'll be done in just a few, okay? Okay. Y'all, I heard a male voice. I had to look up because I'm like, Poppy not here right now. He'll be here later, but he ain't here right now. She said, I wonder if cocaine was found in her stomach contents. Let's find out where the cocaine was found. Hold on. She said 30 minutes was when the friends left. I know. So it says cocaine was found in her system. Prosecutors say Jay had an extremely high lethal amount of cocaine in her system, and the state theory is that it was dissolved into a drink that she consumed. The alleged drink itself has not been publicly confirmed as testing positive. I have not seen a reliable report saying that police found a cup, bottle, or pink drink container that tested positive for cocaine. So the cup in which she consumed this particular drink is missing. Why would the cup be missing? Who took the cup, y'all? Did Blaise take the cup? But he the one called 911. Or did the friend, that the redhead lady, take the cup, y'all? The apartment scene may be an issue. At the bond hearing, a homicide detective reportedly said it looked like some cleanup had been done at the scene, and defense has argued scene contamination. That matters because if the drink/cup was not preserved or tested clearly, the state leans more on toxicology, Jade alleged statement, and timing. So the cocaine evidence we know about publicly is in Jade's toxicology in her body system. It says, I have not seen proof that cocaine was found in a cup or bottle from that apartment. That's why the defense can argue. Toxicology proves that she had cocaine in her system, but it does not automatically prove who put it there. So wait a dang on minute here to tell me was not recovered and a witness just testified that she took items from the apartment. Y'all, it looks to me that this witness may have just screwed this entire case. It says, I said, so wait a dang minute here. You mean to tell me that the cup was not recovered and a witness just testified that she took items from the apartment? Tell me more about this witness and why she took items from the apartment. It says, yes, that's a major defense point, and you're catching the issue correctly. Based on the reporting, we do not have public confirmation that the actual cup/drink container was recovered and tested. What WSMV reported is that the defense said one of Nyjah Jackson's friends went back to Jade's apartment, removed items, locked the apartment, and brought Jade's purse and ID to the hospital. Defense says when police later went back, they considered the crime scene contaminated. WSMV also said attorneys did not say whether anything beyond Jade's purse and ID was taken. So the witness issue is this. Who was she? Who was she? Public reporting describes her as one of Jackson's friends, meaning someone connected to Jade friend Nyjah Jackson. I have not seen reliable public reporting naming her or fully explaining her relationship to Jade. Why did she go back? From the defense description, she appears to have gone back to retrieve Jade's purse and ID and bring them to the hospital. That may have been done for practical reasons. Hospital identification belongings help Jade, but legally it creates a problem because she entered the apartment before police fully secured or processed the crime scene. Why does this matter? Because the state's theory is that Jade drank something with cocaine in it. If the cup, bottle, straw, or drink container was not preserved, or if people entered the apartment and moved things around, the defense can argue, how do we know what was in that drink? Who handled that cup? Was the cup thrown away? Was the scene changed? Did investigators lose the best physical evidence ever? That does not automatically destroy the state's case because they still have the toxicology report. However, Jade's alleged statement, the timeline, and the witness testimony could also help the state, but it gives the defense a strong, reasonable doubt argument, all right? It says, hold up, this is important. The cocaine we know about publicly was found in the body, not confirmed from a recovered cup. And the defense says someone went back into that apartment, removed items, locked it up, and brought Jade's purse and ID to the hospital. That gives the defense room to argue the scene was contaminated and the jury cannot know what happened to the actual drink. So you know when he showed that cup, let's go back to the picture of that cup. He showed that cup to her and said, do you see this cup in the apartment? It was never recovered, y'all, by the police. So she took that damn cup. Okay, you guys, let's look at this again. She took this cup. But of course, she's not going to say that she did. Y'all see this cup? Hold on, let me put this down. This cup right here, y'all. Y'all see this cup? She took pictures of this. So sorry. So the cup right here to the right. Hold on, let's go back to it. Oh, come on, Amoira. The cup to the right over here. Let's go back to it a little bit more. Oh, crap. I done messed it up. Hold on. The cup right there to the right, and then her neatly placed dishes and pots to the left. But that cup was not found, you guys. The cup was not found. The cup was not turned over. The cup gone, y'all. The cup is gone. So, ooh, honey, she said the cup was a key evidence in the case, and that lady knew that. Yeah, if she's the only one that, and it said that she wasn't the only one. She went over there. Hold on, who did she go to the apartment with? Who did that lady go to the apartment with? That lady may be charged with contaminating the scene. I don't know if she can, and it happened back in 2022. If they haven't charged her yet, I don't know if they will, but she could be. I don't know. It says from the public reporting, the defense is saying someone connected to Naja went back to Jade's apartment and removed items, including Jade's person ID, but it is not confirmed who went with her. So they're not saying who went her or whether or not she went alone. The details matter because it affects how many people had access to the apartment after Jade was taken to the hospital. So they're not, and she wore gloves too, y'all. So they're not even saying if she had someone to go with her or did she go alone, okay? So Super Leo says her daughter killed her best friend. She's a nurse and knows how things like this works. So y'all think it was someone other than the boyfriend that did this? Now, again, the boyfriend is the one that called 911, not Naja. So hold on, let me ask. Give me a second. Let me ask. I want to know, did Naja do a separate call to the police? Let me ask. I know the boyfriend called, but let me see, did she do a separate call? Hold on. Nija, Nijaiha Jackson, make a call to the police. Did Nija call the police? Let's find out. Did Nija call the police? Nija never called 911. Nope. It says she did not. It said, according to trial reporting, Nija Jackson did not call 911 after Jade called her. The defense is using that to argue Jade's statement may not have been clear. Blaise Taylor is the one who reported this to 911 and went to the hospital with her. So the friend did not even call 911, okay? Now, if you was the friend, would you have called 911? While you guys answer that, I am going to play the Gold Met song. I do appreciate you guys. Let's play this Gold Met song, you guys, and let's get back into it. Hold on just a second. Thank y'all so very much. I do appreciate it.
Gold Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Gold Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest. Hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super checks. Hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super checks. Hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super checks. Hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super checks. Hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now.
Thank y'all so very much for helping your girl meet her goal. Thank you. You guys, let me see what y'all said. Hold on. Did y'all say, yes, I'll call 911? So, okay, I'll definitely make a call. If your friend call you frantic, right? If she call you frantic saying, I can't feel my legs, you did this because you didn't want the baby and things of that nature, even after finding out, well, would you call the police really? I don't know. Would you call the police before knowing that Yeah, I would. If my friend called me saying I can't feel my legs and this, that, and the other, and I text her and said, "Are you talking about me?" Because how did the phone call end? I don't know, y'all. I would at least try to call her back, and if she didn't answer, yes, I would have called the police. I would have called the police. So Lady TH says, I would have called 911 and raced back over there, seeing as she was pregnant. 911, I'm on my way. So the friend did not call the police, but he did. Let me see. Did the friend go to the hospital? Some, I don't know. Look, I don't want to say they had anything to do with it and just let him just get off the hook totally, but something don't smell right. It says Niger did not call 911. Blaise did, but someone connected to Niger reportedly went back to Jade's apartment and brought Jade's purse and ID to the hospital. That matters because the defense is arguing that the apartment is... Okay, so did Niger go to the apartment? Did Niger... Hold on. Did N-I-J-A-I-H-A go back to the apartment? Go back to the apartment. So Niger didn't go back to the apartment. Wait a minute, who told the lady to go to the apartment then? Who gave her access? Because why wouldn't Niger go back to the apartment to lock it up? According to the defense, Niger did not call. Okay, I read that one. It says someone entered the apartment after Jade was taken away and the drink cup was not discovered. The drink cup was not discovered. Recovered, I'm sorry. It said it has not been clearly reported who gave that person access to Jade's apartment. The reporter only says the defense claimed one of Niger Jackson's friends that was over there earlier went back to the apartment, removed items, locked it up, and brought Jade's purse and ID to the hospital. So the missing facts are this. Did she already have a key? Did Niger give her the key? Did Jade family give her permission? Did someone at the hospital tell her to go get the ID and the purse? Was the apartment unlocked? Did Blaise give anyone access? So the biggest question is, how did the person get access to Jade's apartment? And it says, if the cup was not recovered, that makes this even more important because the state is relying on Jade's toxicology and alleged statements, not a confirmed cocaine positive cup or bottle from that apartment. Oh my God, shut the front door. Is this case getting messier and messier or what, y'all? Is the case getting messier or messier? I think Niger may have had something to do with it, y'all. What do y'all think? Oh, wait a minute. Is this Niger on the stand, y'all? Let's find out if this is Niger on the stand. Listen, I'm going to reset the goal. You guys can, pour into it if you like. But, I'm going to reset it just in case. Now, you know what? I'm not going to reset it. If you guys want to continue to tip, you guys can. Unless y'all want to hear the gold Met song again. Let me know if y'all want me to reset it or not. Let me know.
She's not answered yea or nay, but I'll sustain that.
During that time when Jade found out that she was having a baby girl, can you describe what Jade was doing kind of as far as social media and publicizing the fact that she was pregnant and who the father was?
She never did.
Never. And can you explain, do you know why?
Ultimately, based on the conversations with her and Blaise, I think Jade was very apprehensive to share things based on his reaction.
I'm trying to get to Ms. Benning's state of mind.
Okay, rephrase your question.
Let's go back a little bit and find out if this is, in fact, Niger on the stand, y'all. Hold on. Let's find out who this is on the stand. She's walking. Let's find out who she is.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. She said her name. She got sworn in. Hold on.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jackson. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Najee Deshae Jackson.
Thank you.
So Nyjah Jackson, this is Nyjah Jackson, her friend that did not call 911. Now, this is actually going to be an important testimony because she is the one that said that her friend Jade called her and she overheard her saying things of, I can't feel my legs. You did this because you didn't want the baby and my drink tastes funny.
Could you spell your first name and your middle name for the court reporter?
Nijaiha, middle name Deshae, Deshay.
And where are you originally from, Ms. Jackson?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And
I don't know, y'all. I mean, just off already, and I know I might be reaching, but would you be smiling if your friend was deceased and you was in court testifying? Would you be smiling? Let me know.
when you lived in Little Rock, Arkansas, at some point in your life, did you meet Miss Jade Benning?
I did.
And how old were you when you met Jade Benning?
I was about 6 years old.
Can you describe your friendship with Jade Benning?
My friendship with Jade Benning was a friendship that I pray everyone gets to experience. Jade was my sister. She was a very loyal person, a very dependable person, and a friend that I never imagined to not have anymore.
How long did you knew her since you were 6, but did you guys go to school together?
Yes, we went to middle school, high school, and a little bit of college.
And during that time, did you stay very close best friends?
Yes.
At some point, did y'all not live in the same place in Arkansas?
Yes, we did not. There was a point when I lived in Fayetteville and she lived in Conway, Arkansas.
Did you maintain that close friendship even when you didn't live in the same town?
Yes.
And can you describe Jade kind of growing up? What type of person was she?
Jade was a very outgoing, charismatic, go with the flow type of girl. A girl that never met a stranger. She didn't care your socioeconomic background. She didn't care your gender, your race. She would meet anyone and become their friend the same day.
And growing up with her, did you guys have a type of friendship where you shared even kind of secrets, stuff that you would tell other people?
Yes.
And in college, or I guess high school, did she play any sports?
She was a cheerleader.
Did you play any sports?
I was a cheerleader.
Was it a competition cheerleader squad?
Yes, we did both competitive cheer and high school cheer.
And when y'all were graduating from high school, what happened after that? What happened with you?
I moved to Fayetteville to go to the University of Arkansas, and Jade went to University of Central Arkansas in Conway.
And did she stay at that?
I'm just laughing because Super Leo says she's getting on my nerve already. Why is she getting on your nerve? Because she's smiling, Super Leo. Lady, this is too funny.
She did not.
What did Jade end up doing before completing her degree that she started?
She went to Brightwater Culinary School.
And where is that culinary school at?
In Bentonville, Arkansas.
And was that something that she had talked to you about wanting to do?
Yes, she did. It was we were trying to figure out what we wanted to do, and ultimately she was like, I think I want to go to culinary school. I was like, okay.
And after she was in culinary school, when did you finish with your degree?
In 2020.
And what did you do after you graduated?
I moved back to Little Rock, and I was a dental assistant.
And what was your degree in?
Biology.
And after that time, I guess you worked as a dental assistant.
That's true. And like somebody said earlier, it could be that she's nervous, but I don't know if I would be at trial and my friend, something like that happened to my friend and I'm all teeth. I don't know though. You know what I'm saying? I think I would start thinking about it, but I don't know. Who knows? You're right though. You can't judge them like that by a smile.
And did you decide to go back to school?
I did.
When was that?
In 2022.
And where did you decide to go to school?
Mahary Medical College.
Can you describe what was going on with Jade kind of around that same time?
Jade was a chef at Ernest. She was like head chef and just chefing it up, doing all the things, running Ernest.
And was she living here in Nashville?
Yes.
Can you describe what were your feelings about when you realized that you were going to be moving to Nashville?
I was really excited because I knew I had a friend here and I wasn't alone anymore. And we would be able to reconnect since our departure when she moved to Nashville and I was still in Little Rock.
And when did you relocate to Nashville, Tennessee?
In August of 2022.
And at that time, was Jade already living here?
Yes.
And once you moved here, did you talk to her kind of even more than you normally did?
Yes, I did.
Would you characterize it as almost daily?
Yes.
And at some point, after you moved here, how did you first hear about her dating Blaise Taylor?
She told me she kind of met him a couple months prior to, and it was kind of just, small little conversations. And then when I moved here, she was telling me about this guy she had been seeing.
And do you know how they met?
On Hinge.
And what is Hinge?
Hinge is a dating app.
And if she saw him for a date or went over to his house, would she tell you about it?
Yes.
And did she tell you about it often in the beginning?
Yes.
Can you describe what was her kind of attitude and outlook towards him?
She described him as somebody that was like kind of different from her usual type. She was very like optimistic as to like where this could go. She was really enjoying their hangouts and their conversations. So I was like, all right, well, let's see where this goes.
Did she express to you that she wanted to be in a relationship with him?
At a point in time, yes.
And at some point before she found out she was pregnant, is it before that, did something happen that kind of changed that positive, optimistic outlook about the possible future with Mr. Taylor?
You said before she found out she was pregnant? There were a couple of incidents at his home with a previous girl.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
That's the court, not me, y'all. That is the court. I don't know what the hell is going on. Hold on a second.
Appointment that same day.
Yes.
Was it the very same
That
day
was
or
them,
it
y'all.
The next day?
It was the next day.
Okay. So were you trying to get her an appointment the same
I was
day?
trying to get her an appointment the same day, but was told we don't do same day appointments.
And did you go with her to that appointment?
I did.
And do you remember the date of it?
November the 3rd.
And what happened at that appointment?
They took her back and did vitals, and then I was telling her, don't wait on me to get there so I can be with you for the ultrasound because I wanted to hear the heartbeat with her. And
Did you make it?
yes, I did. And I went to the back with her, and the nurse was asking her if she wanted to, well, I asked her if she wanted to hear the heartbeat, and and the nurse kind of verified with her decision, and we heard the heartbeat.
Okay, here it comes. Now she's getting a little emotional now.
And they were measuring like the baby size and confirming like how many weeks she was.
Ms. Jackson, were they able to tell Ms. Benning?
I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit because I want to hear. Don't y'all just want to hear what was happening on the phone? That's what I want to hear. What he say on the
Just
phone?
one bedroom.
2-bedroom.
And was she planning things for
The side, and we were just like chit chatting about what they were gonna paint, and we talked about like going to a concert, and we were laughing at the fact that I didn't know how to play spades. So that was pretty much like the basis of the conversation.
And can you describe Jade's kind of kitchen area when you got there? Was there food out that they were eating, or kind of what was the setup at the point you got there?
When I got there, the food was on the stove. It's kind of packaged. The canvases were kind of off to the side. The island was pretty clear. I didn't, and Jade had a glass of like a pink drink, and Blaise wasn't drinking anything. There was no cup in front of Blaise.
And did you drink anything while you were there?
I didn't drill.
Was that something you brought with you?
I did not.
What was Mr. Taylor doing, and where was he at in the room?
He was sitting beside Jade at the island, and he was engaging with some of the conversations, and he was just shuffling Uno cards the whole time.
Was anybody playing Uno?
No.
But he was shuffling cards.
Mm-hmm.
And did Mr. Jones, did he interact with Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, like ever so slightly. It was kind of like a conversation just in the kitchen.
And do you know approximately how long y'all stayed?
Probably like a little over 15 minutes, like 15 to 30 minutes.
And during that time, did anything seem amiss to you?
Nothing too alarming except the comment he made about his artwork that he was gonna make, because the whole basis of this project was to make something for the baby's room.
It's a statement by the defendant, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't think she's gotten there yet, but you want to ask about what?
Yes. You said that he made a comment about the painting he was going to do. What was his comment?
I had asked like what they were gonna paint, and Jade was like, "I'm gonna make something."
You care to be heard on?
I think it's unnecessary, so no. I do think it goes to Jade's state of mind, Your Honor, but
All right, I'll go with the objection and go into.
Was that comment from Mr. Taylor right after the discussion with the artwork with Ms. Benning?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
what did Ms. Benning say she was planning on painting?
She said that she was gonna paint something for the baby's room. She didn't know what yet, but she knew that's what she was gonna paint, something to hang in Ivy's room. And when I asked Blaise what he was gonna paint, he told me he was gonna paint a black hole. And I was like, a black hole? And he was like, yeah, I'm gonna call it midnight. The further you look, the deeper you'll go. And I was like, well, okay, But I was like, well, why don't we just add like a little bit of white to the, canvas to make it look a little lively. And that was kind of that. But it was a very dark demeanor about this painting after Jade said that she was gonna make something for the baby's room.
And were they actually painting while you were there?
No.
So this was discussions about what we're about to do.
Yes.
And was anything else in this other than the comment that you made about the painting?
Not that I can think of or remember.
And did you get food?
I did.
And did y'all leave?
We did.
And after you left, did you communicate with Jade after you left?
Yes.
And you don't have to tell me what you said, but how did you communicate with her?
I text her.
And did she respond?
Yes.
And did you have a couple of texts back and forth?
Yes.
And can you describe Jade's demeanor when you left?
She seemed really happy, very excited to spend the rest of the night with Blaise, and probably excited that I was leaving now.
When you left, where did you go?
To Keontae's house.
And what did you do when you got there?
I ate my chicken Alfredo.
And were you planning on hanging out with Mr. Jones all night, or what was your kind of plan for that night?
No, I just stopped by. We were just studying, got food. We were just like hanging out, and I was about to go home.
And did you actually leave Mr. Jones's house?
I did.
Did you stop anywhere before you got home?
Yes.
And where did you stop?
A gas station.
And what, if anything, happened while you were there?
I was pumping gas. And as I was walking back to my car, I get a phone call from Jade, and I answered it, and I was like, hello? Just normal. And
Okay, can y'all hear? Here it goes.
she immediately starts saying, what did you do? What did you put in my drink? Then I heard her say, Blaise, you're scaring me. And he was like, you're scaring me. And she was like, I know you put something in my drink. She's like, I knew my drink tasted funny. And she was asking him to.
Why would Jade call her friend and say she can't feel her leg? She know he put some in her drink and not call 911. Why would she call her friend first and not 911? Or her mother? Why her friend? And say, I know you put some in my drink. Is she talking to the friend? Or is she talking to Blaise?
Empty his pockets. And she was like, let me see what's in your pockets. Let me see. And he was like, I don't have anything. So this whole time I'm like, Jade, like trying to get a response from her. So because I didn't get a response from her, I texted her and I was like, are you talking to me? What's going on? And then she was like, I know you put something in my drink because I can't even walk to drink.
So now it sounds like she's adding a little bit more. Huh? Sounds like she's talking to her friend to me. That's what I'm saying, because why would you call your friend and say that?
She was saying that she couldn't feel her legs. And then she said it again. She was like, you put something in my drink. You did this so something happened to me.
Give it just. You need to clean it. I won't everybody be able to hear you, number one, but then let you calm down. Okay.
Can you repeat the last thing that you heard Jade say?
She said that you did this so something could happen to the baby.
Did she say anything else?
She was saying like I'm about to feel like I'm about to pass out. And then like towards the end of the conversation, she was like, is key. And then nothing else.
Like what?
She was like saying, it was very wavy, and she was like, is, I heard is, and I heard with, and I heard key. And so I then merged Keontae on the phone because I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with Jade. Like, something sounds wrong. Like, listen to her.
So, and then she called the other lady that was there, okay? She didn't call the police. She called the other girl that was there and merged her on the phone and said, listen to Jade, something is wrong with her. I don't know, y'all. She said, this is screaming, we don't like Blaise, let's pin it on him. I don't know, y'all. Something ain't right.
And he's like, Jade, like, I'm here. And at that point, you just really couldn't understand what she was saying anymore.
Ms. Jackson, I want to kind of go back. At the beginning of the call, when you could understand Jade, can you describe, based off of your experience, how did she sound?
She sounded like very scared. She did not sound like herself. She sounded like she needed help.
Did you say she sounded like she needed help?
Yes.
When she was saying the things that you just testified to, did she say some of those phrases more than once?
Yes.
And you said at the beginning, she said, Blaise, you're scaring me.
Yes.
And you heard him respond.
So earlier, the defense said she never said Blaise. She never said the girl identified Blaise, you did this to me or you did that. But now on the stand, she's saying that she used his name Blaise.
Did he respond to any of the other phrases that she was saying to him?
And then she just admitted that he was in the background saying, I'm here, Jade. I'm here. Here, Jade, I'm here. I'm right here. Does that sound like somebody that's trying to unalive someone or harm somebody?
The thing he responded to was when she said that he was scaring her. He then said, like, you're scaring me. And then when he was asking her if she had when she was asking if he had anything in his pockets and for him to show her, he was like, I don't have anything. And that was kind of all he said.
So you could hear him on that call?
Yes.
And that's all he said during that whole time that Jade made all of those statements, so that she couldn't feel her legs, and she's asking him, what's in your hand? Show me your pockets. What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny. You did not provide a response to any of that.
No.
And can you describe that call is a 6 minute and 9 second call? Kind of at what point, is it just at the end, those last few words that you really couldn't understand her?
Yes.
If I know I had just left my friend's house and she called me frantic, like, I can't feel my legs, you did this to me, blah, 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 I'm calling 911. First of all, I don't understand why Jade didn't call 911, but even as the friend, because she's crying now, explaining it on the stand, why didn't she feel just as bad? She called her other friend on three-way. Why didn't she call 911? I'm calling 911, y'all. I'm calling 911. Let me tell y'all a quick story right quick, and I'm going to get right back to this. We were out at the family reunion, and a Hispanic family ran up to us. Candy was there. She can contest to that. And the lady was all, she looked like she was about to faint. And the other lady said, can we just get a seat for my mom to sit down? I think she's overheating, and she looked like she's about to faint. So my family is grabbing her a chair so she can sit down. And guess what your girl Amoira is doing? Amoira is calling 911. Why am I calling 911, y'all? Because what's not gonna happen on our watch. That lady that just asked for a seat, she's not about to fall out, DIE, or anything on my watch, honey. I'm calling 911 and I'm gonna report what happened. And guess what? They sent the paramedics out there or whatever. And it's fun, well, not funny, but her husband came over and he too had to be looked at. They were experiencing some really extreme heat exhaustion, right? But he came over like he was about to faint. They wasn't under our tent. They were walking by, but the daughter is the one that came and asked us for one of our chairs, right? From underneath our pavilion. But I dialed 911 because it's not our responsibility. They were like, can you give her ice chips? Can you fan her? Can you do this? Can you do that? And I'm like, yeah, we could do that, but we could dial 911 and let professionals handle it. And my husband said, babe, why you call 911 when we got 2 RNs and a nurse practitioner student here? Because it ain't their responsibility. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is not their responsibility. They ain't getting paid to save nobody's life, and I didn't want anything else to happen to that lady. So I called 911. I'm not playing, honey. I ain't playing. I'm dialing 911. I let professionals do what? I let professionals do what professionals is going to do, what they're trained to do, baby. I let them take care of it, okay? Anyway, let's continue. The friend should have dialed 911 instead of calling somebody else. Because what was the other person on the phone going to do when she's sitting up here saying she can't feel her legs, huh?
And you said you heard her say kind of 3 words. What were those again?
I heard is, I heard with, and I heard key.
And did you try to connect that to what that could possibly mean?
Yes, I didn't understand what she was saying, but because she sounded so scared and Keontae was just there, we all call him Key. So I was like, okay, like she's obviously scared, like she needs him to help her because she's with another man and Keontae is a man. So when I added him on the phone, he's talking to her and
Is she responding at all?
no,
At any time did you think that Jade Benning was saying those phrases to you?
no,
And you heard Mr. Taylor respond and you heard her say too, Blaise, you're scaring me.
yes,
How did that call end?
the phone hung up,
Did you hang up?
no,
At any point did Mr. Taylor say anything to you?
no.
And what did you do after that line got cut?
I called back,
Did you call back more than once?
yes,
At some point, and you're calling back Ms. Benning's phone, is that correct?
correct,
Did you have Blaise Taylor's phone to call him?
no,
At some point, was her phone answered?
yes,
And who answered it when you called back?
Blaise.
And can you describe what was said in that phone call?
I answered the phone and he answered the phone and I was like, Blaise, like what's going on? What's going on? Like FaceTime me. Like, let me see her. And he doesn't FaceTime me. But he tells me that he's about to call 911.
Did you ask him several times to FaceTime you?
Yes.
And you said that you asked him what was going on. Did he answer you?
He just kept saying, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you remember him saying anything else on that call?
There was a point where he asked me if she had an EpiPen.
Did that make any sense to you?
Not at all.
If he's asking, does she have a EpiPen, or however you say that, and things of that nature, does that sound like somebody that's trying to have somebody unalived? Does that sound like someone that's trying to harm someone?
Did Jade have any allergies?
Not to my knowledge.
And at that moment, can you describe, do you know what's actually going on with Jane?
No.
So what do you do?
After Blaise tells me that he's calling 911, he's like, I gotta go. Like, I'm calling 911. The phone disconnects again. That was not on me. And then I called Jade's mother.
And Ms. Jackson, do you remember?
She didn't call the girl that was there. She called Jay's mother and still didn't call 911.
Was Keontae Jones on that second call? Do you remember that specifically? And when I say second call, the call where you called her and Blaise Taylor answered.
Yes.
And do you remember if Keontae said anything to him or if he said anything back?
He was asking him, what did he do?
And you said that call got disconnected, but not by you.
Yes.
And then you immediately called Jade Benning's mother.
Yes.
And were you still at the gas station or what were you doing?
I was on the interstate trying to get to Jade's apartment.
And did you make it to Jade's apartment?
Yes.
And can you describe when you got there what was going on?
When I pulled up, the ambulance was already outside. Jade was already in the truck. Her head was to the side. And they were doing CPR. So I'm still on the phone with Bridget at this point, and I'm trying to give her something, but I can't see her face. She's just really pale. She still has on the pajamas that she was wearing when I left. And Blaise is going back and forth, and I'm just like, what happened? What happened? And then the EMT comes around and tells me that we all need to go to Vanderbilt.
Could you tell if Jade Benning was conscious?
No.
Did she look conscious?
No.
And you said that you saw Mr. Taylor going back and forth. Can you describe what was his demeanor like when you saw him by the ambulance outside?
It was just like very anxious, kind of panicky, but he couldn't answer. He couldn't tell me what was going on, what was said. Like, I had no idea what he even called 911 and said at this point in time. And when they tell us to leave, then we both leave and meet them at the ER.
So he didn't tell you anything that happened
No.
after you left?
No.
And do you drive to the ER?
Yes.
Do you see him again?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
I see him again in the parking lot when we get to the ER. And when we walk into checking in at the hospital, again, I'm still on the phone with Jade's mom. And we go to the check-in and they're asking, who are we here to see? I say Jade Benning, and they ask what's her date of birth. But they were asking our relation to the patient. And I said, that's my best friend. And he told them that this was his girlfriend. And I had never heard that before. And so at this point, I'm very, very confused. I'm still trying to process and understand what I just heard on the phone. So then they asked for the patient's birthday. And since this is your girlfriend, tell her Jade's birthday. And he couldn't tell them her birthday. So I then provided that information for them.
I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Something ain't right. Cause like, I don't know. Something ain't right. Something is off to me. Something is off. Like a little jealousy there that she had toward him, because she said that was the first she had heard that was his girlfriend, and said, well, since they asked you the date of birth, if she's your girlfriend, Why don't you know the date of birth? You know?
Did he tell them anything about what happened?
The check-in?
Yes.
No.
But you said he referred to her as his girlfriend.
Yes.
Did you believe them to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
No.
And you ever heard anything about that?
No.
What was his kind of demeanor like to you? Was he kind of leaning on you for comfort, asking you things about Jade, or what was going on? What was he saying?
We like to read our job section.
Okay, you kind of had a question there. You're asking this young lady what was Mr. Taylor's demeanor?
Yes, what was his demeanor and was
She
he saying?
didn't answer that.
Thank you.
What was his demeanor? It was not looking for comfort. It was almost like he was just trying to figure out what was going on, but not necessarily.
That's hearsay.
Okay, by demeanor, she's talking about emotions or quiet, not what your interpretation of.
Okay. Was not crying. His demeanor was very calm per se, but more in terms of like trying to figure out what was going on, but not about the status of Jade's.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll sustain objection. What's your next question?
Was he asking questions of the people at the hospital?
I don't know.
You don't remember him asking them?
No.
What were you doing?
Trying to get some answers as to what just happened, what was Jade's state. I had nothing. So I was in the room, we were in a room in the hospital, and I was just trying to figure out what was going on.
Did you provide the hospital staff with identifying information about Jade?
Yes.
Did they ask you questions about her?
Yes.
And did you provide them with information about kind of her pregnancy and things like that?
Yes.
And you said that you were in a room with Mr. Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anybody else in that room?
Not at that time.
And did you speak to him again?
Yes.
And kind of what were you saying and what was his response?
I was asking him what was going on, like what happened. He kind of wasn't really giving me anything. He kind of explained a little bit like that she just didn't feel good. And at this point, Keontae then calls again and he's asking what's going on. And I'm obviously very flustered and upset. And Keontae then asks to speak to Blaise.
And did you give the phone to Keontae?
Yes. Well, to Blaise.
Can you describe, you said that Mr. Taylor said that Ms. Benning wasn't feeling well.
Mhm.
Do you remember anything specific he said about that?
He said that she felt woozy. He said that she felt woozy and needed to lie down.
And that term woozy, was that something that was familiar to you?
No.
Is that something that Jade had she ever used that word?
No.
Did he say anything else about what happened?
He said that they danced, that they ate, they played games, and then they painted, and then she felt woozy and she needed to lie down, and that she threw up.
At what point, kind of in the progression of events that night, did he say that she threw up?
When other hospital staff came in and they were basically asking both of us kind of what happened from each of our perspectives. And when he's explaining it to someone, he then adds that in there. But I had known that she had thrown up prior to that statement.
Was that the first time you ever heard him say that?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you had asked him a multitude of times what happened?
Yes.
And So you're present when he's telling the hospital staff about what happened.
Yes.
Does he ever tell them what you heard Jade say to him on that phone call?
No.
At some point, did you tell him?
I did.
And was he there when you told him?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he say when you told them what Jade said to you?
He started talking over me and then says, "You act like you care about her more than I do, and that's the mother of my child."
Can you explain what did that statement mean to you based off of what you knew?
Can you ask that one more time?
That statement, was that a normal statement or an unusual statement?
Unusual.
I'm gonna object. She's already stated she doesn't know Mr. Taylor. This is the
Now, that's his real attorney. She's the lead attorney. She's actually out of Texas. I don't even know how that can happen, but apparently she must practice in both states. But she flew out from Texas to defend this young fella. Okay, she is the lead attorney. I'm only stating that because this is my first time hearing her speak. But she's like, listen, the lady just said what she said. She just said what she said. Now, in my opinion, I don't think she's a good witness for the state so far. She's saying things like, him saying, you acting like, you care more about her. That's the mother of my child. That sounds like someone trying to defend Jade and the child in her belly. That does not sound like someone that committed first-degree murder. And she's saying this in court in front of the jury,
first time she met him.
Okay. Do you want to rephrase your question?
Had you ever heard him say that before?
No.
Did you find that to be, I guess, can you describe, what did you think when he said that?
Objection irrelevant.
Care to be heard on the relevance?
Yes, Your Honor, I think the context of their relationship is state of mind. I think that it's relevant
But
to
you're asking
the
her
answer.
to interpret that. I'll sustain the objection.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I tried to stay away from him as much as I could because that upset me.
Why did it upset you?
Because she's my best friend, and that didn't matter about the relationship. Like, we should be focusing on her health and the baby's health, not about who was closer to her in that moment.
Did you tell multiple people at the hospital about what Jade said on that phone call to him?
Yes.
And at some point, did police officers arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak with them?
Yes.
And did you speak with multiple officers?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the phone call?
Yes.
And at some point, did a detective show up?
Yes.
And did you meet with him?
Yes.
And was that separate from Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And did you give him a statement about everything that Jade said to him on that call that you heard?
Yes.
And at some point that night, did you leave the hospital?
Yes.
And can you describe, when did you do that?
Maybe around 2 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I left and went home and was trying to make sense of what I just heard.
At any point, did you see Mr. Keontae Jones again that night?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
He picked me up. I was telling him that I just felt uncomfortable because at this point it was just Blaise and I and a couple of other people, and I just didn't want to be there anymore. So I asked him to come and pick me up.
And can you describe, did anyone else that knew Jade show up at the hospital before you left?
Yes.
And who showed up?
Lauren and Natalie.
And did you know them?
Yes.
How did you know them?
I met them through Jade. They were her coworkers.
At some point, did you go back to Jade's apartment?
Yes.
And when did you do that?
Maybe like a day or so after.
And did you go by yourself or did you go with other people?
Other people.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish a portion of Exhibit 14 to this witness?
Do y'all believe her? So far, does she seem like a credible witness to you? What are you taking from what you're seeing? Or what you're hearing, should I say? Her demeanor too, though. Let's hear what the judge is saying right quick.
Okay.
To me, it seems like the judge is bored.
For the record, I'm publishing video 1 from Exhibit 14.
So they're getting ready to show videos now and ask her questions about it. So let's listen.
Shown in this video.
Yes.
And what is that?
Jade's kitchen, and it's the dinner that she made that night.
And do you remember why y'all were videoing this?
Because I was very adamant on going to her apartment because I had just seen her an hour prior to this phone call. So I wanted to see if there was something happened, if there was any sign of struggle or kind of what happened here.
And this video, is that exactly the way that it looked when you left?
No.
And now I am showing video
What's
number
different?
4. Sorry, I'm gonna go back to that.
Oh, okay.
I'm showing video number 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And specifically, is there anything about this video that stood out to you?
The camera and the blinds.
And explain what you mean by that.
Every time that I've been at Jade's apartment, that white camera has been in her kitchen area. So I was very concerned as to why it was moved in her bedroom. Jade also lived on the first floor, so I was confused as to why her blinds were up and the camera was facing outward. She kept the camera in the kitchen, because the front door was right there. So this was very alarming because Jade would never leave her blinds up like that, especially at night with the camera moved away from, can't see anything there.
Had you ever seen the camera in that location at this apartment or even her previous apartment?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to video number 1. Ms. Jackson, can you describe where is it that camera normally would be?
To the right of the Happiness is Homemade sign.
And if you touch that monitor in front of you, it will actually make a mark, so you can mark this specific spot that you're referring to.
Right here? Oh. Oh, my God.
You need to redo it.
Is that where it was when you had been there earlier?
Yes.
And so when you were there earlier that night, the camera was right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you came back, it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Can you describe what, if anything, did you?
So she's saying when she was over there with the friend, the camera was on the countertop. But after she went back over there, after the fact, she's saying the camera was moved to the bedroom. But at the same time, does that mean that he moved the camera? Or could she have moved the camera after they left? Does that tell you that he committed first-degree murder? That he moved the camera? Now that the camera is moved, do you guys feel that it was first-degree murder? Do you think he moved the camera, she moved the camera? Do you think it could be proven who moved the camera? That's more importantly, because it doesn't matter who did it. It matters what could be proven, right? She said if they wanted to prove that they should have found some pictures in her phone or something to prove the location of the camera. But you can really move the camera. Glenn said you can't say who moved the camera exactly. You can't say who moved the camera.
Did you do related to that camera and the blinds that we just saw in her bedroom?
I moved the camera back to where it was, and I put the blinds back down.
Holy smokes, did you just hear her? Did you just hear this young lady? She said she moved the camera back to where it was and she put the blinds down. Why the hell would you do that? What's wrong with these people contaminating the crime scene? Let's go back, y'all. I cannot believe that lady just said that, y'all. Hold on. If these ain't the dumbest people, I don't know, y'all. Hold on. Let's listen to what she said. She said she moved the camera back to where it was.
Had been there earlier.
Yes.
And so when you were there earlier that night, the camera was right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you came back, it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Can you describe what, if anything, did you do related to that camera and the blinds that we just saw in her bedroom?
I moved the camera back to where it was, and I put the blinds back down.
So you moved the camera and put it back
Where?
to that slot.
Oh
right
my
by the
goodness.
stove.
Yes.
What would make her do that? Please explain. Why would you move the camera? Why would you close the blinds? Why would you do any of this? Why? Why? I would not do any of this. I would not even be concerned with none of this. Why would she do that?
And why did you do that?
Because I was not sure if Blaise had an extra key or not. He did help her move in, and it was supposed to be in front of the door in case if something happened, you can see. And so I put it back there because I was not sure if he were to have come back or not.
Did you?
So now all of a sudden she's trying to say she put it there to see if he come back or not? Y'all, I told y'all something ain't right. Something is not right. She said, I wouldn't even enter the apartment. Me neither. I'm not going to that apartment for what? And then you got somebody else come behind her and move the cover out of there and take some other shit. Man, this is a straight up cover up of something. I don't know what they covering up, but this shit does not smell right, y'all. This does not pass the test.
Do you have any idea if that camera was connected and recording?
I was under the impression that it was.
And I want to show you now what is video 5 and exhibit 14. Can you describe what, if anything, did you notice about this area of Miss Benning's bedroom?
I noticed the staining on her comforter and that her covers were kind of messed up from the bottom half and not the foot of the bed and not the head of the bed.
Was that generally how she would leave her bedroom?
No.
And you were referring to that stain,
Yes.
and you've already testified that at some point at the hospital, Mr. Taylor said she threw up.
Yes.
When you saw that stain, does that look like throw up to you?
Not necessarily to me. I don't know what that looks
Your
like.
Honor, I'm gonna object as she is not a medical professional to determine.
Exactly. So the defense attorney just objected and said she is not a medical professional. And rightfully so. She's supposed to object. Why are they asking her those questions? She doesn't know. She don't know. She's not a medical professional. She can't answer those questions.
Okay, she said she's not sure what that was.
Was that something that stood out to you?
Yes,
And why?
because Jade wouldn't have her comforter dirty, and Blaise had already told me that she threw up.
Did you do anything to try to locate evidence of throw up?
Yes, I looked in the trash can, I looked in the washer and dryer, any nook and cranny around her apartment to see where this throw up was.
And did you find any evidence of it?
No.
Can you describe the pictures kind of that were taken of the trash can? Were you there when all of that was done?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to show this witness the photograph from Exhibit 14.
All right.
This is the fourth photograph, which I believe is 14. I don't know if it's labeled as a collective exhibit, but it would be 14D if we were doing it that way. Ms. Jackson, did anything stand out to you about this picture?
I did think that the pink lemonade did stand out to me because that was the color of the drink that she was drinking when I was there the first time.
And the fifth picture, can you describe what's shown here?
It looks like food that wasn't eaten, like left over on the plate or something.
Did that stand out to you as being unusual?
No.
Were you looking for, I guess, what, if anything, were you looking for?
I was looking for the color that was on the comforter, that pinkish color, and I was looking for the food to be a little bit more grounded, I guess, like she had already ate it. So
Why? Why was she looking for that? Why was she looking for? Now, this is the day of the incident, you guys. Why would she be on the day of the incident going back to the apartment looking for ground up food in the trash can and looking for pink throw up on the blanket? Why? Who is she to think that far ahead? Like, why? Oh, this food should be ground up even more. Like, why?
So I was looking for food that was not in whole pieces, like I see here.
So when you saw that, you were checking to see if that was throw up?
Yes,
And what was your determination?
it was not.
Did you find any evidence outside of what was on that comforter?
No, not that I recall.
And were you there when that comforter was bagged up?
Yes.
Did anybody touch it with anything other than gloved hands to put it in that bag?
No.
And I want to kind of go back. That was, I guess, a day after. Can you describe at the hospital? Did you go back to the hospital?
Yes.
Exactly. Glenn said she's too nosy because I would be worried about my friend. Exactly. I would be more worried about my friend at the hospital than what's in her trash can, what's in her refrigerator, and what the hell she threw up out of her mouth. That's not my job. I'm going to be worried about, is my friend going to be okay? That's going to be my main concern. Is my friend going to push through? We can worry about all that other shit later. But is my friend going to push through? Not what pink in her refrigerator did she actually have? Huh? This just don't sound right.
Yes.
And who, if anybody, was there in those days that followed?
All of our family and friends.
And can you describe, are you close with Miss Benning's family?
Yes.
And describe your relationship with her mother, Bridget.
She's like a second mom to me. So we kind of just leaned on each other that whole week, trying to understand something that didn't make sense.
And did Mr. Jones come back to the hospital?
Yes.
And were you there on March 6th?
Yes.
And can you describe what happened on that day?
I went to Dollar Tree. I went and got balloons and cupcakes from Kroger. Brought him to the hospital. And we all sang happy birthday because that was Jade's, would have been her 25th birthday. They told us that she was brain dead that day. There was no active brain activity. And ultimately, Jade died on her, what would have been her 25th birthday.
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to switch topics a little bit. Prior to Jade learning that she was pregnant, that November 2nd, November 3rd of 2022, prior to that, did Miss Benning, did she drink alcohol?
Yes.
Did she ever get drunk in her life?
Yes.
And
So she just asked her, did she drink prior to this night? Did she drink alcohol? And her friend said yes. Now she's 5 months pregnant, okay? She asked her, did she drink alcohol? She said yes, which means that she was drinking while pregnant.
was that something that happened on a daily occurrence or was it sporadic?
Sporadic.
And did she use any other substances?
She smokes marijuana.
And smoking marijuana.
Did you know, did you know of her using any other substance other than marijuana?
Mushrooms a time or two.
Was that something that she did on a frequent basis?
No.
And can you describe once Miss Benning found out she was pregnant, which let me kind of go back, are those the only two substances other than alcohol that you've ever heard of her using?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of her using cocaine or even talking about it?
No.
After she found out she was pregnant, can you describe what, if anything, did she have to drink that was an alcoholic beverage?
She never drank alcohol again.
She doesn't know that.
What, if anything, did she ever smoke?
So she just asked her, after she found out that she was pregnant, what have she ever drank? Did she drink alcohol? And she testified she never drank alcohol again, I guess after finding out she was pregnant. But can you really say that? Can you really say, unless you with somebody 24/7, that what they didn't do? You know, you can't really say that.
Marijuana or have used marijuana in any way?
No.
Can you describe kind of her lifestyle about health after she found out about the baby?
It drastically changed. She would let me know when she would take her prenatals. She was doing light workouts, was definitely changing her diet and eating habits and drinking a lot of water.
Hey, you guys, we are behind. They are on a verdict watch. However, we're going to, I think we have about a few more minutes of this, and then we're going to have to pause. I may even stop the video and come back with the verdict because they're already on verdict watch from what I'm hearing. Hold on. Let me see. We're at 18. I don't even know if I can come back to this. Hold on one second. I think they're on verdict watch. Hold on. I'll come back to this one.
Discussed everything. Isn't that what you said?
We do.
Oh, they're not on verdict watch. Who said that? Okay, belay my last. They're not on verdict watch. Hold on. They're not on verdict watch. Where did I read that from? Anyway, it's not on verdict watch. Let's go back. Let me get out of these comments before I mess up. Okay, my bad.
To switch topics a little bit. Prior to Jade learning that she was pregnant, that November 2nd, November 3rd of 2022, prior to that, did Miss Benning, did she drink alcohol?
Yes.
Did she ever get drunk in her life?
Yes.
And was that something that happened on a daily occurrence or was it sporadic?
Sporadic.
And did she use any other substances?
She smokes marijuana.
Did you know of her using any other substance other than marijuana?
Mushrooms a time or two.
Was that something that she did on a frequent basis?
No.
And can you describe once Miss Benning found out she was pregnant, which let me kind of go back, are those the only two substances other than alcohol that you've ever heard of her using?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of her using cocaine or even talking about it?
No.
After she found out she was pregnant, can you describe what, if anything, did she have to drink that was an alcoholic beverage?
She never drank alcohol again.
And what, if anything, did she ever smoke marijuana or have used marijuana in any way?
No.
Can you describe kind of her lifestyle about health after she found out about the baby?
It drastically changed. She would let me know when she would take her prenatals. She was doing light workouts, was definitely changing her diet and eating habits and drinking a lot of water.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I don't have any other questions.
Questions on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
So this is the state. They just rest, and y'all know the defense is about to come now and question her about everything that she just said. Here we go.
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be pretty lengthy.
I checked with the jury about staying longer tonight, and they're okay.
Also, the defense said it's going to be pretty lengthy. And she said, he said, I already checked with the jury and told them that they may have to stay longer tonight. So the defense is already saying that they're about to cross-examine her and it's going to be pretty lengthy, okay? So as she get ready, honey, because it looked like she about to be up there with her water, her candy, her chips, her cookies. I mean, good Lord, she taking everything up there with her. So she said this is about to be a lengthy redirection. What is it called when you redirect? Cross-examine, okay? Cross-examine. She is about to cross-examine the state's main witness, y'all. This is the state's main witness. This is the witness that said that Jade called her on the phone and said, I can't feel my legs. He put something in my drink. Something ain't right. All of this, but she did not call the popo at all, okay? She didn't call the popo. And she's trying to say that Blaise, the boyfriend, did it. Okay, here we go.
Ms. Jackson, my name is Letitia Quinones Holmes, and I'll be asking you a few questions. Well, a lot of questions.
She already done started off like she already done started off like Miss Jackson. My name is Quatenta, whatever she said, and I'm about to be asking you a lot of questions. So get prepared, y'all. Get prepared. Y'all ready for this? Let's take a bathroom break, y'all. Let's take a 2-minute bathroom break. It is I've been on for 3 hours and 31 minutes. Y'all do know I am 53 years old. Before we start with the cross-examination, we are going to take a bathroom break, and I will be right back. Hold on one second. Let me put y'all some music on. No, I don't like that one. I like that one. I'll be right back. All right, you guys, I'll be back. Okay, y'all. I'm back. Hey, we back, y'all. Sorry about that. I was on my way back in. I was like, oh, shoot, I got to get me a bottle of water, too. I done drunk 3 bottles of water since I've been on with y'all. Well, they short, small bottles. All right, you guys. Next time I'm going to put up a sign that say bathroom break or something like that, okay? Raise your hand if you have been with me from the start of this live stream, honey. Raise your hand if you have been with me. I saw some people coming in. She said, who thinks he's guilty? Robbie said, who thinks he's guilty? I seen some people coming in and saying, who's on trial? What we talking about here? Who's been with me from the beginning? I don't see nobody raising their hand. Now, Meg, I know you've been here from the beginning. Oh, there we go. I see some hands. Sassy D, Monique, Tracy. What do y'all think? The ones that's been here from the beginning. Is this guy guilty? Is it reasonable doubt? Is the witnesses helping the defense or the witnesses helping the state? What do y'all think so far? Right now we have on the stand the state's main witness, baby, star witness on the stand, and the defense is about to cross-examining her. Oh, Candy said, me too, listening. Okay, you've been listening too, Candy. Kimberly T said, reasonable doubt. Tasha Tony said, I think she got something to do with it, child. Sassy D said, it's reasonable doubt real bad. Okay. They made this man stay in prison for 43 days and had to pay $250,000 to get out of jail, right? $250,000 to even get out. And, you know, and he even lost his job. He lost his job. Well, actually, they put him on suspension, but still lost his job. He's suspended until the outcome of this case. He is suspended to the outcome of this case. So I'm sure he's ready to get this shit over with. This happened back in 2022. This is in 2026. And he is charged with 4 counts of murder, 2 first degree and 2 felony counts of murder, okay? If he is found guilty, the state is asking for him to be in prison for life without possibility for parole, all right? That is what they're asking. I don't know how in the world they could be asking for that, and their case is not even Loctite, y'all. This is not a Loctite case. I'm not even a lawyer, and I could tell you that this case is not Loctite. There is so much reasonable doubt already, okay? She said the judge is fucking biased. All right, so let's get back into it, and yeah, this is crazy, y'all, but this is where we at. All right, here we go. Woo! Who believed that she about to eat her up? I do. For some reason, I do. Here we go.
At any time you don't understand something, let me know, and I'll do my best to rephrase, okay? You said you met Jade when you were 6 years old. You guys at some point went to the same middle school and high school, right? You were very close.
Correct.
And you guys also went off to college. Was it the same college that you went to? Or different colleges but at the same time?
We went to the same college at one point and a different college at another.
Because she left and went to culinary school.
Mm-hmm.
And the culinary school was with
Bentonville.
Now, are you both from Little Rock, Arkansas?
We are.
Do you know an Arion Curtis, who now may be Arion Jordan?
I do.
Is she also from Little Rock, Arkansas?
I believe so.
And do you know Apple Denny?
I know of her.
Have you ever met her before?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevant.
I would just have a little leeway.
Okay, you ever met her?
Yes.
Or what?
So the state attorney just objected to the questioning of the defense of asking her, do she know this person or that person? And the state said, basically, objection, irrelevant. And the attorney said, I just want a little leeway. Can I have a little leeway? And the judge said, yeah, go ahead or whatever. So she has to answer the question as to, do she know this person or that person? Ooh, I just feel like something about to come out, y'all.
Now, at some point, Jade moved to Nashville, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about when she moved to Nashville?
I don't know exactly when. Probably like 2020, early 2022, maybe.
Early 2022? Okay.
Now, she said this is her best friend. If her best friend moved to Nashville, aren't you going to know when she moved to Nashville? She says, I don't know, early 2022. I don't know. Do y'all know when y'all best friend moved?
And when she moved to Nashville in early 22, you were where?
In Little Rock.
Were you guys speaking during that time?
Yes.
How often?
Maybe like every couple days or maybe once a week.
Okay. But significant, you were talking. And then at some point, you moved to Nashville.
Correct.
When did you move to Nashville?
In August of 2022.
And so, when you moved to Nashville, who did you live with when you moved here?
Myself.
And you came here to go to McHenry?
Mahari, yes.
McHenry, I'm sorry. And you didn't move in with Miss Benning?
No.
Now, when you moved here, how often did the two of you get together?
It would just depends on when our schedules would align.
So what would that be?
Maybe once a week, twice a week.
So once or twice a week?
Maybe, yes.
And what are some of the things that the two of you would do when you got together?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
Your Honor, this witness testified that the basis of a lot of her testimony today.
Okay, what would y'all do when you hung out?
Go eat dinner, go walk, just all kinds of fun stuff that best friends would do.
Would you smoke marijuana together?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
All right, it's been mentioned, so she's answered. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So the state is trying to object, saying that it is not relevant. And the judge just said, well, it's already been mentioned that she smoked weed. So go ahead, she can answer these questions, because the lady just came, the defense attorney came out and said, so you guys hung out, y'all smoked weed together? And the state tried to stop it, and the judge was like, well, hell, the cat is already out the bag, so ain't no objection there. She's already admitted to smoking weed, so that she could say that, yes, she smoked weed with a friend.
Would you drink together?
Yes.
And would she opt, or at least at some point, would she suggest that you do mushrooms together?
No,
No?
she didn't suggest.
Did she ask you to do mushrooms with her?
Maybe. I don't recall.
So what she trying to say is she's done mushrooms before is what she trying to say, but she trying to say her friend probably wasn't the one that asked her to do it. She wanted to do it on her own.
Now, would a text message between you and Jade help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, get that.
She don't even look like she do drugs. I tell you can't even tell the drug user these days or not. Cause I would have swore up and down the girl didn't use no drugs, but damn, I guess you clean up well. Damn.
So,
He's gonna get that.
let me make sure it's the right one. This is I have a copy.
That might be true. So J. Lou said they have partied together. That's why she didn't call the police, because she thought the girl was high. I wouldn't have called either. I would have called one of my girls to go check. You know you wrong as hell. You would have called one of your girls to go check. Yeah, no, I would have called 911. I'm sorry. Even if she was over the top, like, you know, she got taken away by the paramedics. So I think I would have called 911.
Yeah, I can't just, thank you. You can take a moment and read those first 3 texts to yourself and let me know when you're done. Or maybe go down 4 texts.
So right now they are having her to read the text messages. I'm assuming that she must have said, hey girl, you want to do some mushrooms? Hey girl, you want to do some drugs or something like that. So let's just find out what it says.
I'm ready.
Okay. Did she suggest that you guys should do it together?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, you would oftentimes, would you not, reach out to.
So right there, the defense just put a little more reasonable doubt, should I say, in this whole thing, because now you have Jade, the victim, suggesting to do some type of mushroom drugs to her friend. So I think the defense is going to try to say she was a drug user. Okay, but let's continue. Let's continue.
Ms. Benning, and ask her to help you secure drugs, wouldn't you?
Marijuana.
Adderall as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so more than marijuana.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. So Adderall is drugs? Y'all, I thought that was some type of cough syrup. Adderall, don't that sound like Benadryl, Benadryl? I thought that was some type of cough syrup. So Adderall is drugs, Lord Father. Okay, let's continue, honey, because I read Adderall, but I didn't know Adderall was a damn drug. Somebody would have been like, do you want Adderall? I've been like, I ain't got no cough. I'm not sneezing or whatever. Y'all been fucked around and took some drugs. They offered me some Adderall. I'd be like, yeah, I do got a little cough going on. God damn.
You did that more than once.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance that we approached.
Okay.
So the state just objected again. The state does not want the defense to continue on this level of questions because the state do not want to paint the victim as a drug user. Okay, so she's like, let's approach the bench because she is saying too much. So of course and then she got the smirk on her face for what though? I don't understand that smirk. But that she is up. They put it on mute because they don't want us to hear what she's saying to the judge, I guess. And so, but both attorneys are up talking to the judge right now because the state is trying to suppress what's being said about the drug use. She don't want to know. She don't want them to know that she does drugs. It's still on mute. It's on mute on their end, not mine. Yeah, she does have like a little smirk on her face. I'm not sure why. She said it's used for ADH and causes the same effect as cocaine. Oh, and they didn't find no damn cocaine, girl. Oh, they did find cocaine. I'm sorry. They did find cocaine in her system though. But if she using Adderall and mushrooms and all type of shit, then how does she know that her friend did not administer the medicine herself or take it ain't no medicine. I guess it's drugs, right? Herself. I know when my bestie eats. That smirk is telling it all. We already know. So now she can hear what they're saying to the judge, but we can't hear it because she's in the court, of course. She said, I'm telling y'all, she's up to something. Do y'all think she's up to something? She's not going to admit that. She's not going to admit what? That her friend took Adderall? Well, she got a text message where her friend is asking, how can she secure it, or, something about securing the drugs or getting the drugs or something like that. So she already have text messages where the girl is asking, where can she get it from? Y'all, this is crazy work, baby. She took snow. Wait a minute, what's snow? Is that another? She has a nervous switch from the drug use. Watch her body language. Ooh, she done said she got a nervous switch from the drug use. Lord. A nervous switch. She said that's an ADHD drug, I believe. Yeah, Adderall. That's what they saying. But baby, I thought it was a cough syrup, honey. I would have been, child, honey. I don't need to be nowhere around. But y'all gotta know me to know me. Even Levette, when she was over here, she was like, I can give you such and such, girl. I'd be like, And I love me some Levette. But I'm not a type of person that'll just take medicine from just any old body. And she said a nervous twitch. Oh, okay. I'm not the type that'll just take medicine. Ask Monique. Monique, like, girl, these are some what you call it? You called it what you give me, Monique? She gave me some. She said it's supposed to be good for you. Monique, what is that you gave me? I could have to go read the bottle. I don't even know what it is, but it's supposed to be something for gut health. I can't think of what it was. I have to go look. But anyway, child, I'm looking at that medicine all up and everything. I'm reading. She was like, it's good for you, Amoira. It's good, girl, child. I don't just take what people give me. Honey. I can't think of what she called it, but it's something. Yeah, probiotics. She gave me some probiotics. Girl, you should have saw me looking at that damn thing. I'm looking like, what is it? What is it? Baby. Child, I don't just take no, I just don't be looking at, listen, I love you, but I don't be trusting people like that. I don't be trusting people like that, child. I have to read up on it, look at the pill, see if the pill look like it's supposed to look on the internet, child. I just be... I love all y'all, but I will say the probiotic does what she said it does. She told me what it would do for me, and it did do it for me. I must have to say, hey, 200 said, hello, driving, but listening. Hey, 200, girl, we've been on for almost 4 hours breaking down this case between a ex-college football player, right? A college football player that was being looked at by the NFL, Tennessee Titans, and his girlfriend and the baby in her stomach. They were unalive from a high level of cocaine dosage. Child, this man is fighting for his life because if found guilty, he's going to be sentenced life without parole, baby. Life without parole. because there's a baby involved. But right now, the state is not winning their case because there's so much reasonable doubt here. So much reasonable doubt. But this man has been fighting for his life for what, 4 years now? Okay, here we go, y'all. Him cute too, y'all. He cute. But now if he's a murderer, then he needs to go upstate. Okay? He can be cute all you want to, but if he's a murderer, he needs to go on upstate.
Miss Jackson, do you remember a time when, around October the 3rd of 2022, when Miss Benning was traveling somewhere in California? You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you guys were having a text message conversation?
Yes.
And in that text message, Miss Benning starts off the conversation saying, "Edible kicked my ass." Do you remember her saying that to you?
Can I please see it?
You may.
So she's getting ready to show her a text where Jade said that edible kicked my ass, okay? So she already eating shit that's kicking her ass. So that phone call that she received saying, I can't feel my legs and I'm a little off and this, that, and the other, that may not have been the first time she received something from her friend saying that she was fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So obviously this is a friend that Jade contacted when she felt fucked up, okay?
Okay, what's your question?
Do you see there where on October the 3rd of 2022, Ms. Benning says to you, "Edibles kicked my ass." Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see that later, the next text message she sends says, "Smoking, edibles, and tequila. Laugh my ass off." Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see where your next text to her is, "Weed or some other shit"?
Yes.
What is some other shit that she could be smoking, Miss Jackson?
Mushrooms.
Because you can smoke mushrooms?
I didn't say smoke. I said or some other shit.
Well, you said weed or some other shit, right?
Yes.
What's the other shit?
Mushrooms.
Okay.
You get.
So when you were referring to weed, because you hear above it, it says.
Do you see how she's looking over at the state because she wants the state to object her line of questioning? So this right here is making this witness uncomfortable, right? So she's looking for the state to intervene and say, can y'all stop her from asking me what's other shit? Because I don't want to say what she was really taking.
Smoking, but it doesn't say what she's smoking, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says smoking, and then you respond, weed or some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
And your response is she was going to smoke mushrooms.
I didn't say smoke mushrooms, but I was asking her, was that what she talking about?
Okay. And
Sassy said, we need to know what the other shit was. We need to know what's the other shit, right?
Benning, in your closeness with her, ever shared with you when the last time that she had her period?
I don't recall.
You know? Would you have learned that the last time she had her period was September the 12th?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting words into her mouth. I thought you asked, did you know, and she said no.
She said she didn't recall.
She said she didn't.
As close as you were, did you know that she didn't have her period in October?
We don't just discuss our periods like all the time, so no.
If you best friends and you missed your period, yes, you are gonna tell your friend that you missed your damn period. You really are.
So when you were on direct examination, Ms. Jackson, you talked about that this was your sister and you discussed everything. Isn't that what you said?
We do.
But you don't discuss your periods.
I did not.
Now, but didn't you, isn't it true that you and Miss Benning was trying to calculate who was the father of this child?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't discuss the last time she had her period if you're trying to calculate when was the last time?
Lord, Father God, Jesus and the merciful of the earth, honey. The defense attorney just revealed that Jade didn't even know who the father of the child was, y'all. Lord, Father God. The child may not even have been the guy that's on trial. Lord, Jesus, take the wheel. Mic drop for real, Sassy D. Not Jade was messing around. Damn, Jade.
Who was the father of the child?
I don't recall talking about a period.
Well, how would you figure out who was the father?
Objection, Your Honor. She's answered this question.
Right, well, she's
I'm
asking
objecting to
another
the
question.
relevance of the line of questioning. Of the witness
What's your
says she
next
doesn't
question?
know.
How can you discuss and try to determine who's the father of the child if you don't discuss when was the last time she had her period?
Based on the how far along she was in her pregnancy.
Well, how would you know how far along she was if she doesn't go to the doctor?
She did.
But you were talking about that before she went to the doctor.
We were at the doctor talking about that.
So when you were talking about it, you would have to figure out the last time she had her cycle and who she was having sex with.
Argumentative.
You can't tell her what she did or didn't know. I mean, just ask her a question.
Now, was there not a time that Miss Benning would infuse the food that she cooked with marijuana?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance.
We've already had that discussion with other witnesses. Did you know anything about that?
I did.
You said you did know?
Mm-hmm.
And she would do that, would she not?
So the state wants to keep objecting, right? Y'all hear that? The state does not want the courts to know that this girl loved drugs. Infuse your food with drugs? Damn, what all can you infuse, y'all? Y'all put me on. I mean, I know the brownies, the edibles, but what else can you put drugs in? She said food. She used to infuse her food with weed or marijuana. Like, what the hell?
She has before.
Thank you. Now, when you were discussing who the father was of this baby, there was another gentleman that was in the running. Was that true?
Yes.
And who was that?
His name was Des.
And at the time that you guys were making this discussion or having this discussion, this was a time that she was in fact pregnant, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
This was a
That
time.
was the discussion with Miss Benning about Des after you knew she was pregnant.
Yes.
And in that same conversation, you were asking, and she was talking about the mushrooms, and you were asking her to ask Des.
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
What is your question?
This was a discussion they were having together.
Well, it still may be hearsay, but what is your question?
You guys were discussing drugs then too, were you not?
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
Do you care to be heard?
Yes, there was a conversation that she was a part of. This is what she was saying with Miss Benning. And it goes to Miss Benning's statement.
What hearsay exception is it?
It goes to Ms. Benning's state of mind as it relates to drugs. This is a drug overdose. Mr. Taylor has to be able to put on a defensive theory.
Did you ever discuss with Ms. Benning after she knew she was pregnant about drugs?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Would it assist you if I was to allow you to look at text messages?
Sure.
So now, okay, so the defense attorney is getting ready to trap her, right? Oh, the defense attorney is getting ready to trap her. The defense attorney has already, she has already testified to the state that her friend did not do drugs or drink alcohol after she found out she was pregnant. She was a healthy person, went to the gym, ate correctly, and all of that stuff. So now the defense attorney is getting ready to show her a text message after she was pregnant that spoke about drugs. Okay, so she's about to put a hole in this witness's testimony that the deceased girl did not do drugs after she found out she was pregnant. Oh, crazy, I tell you. So she getting the text message ready.
When text, what time frame text you want that?
It is 10:29, Your Honor, and 11:02.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I mean, 10:29.
You said, can they drug test her now? I don't think so. And the reason being is because she's not on trial. So I don't think drug testing her would be any relevance. Like, you know what I'm saying? She's not on trial. So they have no right to drug test her. I don't think you have to drug test someone that's testifying.
Let me just give you.
See if there's multiple copies of that.
I'm gonna give you a copy of all of them so you can have them ahead of time.
You got 10:29, 11:02, and something else.
Yeah, I'm giving her all of them, I'm just
What-
making sure
what
that
is
they're the
that?
same.
Your Honor, I object to the relevance as well as the hearsay. I do not understand what she is attempting to.
So the state attorney is objecting once again to the relevance. She does not want this to move forward. She doesn't think that the deceased drug use is important in this case, okay? That is what the state attorney is objecting to right now.
All right, let the jury step down and follow.
So right now, the judge is kicking the jury out because they're about to discuss something, okay? I don't know what they're about to discuss, but now she doesn't want the jury to hear this testimony or hear this portion of the testimony. So the jury is being led out, and once they get out, I guess they're going to duke it out in the courtroom as to if they're going to allow it to be heard or not. It is relevant. I think her using drugs is relevant. That dude is very short. But I think her using drugs is irrelevant. I mean, not irrelevant. It is relevant. If she ate drugs, infused drugs, and all that stuff. Hold on, let me see what the judge is saying.
How many are you wanting to show?
About 8, Your Honor.
All right, let me have copies of them.
So the judge is asking for a copy of the text messages first. I'm assuming this is what he's doing.
Let me have copies of them.
I want to give them to you all at one time, please, so that we don't have to go and read this. I can tell the court exactly
Just
where
let
I'm
me
going.
have copies of it.
Once you read them, you're gonna ask me.
I don't know what I'm.
11:2, 10:29.
Yeah, that's right.
11:2.
She doesn't want the jury to hear that Jade possibly used drugs while pregnant. I agree. The judge seems very nonchalant and kind of, I don't know, little He looked like he might be agitated.
There's another one for 11:2. Another one for 11:2.
Or you're giving me all the metadata and everything?
Yes, I am.
I don't even see the one starts off need or.
That's the way that it
I've been
prints out.
looking at my body. Beautiful child I've ever laid eyes on. What does that say about drugs?
So I'm giving you drugs, but
Let's just do this real easy. Tell me what that one says about drugs.
So the judge is basically saying, I don't want all of this. Just tell me what the messages say about the drugs. I don't want all this other shit.
so in that text message,
You haven't looked at it.
you just told me what it said.
It's in Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee.
You said it says about my body. What does it have to do with about drugs? I'm trying to answer it.
Okay.
What this says is that on 11:2, and then you go to 10:29, she talks about.
I haven't gotten to 10:29.
You're asking me about this one or 10:29?
That one.
This one says, me either, and then she goes on to say to both. Then she says, like, I've been looking at my body and shit too. And so what it says here is that she knew that when I was started questioning if I could be pregnant. So on this date, she says that she had been looking at her body and could tell that she had been pregnant. She did not.
She says that?
Yes, she did.
Okay, let me see that. But that has nothing to do with drugs.
It does, because what
No,
it
no, I'm
suggests.
saying, is there any reference in this text to drugs?
No, but it
Okay,
orients the
thank you.
state of mind of Miss Benning.
State of mind.
Yes, as it goes to our defensive theory.
Does the state have decent copies of what the messages are back and forth?
I can.
This is like,
It seemed that he's partial to the state and impartial to the defense. Is that a norm? Because it sounds like he is definitely nicer to the state versus the defense.
reading the dictionary.
I agree.
I'm not sure why they're putting it in that format.
It's the way that we did it. I can only print out the way the metadata is given to me.
Like I've been looking at my body, okay? So that's what you say on that. Next one I'm looking at is 11:2 at 1:50 p.m. You need to find out ASAP. Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision. What does that have to do with drugs?
Because that one is dealing with abortion, because she was.
How do we know that?
Because that's what they're talking about in regards to Indiana being the closest place.
How do I know that?
Because in text messages before that, she
I don't have
says,
the,
you do.
what does this have to do with drugs?
I just said, I'm giving you all the text
Does
messages.
this have anything to do with drugs?
No, but it has to do with abortion that I'm going to go into, and I don't want to have to stop and do this again.
I'm just dealing with the state's objection about you're wanting to grill this young lady about drugs. That is something about abortion.
So the judge just said that he's dealing with the objection that the state objected because the state is saying the defense attorney want to drill the young lady that's on the witness stand about drugs. And the state does not want the witness drilled about drug use.
Weird, feel like you've been drinking. What does this have to do with drugs?
It has to do with alcohol. She was found to have cocaethylene in her system.
But that is something from where's the answer to from Miss Jackson, but like you've been drinking?
Ms. Jackson just testified that she is
Where's
very,
the answer of this from the text?
it doesn't have to be an answer. That's her statement to Ms. Benning.
Objection to the hearsay.
It's not hearsay. She's right here. I can ask her
Talking
if
about
she
Miss
said,
Benning's statements are hearsay.
that's not Ms. Benning's statement. If I can at least allow me to explain to the court what it is that I'm trying to do, why I provided you with all the text messages that you asked for.
Well, some of them I didn't ask for. Finished up cleaning, wanna come smoke and have a bottle of wine when I get off. That's from Miss Jackson. That's 10:29. So you wanna ask Miss Jackson if Miss Benning came over and had a bottle of wine?
I do, and smoked.
Where does it say smoke?
Do you want to smoke and have a bottle of wine?
Wanna
The judge must be old or senile because he literally just read, do you want to come over and have a bottle of wine and smoke? And the judge said, what does it say smoked? Did y'all catch that?
come S-P-O-K-E. You think that's a misspelling?
Can I see it?
And while she's looking at that, one says, I'll be done in like an hour.
So he asking, is there a misspelling? Because it doesn't say a bottle of wine and you want to come over and smoke. It says come over and have a bottle of wine and spoke. S-P-O-K-E. Okay? Have a bottle of wine and spoke. And he's asking her, do she think that there was a misspelling?
You're not going to the party. I was going to, but my body is just really exhausted. I think I'd rather chill tonight. What is that? What's the relevancy of that?
That one has to do with, as I stated before, that she was already telling by her body that she was pregnant, but yet she was doing drugs around this time. If you orient it with the other text message of 10:29 that I gave you.
All right, maybe I hadn't gotten that. This is 11:2. $10.29 one says she's doing drugs.
Excuse me. Can I have a copy of these
No,
texts?
hang on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
do you have the 10:29 one?
You just have that one, Your Honor.
It says, I'll be done in an hour.
This is
10:29.
Okay, and after you've looked at this, is that a typo on your part?
probably yes.
Okay, so you would say you're texting Miss Benning about wanting to smoke and have a bottle of wine?
On 10:29, yes.
Did she come over and do that?
I don't remember.
All right, we can do that.
So at least the young lady did tell the truth. He said, was it a typo? She said probably was, yes. And he said, so you was asking her to come over for some wine and to smoke? And she said probably was, okay? And she said, did she do it? She says, I don't think so. So she was supposed to be pregnant already. Well, no, they said she saw him in August. They said she didn't know she was pregnant until, well, she didn't tell him she was pregnant until November. But apparently she was talking about possibly being pregnant in September. And in October, they're talking about coming over and smoking and drinking, okay?
That, I've already asked about that. So, this one where you say, but like you've been drinking, do you know if she answered that?
If I may, Your Honor, that's Ms. Jackson's observation of Ms. Benning.
In a text?
Yes, in a
How's
text.
she observing her in a text?
She is finding out that she was pregnant. Ms. Jackson's response is like, you've been drinking.
I don't see that. I don't see that.
Yes, hard to.
And if she feels like that's not what it means, that's what she could tell the jury.
Ask about that one, put in brackets there. You know what that's about?
Like, conversation is incomplete. Like, I can't really make a, I don't know.
And then this is.
I'm starting to believe that her and her friends, while they was over there painting that baby's room or doing something, painting that night, that she knows that they, did some things or whatever, tried something or whatever. That's what I'm beginning to think. She knows her friend was still doing recreational drugs.
Cited in a way, I'll be more okay when I know for sure it's his. It has to be, and what does that have to do with the drug?
That's in regards to Mr. Taylor. Like I said, I was giving you everything so that we didn't have to go through this again.
Okay, so this is relevant in terms of going back, finding out who the father is.
Correct.
And this shows that they're just discussing it.
They're discussing it, but it's relevant because it goes to Mr. Taylor's state of mind that he would try to harm a child that could possibly not even be his. My client, Mr. Taylor, the one who's on the murder.
How do these texts have anything to do with him?
Because he's asked for a paternity test.
My question is, you've asked about discussions with who's the father and things like that. So you're wanting this text.
So what she's saying is, how could my client, be charged and found guilty for unaliving the girl and the baby in her stomach, and the motive is because he didn't want to be a daddy when he didn't even know if the child in her belly was actually his. He didn't even know if it was his child. So why would he try to go to the great lengths of unaliving his child when he didn't even know if it was his or not, is what the defense attorney is saying.
To add to that, how?
Because it says she will be more excited once she determines it's his. So that means she didn't even know if it was his at the time.
All right. And then, does the state care to be heard about what, do you, Miss Jackson, know what you're referencing? Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision?
The conversation, I don't remember the whole conversation. It is in part, so I can't give you an answer.
You don't know what Indiana may have been.
We were talking about her being pregnant.
Was there any discussion between you and Miss Benning about her getting an abortion?
Not necessarily that being her decision, no.
What does that mean?
She's scared to answer. And the reason why I believe she's scared to answer because she knows that a defense attorney probably have proof where they discussed an abortion.
She never said she wanted an abortion. I just
Do
told
you know
her
if Indiana has anything to do with that?
if she were to have made that decision, but that decision was not what she made.
And this one says because you could be 8 in 2 weeks would be 10 and then too late. Do you know what that was about?
If she were to have an abortion.
And
So he just asked her, was that about her having an abortion? And she said she doesn't know. Now, all of a sudden, that was about her having an abortion. Do y'all see how this lady, the more she talks, it's like it's coming out? She just told the judge she didn't know if that was about an abortion. And now she's saying, yeah, that was about an abortion.
the state, these are 11-2, 11-2. And the state's objection about these is what?
Your Honor, I just want to be clear, we're talking about those specific texts that you just asked
Yes.
Ms. Jackson about. So my objection is that, number one, they're incomplete to the conversation. But
Do
they're
you
all-
have the complete download?
I
You can give it.
I didn't ask you.
Right.
Yes, I mean, I have access
I
to it.
mean, you would agree with me, I'm just trying to be fair, you would agree with me that you asked a lot of questions of various witnesses about Miss Benning wanting to have her baby.
Yes.
And these would indicate that there were discussions about not doing that.
And
But
Your
yes, no,
my objection.
yes, no.
Okay, so right here, he has the state attorney by the tongue. He said, so I have to be fair. You asked a lot of questions to this witness about Jade wanting to have this baby so much. She was so happy that she was pregnant and going to have this baby. The state answered yes. He says, okay, so then if that's the case, if you were able to ask her so many questions testifying that she really wanted to have a baby, but we have text messages here where it was she was a little apprehensive about having a baby, then that should be allowed, right? And she's still trying to object on some shit, okay?
I would like to ask the witness the question, but I understand that the
Ms. Jackson, a
conversation.
question?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Ms. Jackson, those conversations that you have snippets of, did those all occur before Ms. Benning confirmed that she was pregnant?
No.
Are they all from November 2nd?
Yes.
And you went to the appointment to confirm it on November 3rd?
Correct.
So they're all before she confirmed it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Once she confirmed that she was pregnant, was there any discussion that she was suggesting that she might have an abortion?
No.
Okay.
If I may be heard, Your Honor.
You don't need to be heard. I'll allow to ask that. I'll allow you to ask about these two text messages.
Thank you.
So the judge just basically gave his approval for the defense to carry on with her questioning. So they're going to call the jury back in and she will be allowed to ask her question in front of the jury. All that just for the state's objection to not, not stand.
Trying to bite my tongue about like that. And
Your Honor, may I be heard about the drug text messages?
sure.
The state's objection is that this witness has already testified that there was drug and alcohol use, marijuana and alcohol, prior to her finding out she was pregnant.
Mhm.
She found out she might be pregnant on November 2nd. She confirmed it on November 3rd.
Mhm.
Any questions about drinking or drug use prior to that are completely irrelevant. It's cumulative. It's already been testified to, and the specifics of it have no relevance to the trial.
They're wanting to argue the jury that she continued to be a drug dealer and may have overdosed.
The judge said the defense wants to argue that the deceased continued to be a drug dealer after she found out that she was pregnant. Okay, that's what they want to argue, that she continued to be a drug dealer. I'm just done with the. Is that what they call people that do drugs, a drug dealer? Oh my God, y'all, I got to go back on that because he said they want to argue that she continued to be a drug dealer. Hold on.
So this is relevant in terms of going back, finding out who the father is.
Correct.
And this.
Have you heard about the drug text messages?
Sure.
The state's objection is that this witness has already testified that there was drug and alcohol use, marijuana and alcohol, prior to her finding out she was pregnant. She found out she might be pregnant on November 2nd. She confirmed it on November 3rd. Any questions about drinking or drug use prior to that are completely irrelevant. It's cumulative. It's already been testified to, and the specifics of it have no relevance to the trial.
They're wanting to argue the jury that she continued to be a drug dealer and may have overdosed on her own unintentionally.
So he's saying the defense wants to argue that she continued to be a drug dealer after she found out that she was pregnant and may have overdosed on her own. Okay? And to be honest, don't y'all think that's fair? If she did drugs prior to being pregnant, okay, if she was drug user, drug dealer, however you want to slice it, and she did mushrooms, Adderall, Panadol, Skinnerol, or whatever, then, and it was only the four of them there, and then all of a sudden she comes up deceased with cocaine in her system, how can you prove that her boyfriend did it? How you want to blame it on him? And then the main witness used to do the shit with her, used to get high with her, used to get fucked up with her. And then they went back to the house and took evidence. They didn't even find the cup that the girl was drinking out of, y'all. They even cleaned that out or did something to that cup. They took evidence. She went over there. Somebody else went over there. She didn't move the camera back from one location to another. Huh? She said she wouldn't take all that. But how we know? We don't know if this girl taking mushrooms and all type of other shit. How do we know that she wouldn't take all of that cocaine? How do we know that?
Your Honor, those messages are before she knew she was pregnant.
Correct. And you point that out. They want to argue. Good thing.
So the state saying all of this was before she was pregnant. Before she was pregnant. But then, so you mean to tell me that every pregnant woman out there just cease fire and don't do no drugs? Come on. I don't know, y'all. I'm trying to say.
Bad thing, I'm not going to say, but they want to argue that Ms. Benning may have unintentionally overdosed on cocaine.
Now, it is important to note while we're speaking about it, that she also had fentanyl in her system.
This lady doesn't.
I'm not.
Oh, so the defense said it wasn't just cocaine. She had cocaine and fentanyl. Damn. Fentanyl and cocaine. She had both of them in her system, cocaine and fentanyl. So, I mean, they was having a time, wasn't they?
I'm speaking about that, but it goes to the relevance.
I don't need to hear all of your argument at this point. I'm just saying why you think it's relevant. So I'm allowing you to ask those questions. So bring the jury back down.
So now he said, bring the jury back out. The judge is allowing her to ask those questions pertaining to the drugs. They did all of that to come back to say, yes, you can ask in front of the jury about all this drug use. And now it wasn't just cocaine, it was cocaine and fentanyl. She was pretty litty in the city, I would say. She was litty in the city. Look how the judge is looking at the state attorney. He probably thinks she's attractive, and he's like, you know, I don't mean to be mean to you. Oh, she said they spiked the snow with the fentanyl. It's already in it. Oh, it already came in it? So fentanyl comes in coat and snow? Oh, shit. Holy moly. Oh, shit, y'all. The hell? I don't want no snow, honey. I used to tell Jay I want to see snow on Christmas. I don't even like snow no more. Y'all done, woo, child, y'all done got me fucked up over here. So the cocaine came with the fentanyl. Lord, Father God. Child, they done got that little man in there, honey. They trying to send you up the road, child. He probably sitting up there like, hell, I didn't even know she did all of that. He probably like, damn. I'ma unmute it when he sit down. He got him a team of 4 lawyers though, honey. I guess all the juries got to come back in. Woo, child. She said, I work in a critical care and I see this with fentanyl. Oh, you do? That is already laced? That's how so many people are overdosing. Not everyone knows that it was spiked. They're even spiking weed with fentanyl. That's why I told my son to buy it from the dispensary. Ooh, Lord, Father God, child. Well, that's one thing I ain't gonna die from unless somebody shove it down my throat. Yes, he did. BS, he did it with her. Oh, so you saying that he did the fentanyl and the snow with her? She says, are they going to call him up? J. Lou, you want him to be guilty so bad. And I'm not saying he's not guilty, but you know what I told you, J. Lou. I said it's not whether he did it, it's what they can prove. But J. Lou want this dude to be guilty so bad.
So, Ms. Jackson, during the month of October, it is in fact true that Ms. Benning was in fact doing drugs, was it not?
She smoked marijuana.
And some other shit, right?
Mushroom.
And once you guys found out that she was pregnant, you then sent her a text message and said, like, you've been drinking, didn't you?
I said that?
Yes.
Yes.
And what you were doing was calling her out that, oh my God, you're pregnant and you've been drinking. Isn't that correct?
No.
That's not what you meant by that?
No.
And it was after that that she no longer spoke with you about she herself doing any drugs. Is that right?
Could you ask that again, please?
Yes. After that text message that you sent her saying, like, you've been drinking, after that text message, she no longer sent you a text message about drinking or doing any drugs. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
So she could have sent some.
So J. Lou really think that the jury is going to find him guilty. J. Lou, of what? Of how? How are they going to find him guilty? Not from what we've heard thus far. How? For what? What? How can they? What they need? ESPN or something to look through some crystal ball to see him spiking the cup? They don't even have the cup. He called 911. Where did they discharge the cup? How are they going to find him guilty? He didn't take nothing from the house and hide it, but some other people did, and they testified on the stand that they went over to her apartment and removed some stuff. For what, though? Why would they?
Some after that? And also, also, we discussed the fact that you guys had to determine who the father was, and you determined that it was Blaise's, correct?
Yes.
But there was a time when she took those home pregnancy tests that you talked about. You remember that? And she sent you a picture of those home pregnancy tests that you testified to. During that time, she herself was considering an abortion, wasn't she?
She was not.
Well, didn't you guys discuss possibly going to Indiana?
In terms of, she wasn't sure what she wanted to do, but abortion was not the answer. We were just discussing as friends, what did the future look like?
Well, you were going to go to Indiana to possibly have an abortion. She was going to go to possibly have an abortion.
Objection, Your
right?
Honor, counsel is mischaracterizing.
Okay.
Yeah, so what she said, if she's going to get it done, she would have to go to Indiana. So she didn't actually say she was going to get it done, but she did say if she is to get it done, she has to go to Indiana.
You know what that discussion was about?
I asked her about Indiana one time. We never went, and we never talked about it again.
Well, why would you talk about it if it wasn't an option for her?
We were just discussing as girls, as friends, like what.
Didn't you also say on one occasion, well, 2 weeks, you need to decide because it'll be too late? Didn't you say that to her?
I didn't see that. Can I please see that?
You may.
I mean, but why lie? Just say, yeah. I mean, she thought about it for a minute, but then, I mean, come on, y'all. We can't say that we may not have ever thought about it. Just because it crosses your mind don't mean that that's your intentions of doing it. But you can't say it didn't cross your mind. You know what I'm saying?
Get that.
Okay, I see where I said that.
Okay. So you were discussing it because she was considering an abortion, correct?
We were just discussing. She didn't say she was getting an abortion.
I understand, but she was considering it, wasn't she?
Objection, Your Honor, she has mischaracterized the witness's testimony.
Okay. She said she checks that. She doesn't know what Ms. Benning was considering. Go ahead.
So when Ms. Benning then texts you, well, you text Ms. Benning, you need to find out ASAP. This is on November the 2nd. She responds, Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision. She was speaking about an abortion, was she not?
I already said that we discussed multiple options. It wasn't like a
Just say yes then. If you discussed it, you discussed it. Damn, girl.
definitive answer.
Okay.
We were just talking.
So when
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
when Mr. Taylor reached back out to Ms. Benning on December 31st, after he no longer considered an abortion, it's no different. It was just different times. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry.
What is your question? That's a statement.
No, I said, isn't that correct? That's a question.
That Mr.
When Mr. Taylor-
What Mr. Taylor told him.
When Mr. Taylor reached back out to Ms. Benning on December 31st, do you remember that?
I don't remember the day when he reached back out. It was, I don't know.
Do you remember when she told you she went to the park with Mr. Taylor
I do.
on January the 1st?
Yes.
And they sat there for 4 to 5 hours and talked?
Yes.
And after that date, did she ever tell you that Mr. Taylor talked to her about having an abortion after that?
I don't recall.
So is it your statement that he could have, or you don't recall him ever saying that?
Is there messages that I could potentially read about it?
I can give you the messages between you and Ms. Benning from January 1st all the way up to February 25th if you would like me to.
I'm speaking about this question that you're asking me now.
My question is from January 1st of 2023 until February 25th of 2023. Did Ms. Benning ever come to you about Mr. Taylor trying to pressure her or ask her to get an abortion? Yes or no, ma'am?
No.
Thank you.
There go that smirk again. There go that smirk again. I don't know why she got all these smirks on her face. Thank you, 200. Thank you, you guys, for helping support this live stream. Thank you so much.
Now, during this time that from the January 1st until the February 25th, isn't it true that you believed that Mr. Taylor was trying to work on the relationship?
I can't necessarily speak for what he was doing.
Okay, but did you remember talking to one of the detectives?
Saying what again? I'm sorry.
That Mr. Taylor was trying to work on the relationship.
Okay, yeah.
And that's what you shared with the detective, right? I would have to pull it out. I can't. This witness is not, I'm honest.
Okay, what's your
Thank
question?
you. I'd like to move on.
All right, go ahead.
Now, when talking about Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning from February 1st until February 25th, Ms. Benning never complained to you in any form or fashion about Mr. Taylor being abusive to her, pressuring her in any kind of way. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Now, when Mr. Taylor and Ms. Benning parted ways on November the 6th of 2022, it was Ms. Benning who sent the text message to Mr. Taylor that they should go their separate ways. Wouldn't you agree?
Not initially.
So are you saying that Mr. Taylor wanted to part ways first?
He made mention of it
Okay, and when did he make mention of that?
when she found out she was pregnant.
And where did you see that? Did she tell you that in person or via text, or how did she tell you
It
that?
might be in the text messages, or she might have told me, or she probably told me on the phone.
Right, because I've looked through the text messages, that's not there.
On the phone.
Okay, do you want to ask questions or testify?
So, when Ms. Benning sent the text on November the 6th, in fact, she said, we're at an impasse. Isn't that what she said? Because she sent the text message to you. You testified to it, remember?
Yes, can I see this text message, please?
Yeah. Do you need a copy of that November 6th text?
So when the defense said that her testimony is going, her cross-examining was going to be long with her, baby, she meant that. You hear me? She meant that. This going to be long, y'all.
That's the text that you testified to on direct examination that you edited, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one where it was Miss Benning who sent the text message to Mr. Taylor, isn't that right?
Mm-hmm.
And what she says is, we need to go our separate ways. Isn't that what she said?
You want me to, am I supposed to read it? Or?
No, I just read
Yes.
Okay. And she never shared with you that after that, Mr. Taylor tried to continue to call her, continue to try to force her to have an abortion or anything of the sort, did she?
Did you repeat that? I'm sorry.
After that text message, Miss Benning never shared with you that Mr. Taylor tried to force her, coerce her, or do anything to force her to have an abortion, did she?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on to February 25th. But before we do that, you did say on direct examination that you were willing to be this child's father, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you were gonna move in with her to help raise the baby, correct?
If need be.
What the world? What we about to find out, y'all? That she would be this child's father? What we about to find out, y'all? What are we about to find out, honey? Woo, child, child, what we about to find out? What we about to find out? I'm trying to figure out, did she munch carpet or what?
And I think, did you refer to them as your babies? Her and the baby, Jade and the baby were your babies?
When did I say that?
I'm asking if you ever referred to them as that.
I don't remember.
On February the 25th of 2023, you knew that Miss Benning was the one who planned this date night, isn't that right?
Correct.
And she reached out to you about what she should cook.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated she should cook the chicken Alfredo, right? Because you wanted some, that's your favorite food, right, from her?
It is.
Okay. And so she and Blaise were going to do Painting with a Twist, and she had created this special night for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even though she had planned this special night for her and Blaise, you decided that you were going to stop by with Keontae to get a plate.
Mm-hmm.
And she wasn't necessarily super excited about that initially, right?
I can't say if she was or not.
Well, didn't you at one point represent that, well, I bet that girl was saying this bitch. Do you remember saying that?
Not in that way, no.
What way was it?
Because I said that about Blaise was probably thinking that about me because I came by.
But didn't she suggest that she would pack the food up for you to get the next day?
She didn't say the next day.
Okay, when did you think she meant?
That night.
And so they...
Oh, so listen to what we're hearing. She said, wait, what? Okay, we're hearing that Jade didn't want her and her friend to stop by that night. There was supposed to be a date night between Jade and Blaise. And they came uninvited. And you know, she said they only stayed 15 minutes to 30 minutes. She said, y'all, I'm clutching my pearls. Me too. Because this, to me, sounds more of, let's set his ass up. Let's do something and blame it on him. Now, of course, I may be reaching, y'all. But what I'm saying is, if the girl did not know that they were coming over, but she told them that she was having a date night with Blaise, why would they pop up? And why would they only stay 15 to 30 minutes and leave? Ooh, y'all, baby, this shit is getting deep.
So then you and Keontae then came by, correct?
Correct.
They went by unannounced, honey. Them popcorn type friends. They went by unannounced.
And when you went there, you talked about that.
She getting angry now. Look at her.
That Y'all had a group conversation, talked about future plans, correct?
Activities, yeah.
Future plans of doing things together.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Taylor was involved in those future plans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that he actually invited you guys to stay that night, didn't he?
After we left.
Well, he didn't invite you to stay and play cards, and you said, no, I don't want to intrude?
Not when I was there.
Oh, this was after you
This was
left?
when I left.
And who told you that?
Jade.
And so
So the young fella asked for them to stay and play cards. And they were the one that said, no, I don't want to intrude. And they left. Woo, child, baby.
So you stated that he then, when all of that was going on, you called it a cute interaction. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
But you testified on direct that it was somewhat obvious with the black hole thing, right?
When discussing the painting.
Okay. So just the painting and not Mr. Taylor and his view of it.
I'm sorry?
So when you were discussing that it was dark, you were only talking about the painting and not Mr. Taylor?
I was talking about the painting.
Because you actually characterized it as a cute interaction, didn't you?
Because we were all talking and we just met him for the first time.
And there was nothing about that evening that made you feel any way about the way Mr. Taylor was acting, were you?
Beyond what I said about the painting.
But yet you still called it a cute interaction.
For her, yes.
And the painting, if I could have State's Exhibit 1A and B, please.
This is the judge. This is the lawyer defending him right now. This is who's talking right now. Her name is Lolita. Lolita is the attorney. I think I said it right, Lolita. But anyway, let's continue.
Redwell, the one with the transfer.
I want to show you the regular.
I'm trying to figure out. She said that she said that was her babies and that she was going to be that baby's daddy and she was going to move in with Jade to help her take care of the baby. So do you think possibly that the drink fix was for Blaise to drink and not Jade? What do y'all think? Maybe the drink was already in the refrigerator spiked. Who knows? But the drink was supposed to be for his consumption and not hers? Honey, I don't know. I'm just asking, child.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 1A. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is the painting that you're referring to of Mr. Taylor's, is it not?
Correct.
And you believe that that's dark? That's
What he
your
did.
characterization of it?
What he described to me was dark.
Okay. And he described a dark hole?
Yes.
And where's the dark hole?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Now, as it relates to when you left, you remember leaving? You and Keontae?
Yes.
And when you left with Keontae, you guys took your plates and went over to Keontae's house.
Correct.
And then Keontae was going out to hang out with his friends. Is that right?
Correct.
And where was he going? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But he was going to hang out with some buddies.
Okay, I stand corrected. I told y'all that it was two girls and Jade and then her boyfriend. But in fact, it was her and Keontae, which is a guy. So her, Keontae, which is a guy, and then Jade and Blaise. So it was like two couples. So she went over there uninvited, unannounced to Jade's house with Keontae, which again is a guy. Did Didn't know that. I thought it was another girl.
But about 9:29, you get a phone call from Ms. Benning. And I think you said that when she called, if I remember correctly, you said that when you picked up the phone, what you heard was, "What did you do? What did you put in my drink?" Is that right? And then let me see what's in your pockets. She said that after she said those two things. Is that right?
She said those things, correct?
But at 9:30, you sent her a text saying, "Are you talking to me?" Why would you think she's talking to you if she's saying, "What did you do? What did you put in my drink?"
I didn't think she was talking to me about those things. I was wondering what was going on because she never acknowledged me on the phone.
Well, wasn't there a time when you were talking to one of the detectives that you said that she was trying to say your name, Nigeria? Didn't you say that?
I don't remember that.
Y'all, I'm just, baby, I believe she thinks that girl drugged her. I believe if Jade was alive, Jade would be saying she thinks that she drugged her. What did you put in my drink?
Okay. We'll put a pin in that. And after, I believe you said that after that interchange in regards to that, you say that it was something like you've never heard before. Isn't that what you said?
Correct.
And that it appeared like she was in danger. And that you had never heard your best friend in that way.
Correct.
And that basically she was accusing the man that she was alone in an apartment with for trying to kill her.
Correct.
You didn't think it would have been important to call 911?
Exactly.
It was important to call 911.
So why didn't you?
I was not there.
But you still can't call 911, y'all. This shit is, I'm telling y'all, I believe that this witness have something to do with it. Naya, child.
You didn't have to be there to call 911, did you?
No, but I didn't have anything. What was I going to report?
What you just said, everything that you reported to those police officers at the hospital, you could have reported to 911, correct?
And if they would have asked me questions about her physical state, I would have not been able to provide those answers.
Well, didn't you say to those officers, she sounded sluggish? She said that I can't feel my legs? Didn't you say that she said, I feel like I'm about to pass out? Isn't that directly related to her physical condition?
I was not there to answer any questions that they would have asked me, additionally beyond what I provided for them, if I would have called.
But you were so concerned that you stopped what you were doing and you drove over there.
Yes.
What were you going to do?
What was I going to do when?
When you got there?
If 911 wasn't called, I would have called 911. I would have rendered aid.
You had that opportunity 29 minutes before you got there.
Is that a question?
Yes, why didn't you do that?
You've asked her that.
Then you stated that at some point that she asked you to call Keontae. Isn't that true?
I didn't say she asked me to call Keontae. I mentioned the words that I heard of his name.
Okay, and so she never then, are you stating that she never told you to call Keontae on the three-way?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Did you ever tell Detective Smith that?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your memory if you were to take a look at Detective Smith transcript talking to you?
Sure.
May I have a moment?
Okay.
I believe, y'all, that Jade called her and said her name and said, what did you put in my drink? Okay? That's why she texts back and said, are you talking to me? You talking to me? She said, what did you put in my drink? I don't believe this young man did it, y'all. Mm-mm. She said, is he the baby daddy? Hell, we don't know. I mean, we think. I don't believe this young man did it. Who's with me? Who thinks the young man did it versus he did it or he didn't do it? Y'all tell me. What y'all think? What y'all think?
I'm gonna go on until he finds it, Your Honor. So after that, you go on to say, now with Keontae, she really didn't know him, did she?
She knew who he was.
Well, Mr. Jones testified she had only met him twice.
I said she knew who he was.
Okay, but she didn't know him very well, did she?
No.
Did her father live here?
Whose father?
Miss Benning's.
No.
Did her stepmother live here?
Yes.
Okay. And so instead of calling or her suggesting to call someone that she actually knows a little better, she would ask you to call someone that she's only met twice?
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has already said.
Yeah, she didn't say that, she did that.
Well, you interpret it that way because you called Keontae, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, the witness is testifying in the question. The attorney this witness has not said any of that.
Do you want to clarify whether this young lady witness was told by Ms. Benning to call Keontae?
What made you call Keontae?
I heard the word key.
Okay, and so you thought that to mean what?
She was asking for him
Why do you feel like she would be asking for him?
because she.
If your best friend tell you, I can't move my leg, I can't walk, and then what did you put in my drink? You did this because you didn't want the baby. If your best friend is saying all of that, you ain't dialing 911, but yet you're going to call the person that just left her house with you before you call 911?
She was scared. That's how she sounded to me.
So again, I'll ask you, why would you think, with her being scared, that she would want to call someone she's only known or only met twice?
I have no idea.
So she just said that Keontae only met Jade twice in her life. So why would Jade want her to call Keontae? She said, why'd you call Keontae? And the witness responds, because I heard Key, and I thought she wanted me to call Keontae. No, Keontae may know some shit too, okay? They did something to that girl and they left. They came uninvited, y'all, uninvited after and then said that Jade was kind of upset that they stopped by uninvited when she knew she had a date night with Blaise. They came by uninvited.
But that's what you did, correct? So when Keontae gets on the phone, you then state that he asked Blaise, man, did you do this? Right?
I said he asked, what did you do or what happened?
Okay.
I don't remember that exact verbiage.
And so you don't remember the exact verbiage now?
I just said what I said. He said, what did you do or what happened or something along those lines, yes.
And how did Mr. Taylor respond?
He said he didn't know.
Okay. He didn't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you finally hear what's going on, you drive over there, correct?
I was already on the way over there when she called me.
And you were over there because you were on your way over there because you felt like she was in dire straits.
And what?
Dire straits, meaning she was in trouble.
She was, yes.
Okay. And so you get over there. Do you call her mother before you get there, given the fact that she was in so much trouble?
I called her mother, yes.
Before you got there, did you call her mother?
Yes.
I thought you didn't call her mother until you got there. Is that not right?
I never said that.
Okay, so when exactly did you call her mother?
After Blaise told me he was calling 911.
Okay. And so when you got there, you actually, well, before you got there, you talked about at 9:47, you made the second call.
I don't remember what time.
You don't remember what time you said that you called the second time?
I don't remember exactly what time, no.
Okay. And then when you get there, in fact, 911 is there, is it not?
Correct.
The EMS was there just like he said they were.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated that when you arrived, that he was frantic. Isn't that what you said?
I said he was pacing back and forth, like anxiously panicking. Yes, that's what I said.
And you were panicking too, weren't you?
I was.
And you were jumping on the back of the ambulance? Were the paramedics and EMT allowing you to do that?
They told me that I needed to go to meet them at Vanderbilt.
Did they try to stop you from jumping on the back of the ambulance?
I didn't jump on the back of the ambulance. I was trying to see through the window what was going on with Jade.
And were you getting in the way of the paramedics?
No.
Not at all.
No.
And you feel like jumping on the back and trying to look inside?
She said she didn't do that.
Would you be surprised to know that someone testified that you did?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is mischaracterizing the
If
witness.
you'll just ask
testimony.
questions instead of testifying, please, ma'am.
Now, when you got to the hospital, you had to check into the hospital, didn't you?
I did.
And when you checked into the hospital, you had to go through a metal detector?
I did.
And they gave you a visitor's pass?
I don't remember.
But you did have to go through a metal detector.
I did.
Now, when you guys left Miss Benning's home, Mr. Taylor didn't go back upstairs, did he?
No.
He went straight to the hospital just like you did.
Correct.
So he never had an opportunity to go back upstairs, did he?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Did you see Mr. Taylor get in his vehicle?
You see him get in his vehicle?
Yes.
And did you see him drive off?
Yes.
So he didn't have an opportunity to go back upstairs, did he?
Not at that point in time, no.
So he left with the paramedics. Now, I'm going to tell y'all my little theory, y'all. I believe because they took a picture of the camera facing the outside of the apartment, of the bedroom window. And then she said she moved the camera back to the kitchen. I believe she moved the camera from the kitchen back upstairs in the bedroom, took a picture of it, and then moved it back. I believe she did that. Because for what? Why in the world would she move the camera, y'all? Something ain't adding up. I'm telling you, that girl got something to do with this. She has something to do with this. She absolutely has something to do with this.
You talked about that when he got there, that he referred to Miss Benning as his girlfriend. Is that right?
Correct.
And you told officers that you didn't believe that they were in fact dating.
I said they were not dating.
They were not dating. But isn't it true that they planned a date night?
Exclusively. Boyfriend and girlfriend.
But I thought you just said they weren't dating. Because you didn't qualify it with exclusively, did you?
No.
You said dating, didn't you?
Yes.
But they were on a date night, isn't that true?
Correct.
And then you testified on direct that she wanted more.
They was on a date night that she came to crash and wasn't able to, but she actually did because I believe she snuck something in that girl's drink. I believe she is the one that fixed the drink, and that's why Jade called her and said, "What did you put in my drink?"
More, correct?
I said that?
Yes, you did. Okay. And that they saw each other 2 to 3 times a week. Didn't you say that?
I said sometimes.
And in fact, they had seen each other 3 days in a row that week.
I don't remember.
I'm gonna object to Ms. Hollins asking her questions, insinuating that she made those statements. Ms. Jackson did not make those statements.
There's no reason for for this lady that's on the stand right now. I think Miss Jackson. There's no reason for her to be nervous. There's no reason for her to be jittery. There's no reason, right? Because she's just a witness. But her body language screams guilty of something, y'all. Now, I don't know what the fuck she's guilty of. Of course, I can have my theories, but her body language screams guilty of something.
She has not said that they saw each other the last 3 days. That is not.
No, I didn't say that. I asked her that. I should be able to ask the witness questions.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
Now, when you first got to the hospital, it was you who accused Mr. Taylor of doing anything wrong. Isn't that true?
You said what?
It was you who accused Mr. Taylor of doing anything wrong.
Of doing anything, I don't understand what you're saying.
With Ms. Benning, doing something to her.
I simply told everyone that I spoke with what I heard on the phone.
Okay. And do you remember if she said anything like that when Mr. Jones was on the phone?
No, she did not.
So he never heard what you heard?
No, not the beginning of the phone call.
And in fact, when Mr. Jones was on the phone, there were no accusations made by Ms. Benning. Isn't that true?
She wasn't really able to say anything at that point.
Well, did you testify that she was able to say some words?
Yes, prior to me calling Keontae.
So after calling Keontae, you're saying she never said any more words at all?
We could hear her, but nothing made sense at that point.
But she was saying something?
Nothing substantial of anything that we could understand of.
And it's your testimony that you do not remember exactly what time that second phone call was?
I don't remember what time that second phone call was.
What time was the first call?
9:29.
And how long did it last?
6 minutes.
And so that would take us to 9:35?
Sure.
And so, can I have State's Exhibit, the NFD?
What do you need?
The NFD words. That's it.
Your Honor, the state will agree that the time of, it's
Okay,
not.
let's just see what are you wanting to ask?
But I have to get, isn't it true? Well, you wouldn't know. Would you be surprised to know that Mr. Taylor called 911 at 9:38?
I don't know what time he called 911.
That's why I was going to get the record, Your Honor. If he called 911 at 9:38, you called back a second time, correct?
I did.
And when you called back the second time, how long did that conversation last?
I don't remember.
And when you got to his house, you will agree with me that EMS was already there.
I did not go to his house.
I'm sorry, to Miss Benning's house.
EMS
She
was
know what
already
she's
there,
talking
yes.
about.
And didn't he, when you talked with him, didn't he tell you that, I think I hear them outside?
He said I hear sirens or something. Yeah, he made mention that he heard something.
And that would have been on the second call, correct?
Correct.
When you left the Ms. Benning's home and got to the hospital, did you gain access to Ms. Benning's phone?
No.
You didn't have Ms. Benning's phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had her phone, yes.
Okay. And who gave you that phone?
I got it from Blaise.
Okay. And where did you get it from?
I don't remember.
Do you know when he gave it to you?
No.
But you had it at the hospital?
I got it from him at the hospital, yes.
Can you tell the jury about how long it was before you got the phone? Was it an hour, 2 hours? Do you even know?
Her phone? No, I don't know.
What did you do with the phone when you had it?
I had it in my hand or my purse. I don't remember.
And what, if anything, did you do with the phone?
I didn't do anything with the phone.
You testified that Keontae showed up. Is that right? At the hospital?
Yes.
Did any of the police officers tell you that they wanted to speak to Keontae?
No. I mean, yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. So when Keontae showed up at the hospital, did you tell him, hey, the police want to talk to you and get your side of the story?
They didn't specify when.
Well, they talked to you that night, right?
And they asked to talk to me.
My question is, they talked to you that night, didn't they?
Yes. I was
How many police officers did you speak with?
Your Honor, argumentative.
How many police officers? Is that
That's
the argument?
It's argumentative what she's saying to her about asking about police officers wanting to talk to Keontae. She's answered the question.
Okay.
These questions
Her
are
question was, do you recall how many police officers you spoke with?
maybe 2 or 3. I don't remember exact number now.
And you were certainly concerned for your friend, weren't you?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that the police officers got as much information as possible, right?
Mhm.
Now, Keontae is the one other witness to how Jade was sounding and feeling. Would that be right?
Correct.
There's nobody else with that information but him.
Okay.
You didn't tell him, hey, go inside. Tell these police officers what happened. You didn't do that?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't you think that would have been important?
They would have said something to him.
I'm sorry?
I said if they wanted to speak with Keontae, I feel like they would have spoken with him.
You didn't feel it was important enough to tell Keontae that night, but you did feel it was important enough to accompany Miss Franklin to Miss Benning's home and to remove evidence out of the apartment. Is that right?
What's the question?
You didn't feel that it was important enough for the only other witness to Miss Benning's situation, medical emergency, to go talk to the police, but yet you felt it was
Your Honor,
important.
she has answered that question.
She asked me to repeat the question.
You asked the question.
No, I have not.
Back to the one before.
So the defense is on to something, and the state doesn't want it to come out because if it comes out, it's going to look like the person that they taking to court right now for 4 counts of murder is going to look like he didn't really have anything to do with it, right? So the state wants to stop the defense from this line of questioning, but I think it's very relevant, this line of questioning, because I didn't even know that she was the one that accompanied the other lady to the house and removed something. I thought the other lady went on her own and she went on her own, but they went together, y'all, together.
Did you tell Mr. Jones to stay and talk to the police?
I did not tell them to
That's-
stay.
But
That
you
was-
did go to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you went to the apartment, you had spoken to 3 officers, 2 to 3, is that right?
I don't remember how many I spoke with, but I spoke with officers.
And surely you knew, because you told them everything that was going on, that they were going to investigate, correct?
Correct.
But yet you felt that it was on you to do the investigation. Is that right?
No.
But you went there before the police went there.
Objection, Your Honor, she didn't answer the question.
It don't matter if she answered the question or not. Why the heck would this lady go to the apartment before the police gets there? What would be the only reason she would go to this girl's apartment? What would be the reason? She already went there uninvited in the first place. She went there initially uninvited.
She
They should have been investigating her from the get-go.
went there before the police went.
Why did you remove evidence? Because according to you, that's a crime scene. Why would you remove evidence from a crime scene?
It was not a crime scene when I went there. There was no one that told me I could not go, so I went.
Didn't you accuse Blaise of a crime?
I told them what I heard on the phone.
Well, let me ask you this. If you believe that Mr. Taylor put something in Miss Benning's drink to cause harm to the unborn child, would that be a crime?
Yes.
And you didn't believe that was a crime?
I did believe it was a crime.
And so you're going to do the investigations for the police instead of allowing them to do it?
Sure.
And remove vital evidence from the scene? What did you do with it?
I didn't have anything.
Who had it?
I moved the camera.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You moved the camera.
I did.
The camera had the potential to video or record Mr. Taylor doing anything that Ms. Benning was accusing him of. Isn't that true?
Yeah, yes.
So why would you move the very thing that could have recorded him?
Because it was not in the location where she had it at.
And isn't that all the reason more to leave it there so the police can see that it was in a location different than what it was?
Sure, yeah.
So why'd you move it?
Because it was not where it was supposed to be. And if he did come back to her place, we would have seen that.
You also would have seen if he did what you said that Ms. Benning was saying, they would have seen that. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Which one would you think would be more important to preserve? What he did according to what you said Ms. Benning said he was doing, or him coming back into the apartment? Which one do you think is more important?
I'm not sure.
And so you then moved that camera into the kitchen area. Did you look at it?
No,
Why didn't you take the camera and give it to the police?
I didn't take anything out.
You were there when Ms. Franklin took it out, right?
Correct.
Did you assist Ms. Franklin in taking it out?
Objection, Your Honor, she has asked and answered that question.
I've never asked that question.
Assist her in what?
Did she assist Ms. Franklin in removing evidence from the scene?
I walked out with her.
But you didn't have the comforter?
No,
Did you see a washcloth there?
no.
Did you see a glass?
Y'all, this is getting juicy. Listen, I put up another goal of $52 super chats. Can we just pause for a moment and let's see if we can get this super chat goal half met, y'all. I have been on for 5 hours and 28 minutes. This is getting good. Now, I'm going to stay on with y'all as long as I can. If you guys don't mind, let's just pause for a moment and let's get half of this goal taken care of. It's $2 super chat, even though it's not Tuesday. I'm just doing this to offset because y'all know that they're going to take this video because it is court TV I am streaming from. All right. So let's pause for a moment and let's get this super chat half filled. Okay. Thank y'all so very much. Okay, we're back. Hold on, let me see if I can move the Oh, somebody just texted me. I don't know who that was. But let's get back into it, y'all. This is getting good. This is getting good, good, good. Let's continue to hear. Hold on, let me check my text message. Somebody just text me. Okay, will do. Will do. Will do. All right, here we go. Let's continue, y'all.
On the counter.
Yes.
And
So before we took break, the defense attorney asked her, why didn't you take a look at the camera? You took the camera. Why didn't you take a look at the camera? You could have seen if he did anything. The camera could have caught the defendant, Blaise, could have caught him doing something. Did you see him do something, right? And she said she didn't take a look at the camera. Let's back up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Here we go.
Sure, yeah.
so why'd you move it?
Because it was not where it was supposed to be. And if he did come back to her place, we would have seen that.
Let me just say this right quick. Thank you guys so much for helping me with this goal. And thank y'all for pointing to this channel. We'll do a lot more of these if you guys like, okay? But I mean, it's a long live, but I mean, we could break it down together if y'all don't mind. Let's continue.
You also would have seen if he did what you said that Miss Benning was saying. They would have seen that. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Which one would you think would be more important to preserve? What he did according to what you said Miss Benning said he was doing, or him coming back into the apartment? Which one do you think is more important?
I'm not sure.
And so you then moved that camera into the kitchen area. Did you look at it?
No,
Why didn't you take the camera and give it to the police?
I didn't take anything out.
J. Lou asked, what time do they end for the day? The judge has already asked the jury, can they stay longer for today? So I don't know exactly what time, but the judge already told the jury, because the defense attorney told him before she even started, this is going to be a long cross-examination. So they're preparing to be there late. I don't know how late, but they plan to be there late.
You were there when Miss Franklin took it out, right?
Correct.
Did you assist Miss Franklin in taking it out?
Objection, Your Honor, she has asked and answered that question.
I've never asked that question.
Assist her in what?
Did she assist Miss Franklin in removing evidence from the scene?
I walked out with her.
But you didn't have the comforter?
No.
Did you see a washcloth there?
No.
I backed it up a little bit. That's why you hear these questions twice. Thanks, Big Sis Glenn. If we don't reach this goal, I can reset it after the 5 minutes, but I do appreciate you so much. But we can reset it if we don't reach this one. Thank you so much.
Did you see a glass on the counter?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you stated that Miss Benning was drinking out of a glass?
Mm-hmm.
And that same glass was on the counter, was it not?
Yes.
Why didn't you take that?
I didn't take anything.
Well, you moved the camera.
I did not take anything.
Why didn't you move the glass?
It didn't have the same drink in it that she had earlier.
How does she know it didn't have the same drink in it that she had earlier? How does she know what drink she had earlier? How does she know it didn't have the same drink? Did she test it? Did she look in it? Why wasn't the glass recovered when the police went there? Girl, there's so many questions, y'all. The glass was never recovered, you guys.
So, when you went back into Miss Benning's house, did you see a gun there?
No,
Do you know whether or not Miss Benning had a gun there?
I'm not sure.
I want to draw your attention back to state's exhibit.
If she didn't think that it was a crime scene, why did they take pictures? Why did they take the blanket with the throw up out of there? Why did they take other things out of the home if she did not think it was a crime scene? Why? She opened up this girl's refrigerator and took a picture of her food. She took a picture of the camera. She took a picture of the stove. She took a picture of the kitchen. She took a picture of some other shit. So why do that? Why take a picture if you didn't think it was a crime scene?
1B, which is the comforter. Is this the comforter that you removed? That Ms. Franklin, you watched her remove?
Yes.
Did Ms. Franklin video you guys packing up that comforter?
I'm not sure who videoed.
So Kibo says, so did she have access to the camera footage? That I'm not sure, because I think the camera footage is actually like digital. Like it's like you could pull it up on a computer and get to it, I think. So I don't know. I don't think so.
Was someone videoing?
Yes.
Who?
I don't know. I don't know.
How do you know if you don't know?
I know someone was recording, but I don't remember who it was.
So what made you put gloves on?
I didn't want to touch anything.
You mean with your bare hands?
Yes.
Why were you so careful about not touching anything, but you weren't careful enough to preserve the scene? What was the difference?
I'm not sure.
When you went to the hospital and you started talking to police officers, did you talk to them about Lauren Weber, who had gone to the apartment earlier that day?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
So she says that she don't think it was a crime scene, but yet she put gloves on. She put gloves on, but she didn't think it was a crime scene. J. Lou said they asked the cops why wasn't the blanket marked biohazard and took in if it had throw up on it. Exactly. It did have throw up on it. So, but then she put gloves on and said, because I didn't want to touch anything. Why? You said it was not a crime scene. If it was not a crime scene, then why would you be worried about touching anything, contaminating anything? Why? There's so many whys.
Did you ever share with anyone that you didn't believe that Mr. Taylor stating that she actually vomited was true? Did you ever make that statement?
I said he never told me that prior to.
And so, were you stating, because this is what I'm asking, when you told the officers he never told me that, were you insinuating that it was not true?
I was insinuating when I was asking him on the phone, and prior to me getting there, what happened, what was going on. He did not inform me that she vomited until after we both disclosed our perspective, or not even perspective, what we both experienced that night.
And didn't you tell the police officers that Lauren Weber or anyone else had not seen any vomit anywhere in the place?
I don't remember.
Could you have said that?
I'm not sure.
How did Miss Weber, when did you talk to Miss Weber that night?
When she got to the hospital.
What time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after she went to Miss Benning's home?
I really don't remember.
You remember talking to her about what she saw when she went into Miss Benning's house?
I don't remember us talking about it.
You don't remember you guys talking about it?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
Okay, she's answered.
So it sounds like she told the police officers that she didn't believe that the girl threw up, but yet they took away the blanket with the throw up on it. That's interesting. That's absolutely interesting.
Let's talk a little bit about the allegations that you made or talked to the police officer about as it relates to Mr. Taylor, okay? You remember talking to them about a cup that was missing.
I don't remember.
You don't remember that either?
I don't remember talking about that. Like, no.
Do you remember talking about whether or not he wiped her face or any of those types of things?
You said, did I?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember talking about any of that.
And do you remember whether or not the allegations you made in regards to what he was saying in response to what you were saying? Remember you said he didn't say anything?
Objection, Your Honor, she's mischaracterized what this is testimony.
Your Honor, responding.
When are you talking about?
Do you remember that when you were talking to the police, and in fact, you just said it on direct examination, you said that when the accusations were made, Blaise didn't say anything to you. Do you remember that?
To me on the phone?
Just here today, ma'am.
No, I'm saying, are the accusations that he did not respond to, are you responding, saying that in regards to the phone call?
Yes.
No, yes, no, he did not.
He did not say anything.
He said he didn't know, he didn't do anything.
Right. He said, I didn't do anything. I don't know what's going on, right?
Correct.
He asked you if she had an EpiPen. He said,
Why would he ask if the girl had an EpiPen if his intent was to unalive her and that unborn baby? There's a lot of questions that make you say, right? It doesn't sound like this young fella that she even testified to left in the car with the paramedics going to the hospital with Jade, right? They left, she said she testified that she saw him get in the car with the paramedics and leave to go to the hospital. But yet her and another young lady stayed there, and the other young lady took things out of the apartment saying that she's trying to preserve evidence. Evidence of what? Evidence of what? Let's pause for the calls. Thank you guys so very much for helping me with another goal. I will reset again, but let's take a break and celebrate. You guys, thank y'all so much.
Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit a cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit a cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit a cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit a cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit a cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit a cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now.
Thank y'all so very much. I got a few more to put up here. Here we go. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all so very much. I just want to make sure I show. Sonya's showing out. Look at Sonya. Thank you, girl. I appreciate it. And I absolutely appreciate everybody that pours into these live streams. You guys just don't know how much I appreciate you guys as a whole. So thank y'all for meeting that goal. I am going to reset it, but here we go, y'all. Listen, this defense attorney, I think her name is, what did we say her name was? Lolita? Well, anyway, I think I said Lolita, but anyway, she did not come to play. She going to get her client off. Y'all hear me? Her client is going to walk, in my opinion. She said, first time seeing that. Too cute. Oh, that's your first time seeing that, Marley? That's our, Ashley, she be taking care of us over here. That's our video for our Go Met song. So anyway, let's get back into this right here, y'all. This is getting gooder and gooder and gooder. Okay, here we go.
I don't have anything in response. According to you, he says, I don't have anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's your testimony that in response to questions being posed at him, he said nothing.
I mentioned that.
So why would you characterize it as he didn't respond?
I said he did not. I already said what he responded to. When Jade said that he was scaring her, he responded that she was scaring him. When she asked to empty your pockets, let me see your hands, he said he didn't have anything. I already mentioned that.
And then you said, you also said that he would never FaceTime me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he was busy tending to Miss Benning and or trying to get to 911, the emergency people, would you be more concerned with him caring for her or FaceTiming you?
I asked for him to FaceTime me before he told me he was calling 911.
But you also said that he told you he could hear the sirens, right?
Correct.
So how could he get ready to call 911 if the sirens are already there?
I don't know.
But that's your testimony.
What's my testimony?
That he said, I'm about to call 911.
Yes.
And that was on the second call.
Yes.
You said the last few words that he made.
I just reset the goal and I put for any color. So I do believe there is a 99-cent one. I think somebody said that. So if even 99 cents. So anyway, I just want y'all to know I reset the goal. Thank y'all so much. No, she's not playing with her at all. No, she is not. Mm-mm.
Is key with you.
That's what I heard, yes.
She made, I'm sorry. And if that was the last few words that she made, how did you know to call Key?
I decided to call Key.
So now you're saying she never told you to call Key?
I said she never told me to call.
She's lying. Y'all remember that? You remember she said Key name, so she thought that Jade wanted her to call Key. Y'all remember that? She just got trapped up and said, I decided to call Keys.
Did you ever tell anyone that she did tell you to call Keontae?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. You stated on direct examination, he wasn't giving me anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did you mean by that?
As I was asking him what was going on, what happened, he never had anything to tell me.
Now, didn't you say that he told you that they danced?
That was at the hospital. When he told me.
So then he did tell you something.
When I made that statement, I was saying in terms of when I was asking him what was going on, he didn't give me anything.
Wasn't he in the middle of a medical emergency?
Yes.
When you left the apartment with Miss Franklin and the two other girls, with the evidence that you removed and relocated in the scene, did you immediately then go to the police officers that you met with and inform them of what you guys had done?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you went to the police
I
after
don't
that?
remember if I went to the police when I don't remember.
This young man, Blaise, right here, is on trial for 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of felony murder. If found guilty, he would spend the rest of his life in prison without parole. Without parole. For unaliving, for being accused of unaliving his pregnant 5-month-old girlfriend and their unborn child. He is being accused of administering to her so much cocaine that the medical examiner said that it was more cocaine than anyone that they have ever did an autopsy on, which I'm assuming that's a lot, okay? A lot of cocaine killed this young lady, but they were not able to recover any bottle, any can, or any cup with the drink in there. But yet this witness on the stand is testifying because she alleged that this young fella right here, which was the baby's father, alleged the baby father or the boyfriend, gave her liquid cocaine to drink, and she drank it and died because he didn't want to be a father, is what the witness on the stand is alleging. Okay, let's continue.
When I spoke with them.
And who told you, or how did you come to the decision that you were going to participate in going back to the scene?
I did.
And why was that?
Because nothing was being done about what was going on.
So even though you talked to those 3 officers as they were getting your statement, right? So you didn't talk to 1 officer. You didn't talk to 2 officers. You talked to 3, right?
Right.
Now, if you guys just heard her, she said that the reason why she chose to go back to the scene is because she didn't see that anything was going on. They wasn't doing anything about it. So she chose on her own to go back to the scene. But mind you, she's the same friend that popped up uninvited and unannounced and uninvited to her friend's house after knowing that her friend had a date night plan.
But to you, nothing was being done.
After I talked to them, no.
And so you were going to take it upon yourself to call
Objection, Your
police.
Honor, this has been passed.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection.
Is there any other person, Ms. Jackson, besides you, who heard any of these alleged allegations
No.
that Ms. Benning made?
No.
Is there any other person besides you and the other 3 women that went into that house that manipulated evidence from the scene?
Can you say that question again? I'm sorry.
Does she know of anyone else that went into the apartment?
Yes.
Do you know of anybody else that went in?
No.
Well, I thought you knew Ms. Weber went into the scene.
Oh, yes, she did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What did she remove out of the scene?
Objection, Your Honor, she has a lack of personal knowledge.
All right, I'll
Can she
sustain it.
respond to that instead of the prosecutor?
I
Did Ms.
objected to the
Weber say
question.
anything about what she did? Okay, she doesn't know.
So she's trying to testify that she doesn't know what Ms. Weber took out of the apartment. But she just don't understand how that could actually help the defense. And what I mean by it could help the defense is she don't know if Ms. Weber took that goddamn cup or not out of that apartment. Because the cup is missing that Jade drunk from the night in question. So now she's looking bothered because the defense attorney is not handling her the same way the state handled her. So she's getting annoyed because she's getting caught in her untruths.
If I could just have a minute.
She said, I'm tired. Did you hear her?
Now, you talked about.
So she just whispered something. Let's go back because it looks like she said, I'm tired. Hold on. Can you even say that? Hold on.
Is there any other person, Ms. Jackson, besides you,
Hold on, I went back too far.
who heard any of these alleged allegations
No.
that Ms. Benning made?
No.
Is there any other person besides you and the other 3 women that went into that house that manipulated evidence from the scene?
Wait a damn minute, y'all. She said you or other 3 women that went into that apartment. Wait a minute, it was 3 of them? Did y'all just hear me? Or did y'all just hear her? It was 3 people that went into the apartment for what? Y'all, let me rewind this. Y'all, let me see, do they have transcripts turned on? No, they don't have it turned on. Baby, listen, 3 of them went in there. Hold on, let me go back just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit, y'all. What the hell? Why in the world would 3 of them go back? Hold on.
Allegations
No.
that Ms.
Sorry.
Benning made.
No.
Is there any other person besides you and the other 3 women that went into that house that manipulated evidence from the scene?
Can you say that question again? I'm sorry.
Do you know of anyone else that went into the apartment?
Yes.
Do you know of anybody else that went in?
No.
Well, I thought you knew Miss Weber went into the scene.
Oh, yes, she did. I'm sorry. I'm
And
sorry.
what did she remove out of the scene?
Objection, Your Honor, she has a lack of personal knowledge.
Sorry, I was just
Can she
thinking.
respond to that instead of the prosecutor?
I
Did
object
Ms.
to the
Weber say
question.
anything about what she did?
Okay, she doesn't know.
It sounded like she said, I can't take it anymore.
If I could just have a minute.
She said, I can't take it anymore. I'm tired. Did y'all see that? I can't take it anymore. I'm tired. Let me ask y'all. I don't know. I kind of figure. I kind of think I know the answer. Can a witness just say, I'm tired and just stop? I don't think so. I think that she has to stay up there as long as the defense wants to cross-examine her. But it looks like she just muttered the words, I can't take it anymore. I'm tired.
Now, you talked about that Ms. Benning did not post about her pregnancy on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Right.
And you stated that that was something that she wanted to do, right?
I'm sure she would have liked to.
Okay. But she didn't, right?
She did not.
What are you insinuating when you say that she did not post?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
What are
Why
you
is
insinuating?
somebody saying anybody about insinuating?
Because the question was asked on direct examination that Ms. Benning was, although she was very happy about her pregnancy, she would never post on the internet. And the insinuation was made that it was a.
Nobody's insinuating, she's just answering the questions that she's asked. So
If it's-
rephrase your question about insinuating anything.
Why do you feel that Ms. Jackson did not post about her pregnancy?
I feel,
I'm sorry, why Ms. Benning didn't post about her pregnancy?
I just feel like she was trying to deal with whatever was going on between her and Blaise, and he made it very clear that he didn't want anyone to know about him being the father.
Now, wasn't Ms. Benning dating other men?
She was talking to other people
Okay. Isn't Jarius Porter one of those men?
at a point in time.
And wasn't it a time where she did not want him to know that she was pregnant until she was ready to tell him?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't there a time where she did not want Mr. Porter to know that she was pregnant until she was ready to tell him?
I just think she wasn't ready to tell him.
If she would have posted she was pregnant, he would have known, wouldn't he?
She might have wanted to tell him on her own.
Correct. So it wasn't that Mr. Taylor didn't want her to post. She had her own reasons. Isn't that right?
No.
I want to bring your attention.
So she's trying to testify that Blaise did not want Jade to post that she was pregnant, right? But the defense is saying that's not so. It wasn't Blaise that didn't want her to post that she was pregnant. She didn't want to post that she was pregnant because it was a potential another father. It was a potential another guy in the picture that she was dealing with. So that's why she didn't post that she was pregnant.
To a text that you wrote to Ms. Benning on February 5th of 2023.
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay. It is an out-of-court statement.
Well, I'll ask you this. Did you ever ask Ms. Benning, when are you going to post?
I did ask her.
Okay. And isn't it true that in her response, it said nothing about Mr. Taylor?
I'm not sure. Can I see that?
Yes, you may.
She keeps looking to the state for, like, you know, can y'all throw me a fishing line or something? Can y'all get me the hell up out of here? Can y'all get me off this stand? Can y'all throw a monkey wrench? Can y'all do something? She wants to get down, y'all. She wants to get down. Yep, and I love every bit of it. I love when a defense attorney will come back and dog walk a witness, especially one that's putting out falsehoods. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Okay.
So I'll ask you again. When you asked her, when is she going to post? Her response had nothing to do with Mr. Taylor, did it?
Not this one.
Well, I'm talking about this one.
No.
Okay, are you saying there's another one where she does say that?
We've had conversations.
Was that in person?
Person on the phone, we definitely talked about it.
Okay, but in this text message, when you directly ask her the question, she never talks about Mr. Taylor, does she?
Not in this text message.
Do you remember a time on November the 9th, after Ms. Taylor found out that she was pregnant, that she talked about eating gummies with her aunt? Do you remember that?
I remember the conversation.
And isn't it true that her aunt offered her some gummies after that day?
Her aunt did not know she was pregnant.
And Ms. Benning's response was, I told her I needed to eat first. Do you remember that?
Mm-mm.
Not, no, I'm not taking them. That was not her response, was it?
She wasn't, no, it was not her response.
So, you know, she testified earlier that her friend no longer did drugs or alcohol after she found out she was pregnant. So her aunt didn't know she was pregnant. She offered her some drugs, and she says, I haven't eaten yet, or I have to eat first, okay? Instead of saying, no, I don't want it. So, you know, that disputes her allegation of her friend didn't take drugs after she was pregnant.
So your statement then that she did not do anything after that wouldn't necessarily be true.
How does she know whether she did that or not?
In this text message, did she ever say to her aunt, I'm not taking these?
Not in that text message, she did not say that.
Speaking directly about Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning, did she ever tell you that in any way that he was violent towards her?
No.
Did she ever tell you in any way that he threatened her?
No.
So outside of this incident, in regards to what you heard, but no one else heard, there is no other situation throughout the course of Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning's relationship that there has ever been any form of violence or threat against her. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
I pass the witness.
All right, does the state have redirect?
I do.
How long do you think that would be?
So right now, the defense just passed the witness back to the state, and the state wants to redirect, and the judge just asked, how long is that going to be? The judge ready to go, the girl ready to get off the stand. I mean, everybody in the courtroom ready to jump up out of there. You know what I'm saying? So let's find out what the state's going to say.
It will be at least 30 minutes. It could be.
Or do you need to take a short break?
Yeah, I just want to go to the restroom. Well,
Go with that gentleman right there.
So the state just came back and said it's going to be an additional 30 minutes to redirect her, right? And she like, I got to pee. I got to pee, y'all. Listen, I got to pee. I just need to go to the restroom. So that's where she's going, to the restroom. Let me see. It looks like, yeah, it looks like they're going to dismiss. Hold on. Did he let her go? Hold on, let me see. I'm trying to go ahead. Oh yeah, he let her go. So while she's in the restroom, we could chat for a second. Y'all, this is getting good. She said, defense ate her up. Yep, make her ass sweat. She needs to stop drinking all of that water. That height is wearing off of her. Yes, she got to go gather herself. She about to say, I didn't know she was about to ask me all these damn questions. Like, oh, baby, what the hell? Listen, this is crazy. This is absolute crazy, y'all. She ready for a nap. What'd you say, all them damn drugs? She said, I got to go pee. She said, I like this lawyer. Yeah, this lawyer is definitely doing what she's paid to do. That's what they supposed to do, create reasonable doubt. Sometimes it's there. They just have to point it out, right? That's what a defense attorney is for. It is up to the burden of the state to prove that this young man is guilty. It is up to the defense attorney to prove that there is reasonable doubt, meaning that there is another alternative to her death. She could have died a different way. When a defense attorney presented that way, that this person could have died a different way, this does not scream that my client is the only one that could have done this. But I'm gonna tell you, going back to that house, if it was all four of them, and what we'll do tomorrow, we'll go back and look at the prior witness statements, because I didn't know 4 people went into that house. I thought it was just 2. But it was 4 people that went into that home. They had to know that that was a no-no, and to take something out of it, all because they said they want to preserve the evidence and they wanted to lock up the place. Yeah, okay, no. To me, they went to clean up evidence. You moved the camera, the cup is gone, you took the blanket with the throw up. What in the world, y'all? She said that the attorney is fighting for that young man's life, for real. And she did a good job of proving that he could possibly be innocent. Exactly, Kibo. He could possibly be innocent. I mean, you know, so far, it doesn't sound like he's some vicious murderer. He called 911. He left and went to the hospital with her. He asked, did she have an EpiPen? I think I'm saying it right, an EpiPen. You know, and he said that she may be having an allergic reaction. He didn't know what the hell was going on. But what gets me is this, y'all. The friend came unannounced prior to, well, I don't know prior, but she came unannounced while this girl told her she was going to have date night with her man. She popped up unannounced and said she stayed 15 minutes to 30 minutes. And he, the guy that's on trial for his life right now, he is the one that suggested that they stay later and play a game of spades. Does that sound like somebody that wanted to put some liquid cocaine in a cup for his girlfriend, pregnant girlfriend, to drink, to get rid of the baby? Does that sound like somebody that's ready to do that? Yeah, not to me. Let's continue.
Detective Smith that night. Ms. Jackson, if you could please turn to page 2 of the transcript, if you could go to line 27 through 30. And can you read out what?
And mind you, she's the one at the hospital that alleged that the boyfriend is the one that put something in her drink. She said that. But a cup, a bottle was never found. But she's the one said he put something in her drink.
What you said about Chianti and anything that Ms. Jade Benning said about Chianti to Detective Smith.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her reading for something that has not been offered into evidence. The prosecutor can pose the question, but to read from something not into evidence is inappropriate.
I'm happy to ask any question format, Your Honor. Ms. Jackson, is it true that you said, it sounded like that, it sounded like I can't even explain it. Like it was like, get here ASAP. And she was trying to say the guy's name is Chianti. And she was like, it's Chianti. But she was trying to say his name, but she couldn't. But I could tell that's what she was trying to say.
I'm going to object to counsel testifying and read the witness.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
Is that what you said to Detective Smith about what Ms. Benning said about Chianti?
Yes.
And you never told Detective Smith that Ms. Benning asked you to call Chianti, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you called Chianti on your own, and why did you do that?
Like I said, I feel like she was scared. I heard Key, and I was just with her, and I wanted him to hear the way that she sounds. So that's why I made the decision to call Chianti.
And if you could turn to page 4 of that same transcript, and if you could look at lines 40.
Keontae is the guy that was with her, but that doesn't sound right to me that she would call him, right? Other than, oh my God, what you gave her has caused her to have a reaction, right? But why in the world would you call him if she sounded off and not call 911 or the paramedics? That's your best friend for life, remember?
42 through 47. When you were asked about Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor's relationship after January of 2023, you responded to Mr. Smith, she doesn't send him any pictures, ultrasounds, like I just went to her house 2 days ago and the ultrasounds were on the countertop. I get there today and they're gone. So she tried. It's not like she tried to hide it from him, but she...
Hang on a second. What is your question?
I'm asking her if this is what she said in response
In
to what
terms
the
of what?
relationship was like. Ms. Collins,
Ask her.
what did you say in response to Detective Smith when he was asking you about their current relationship after January 2023 and that February timeframe?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to
I'll
a
overrule the objection. Have a seat. She has a right to bring up consistent information that you for 2 hours asked her.
He just told the judge, the judge just told the lawyer, the defense attorney, that I'm going to overrule this objection and to have a seat. You see how he is with that defense attorney, well, to the defense team, period, versus the state. The state was objecting her ass off, right? But when the defense attorney objects, he says, I'm going to overrule it, have a seat.
But she's not allowed to read from something that's not in evidence. She is on
She's
direct
asked that this,
examination.
have a seat.
Thank you.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
The ruling is have a seat.
Thank you.
She said, may I have a ruling, Your Honor? And he said, the ruling is have a seat. Have a seat.
Now, what is your question?
My question is, can you please answer what you told the detective about their current relationship?
I told them that I would ask her if she would send Blaise pictures of like her ultrasounds and things like that, and she said no, ultimately because she doesn't want to get him all riled up, and she knows that she's not going to get the reaction that she wants from him, like acknowledging that, that if they were beautiful or any way that would give compliments to her or her pregnancy.
So she described to you if she talked to him about her pregnancy, he had negative feedback.
Yes.
And were you aware, did he go to any pregnancy appointment with her?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not this...
But my thing is this, if he didn't know if it was 100% his baby because she was messing with somebody else, how can they ding him on that? You can't fault a man if he's just an alternate. He's just one of however many possibilities. He don't know for sure if that's his child.
Ms. Benning asked him to go to the appointments with her.
Yes.
And did she send you his responses?
Yes.
And what were his responses?
Pretty much like he was too busy.
Did you have any indication that Mr. Taylor was interested in actively being involved in Ms. Benning's pregnancy in February of 2023?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did you have any information that Mr. Taylor did anything to be actively involved in her pregnancy?
No.
And you were asked questions about if there were any discussions about abortion.
Mm-hmm.
Could you please describe what your discussions were with Ms. Benning about abortion?
We briefly talked about it in terms of just like I said, girl talk, having conversation, but she never actually said that she wanted to have an abortion.
Did she ever say that she wanted to have an abortion?
No.
Did she actually say the opposite of that?
Yes.
And when abortion came up, what was the context of that conversation?
She was saying she was not having an abortion.
Was there anyone that was party to that pregnancy that wanted her to?
Yes.
And who was that?
Blaise.
And did she express that to you?
Yes.
And what was Miss Benning's response to him wanting her to have an abortion?
She was basically saying, I've made my decision of keeping my baby, and there's really.
So now she's saying that Blaise wanted her to have an abortion. So that's supposed to mean that he unalived her. I don't know, y'all.
Nothing you can do to change my mind about it.
And is that what ended their communication in November of 2023?
Yes.
That text message that you assisted her with drafting, was that in response to him wanting her to get an abortion?
Yes.
And then he completely stopped talking to her?
Correct.
And that November 16th contact, are you aware that he asked her to unfollow him?
Yes.
And do you know why Miss Benning was asked to unfollow Mr. Taylor on social media?
He said he did not want to see anything about the baby. He wants no parts. He didn't want to see anything that she posted or any mention of Jade being pregnant on social media.
And you were asked about Miss Benning and not posting. Did you know why she was not posting to social media?
About her pregnancy?
Yes.
Yes.
And why was that?
I think that she did not want to upset Blaise, I guess. I'm not really sure. Like, she just didn't want to cross that bridge with him simply because he made it very clear that he did not want that.
Did he in any way claim to be the father of that child prior to that statement he made in the hospital that you testified to?
No.
And you were asked a lot of questions about drug use and specifically some random text message about edibles. Are you certain of whether or not Ms. Benning did any marijuana or alcohol after she found out she was pregnant?
Yes.
And what is it that you absolutely know about that?
She was not.
I can have just one moment.
So again, she is testifying that she knows for certain that Jade did not do any alcohol or marijuana after she knew she was pregnant. Or excuse me, after it was confirmed that she was pregnant.
Ms. Jackson, at the beginning of questioning, you were asked about Ms. Denny. You said you knew of her, and then you said you met her before.
Mm-hmm.
And you met her before any of this happened?
No.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Yes.
So the defense attorney is saying, hold up. Now, I want to ask her another question, all right? If I'm not mistaken, I think the defense always get the last answer or last questions or whatever, because, you know, it is their client that they are trying to get off for this charge, you know? It looked like she about to show her some more text messages. Yes, it's Miss Magnificent said, Amoira, I thought I was late for the 7 o'clock live and you still live from earlier. Girl, we are doing a trial watch. So until this trial ends, we will be watching it. I'm glad that it's on televised, or, you know, should I say on court TV. So anyway, we're going to watch it till it ends. Here we go.
I had asked you earlier.
What's your question?
My question is, you stated before that there was no call time your call was, second call. You remember that?
Mhm.
And in fact, that call was at 9:47.
That wasn't asked on redirect, so where are we going on that?
Well, when you talk.
You see how the judge keep on? This is crazy to me. I've never seen this, but I can't say that this is abnormal because they very well may do this, right? However, that judge is definitely not feeling that defense for whatever the reason. That judge has it out for the defense, in my opinion.
Talked about the drugs on redirect. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember stating at the bond source hearing, you testified under oath that the only drug that you and Ms. Benning did was marijuana. Do you remember that?
Correct.
But that wasn't the truth, was it?
Yes. It said me and Miss Benning.
Well, didn't we talk about the fact that y'all were gonna do mushrooms together?
I never did.
Okay. You talked about on redirect in regards to Mr. Taylor's involvement with the baby. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Didn't you ever state at an occasion that you knew that he and Ms. Benning talked about naming the baby Jim?
Yes.
Well, that would be involved with the baby, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah.
If he and Ms. Benning together had came up with a name, that would be in direct contrast to him not wanting to have anything to do with the baby, isn't it?
No, not necessarily, no.
And in fact, that baby's name that they came up with was Jim, wasn't it? G-E-M.
She came up with that.
And he agreed to it.
How the hell does she know if the girl came up with it or not?
Because his name was Blaise and hers was Jade. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure about that.
So your best friend didn't tell you that?
I knew about the name Jim,
That they agreed to come up with together.
that she liked it and he agreed on it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
One question. Ms. Jackson, do you know what Jade Benning intended to name her baby girl?
Ivy?
Thank you.
I didn't hear, I didn't understand.
Ivy Blair?
Ivy?
Yes, me, sir.
So the defense wants to answer another question, and look how the judge looked at her. The defense attorney wants to ask another question, and the judge looked like, "Are you kidding me?"
If she intended to name the baby Ivy Blair, then what were you just talking about when you said that he agreed to Jim? You just said she came up with the name of Jim, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's different than Ivy Blair, isn't it?
Yes, there was consideration after they agreed on that name. That wasn't like final. That's just something that they discussed.
I just wanted to make sure that what you were saying is that Mr. Taylor was involved in the name of G-E-M, right?
He agreed on the name.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You can leave that there.
And did you hear her? She just said God as she's getting off the stand. She lets out a God, like if she's exhausted.
Yeah, you have.
Neo Rex didn't call the judge a whole racist. Neo Rex said he a whole racist. Lord Jesus, girl.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much.
Oh, wait a minute. You said the prosecutor shook her head no and the judge jumped on her side? Hold on. Let me go back, child. Let me go back. I want to see that. Hold on. I want to see that. Before that one. Okay, hold on. Let's go back just a little bit. Hold on. I want to see.
And in fact, that call was at 9:47.
That wasn't asked on redirect, so where are we going?
Yeah, I did see her shake her head. You see? I saw it, y'all. I went straight to it, y'all. I saw her shake her head. Hell yes, she did. Hold on. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. 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 It's the one in the blue suit. I saw her, y'all. She shook her head. And the judge jumped on her side. Mm-mm-mm.
I had asked you earlier.
What's your question?
My question is, you stated before that there was no call, and you didn't know what time your call was, a second call.
She about to shake her head right now. The blonde head girl right here. Watch y'all.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, that call was at 9:47.
That wasn't asked on redirect, so where are we going on that?
Well, when you talked about
Yeah, she shook her head and the judge said it wasn't asked on redirect.
the drugs on redirect, do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember stating at the bond source hearing, you testified under oath that the only drug that you and Ms. Benning did was marijuana? Do you remember that?
Correct.
But that wasn't the truth, was it?
Yes. It said me and Miss Benning.
Or didn't we talk about the fact that y'all were gonna do mushrooms together?
I never did.
Okay. You
She steady shaking that damn head of hers.
talked about on redirect in regards to Mr. Taylor's involvement with the baby. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so we heard that part. Let's fast forward a little bit. So she got off the stand. Oh, okay, so they must have called it quits for the day. Hold on, it looks like they're gonna call it quits for the day.
Jury, thank you very much for your patience and work here today. We're gonna recess for the day. Tomorrow, to report like you did this morning downstairs in the jury assembly room at 9:30. To let the traffic die down. You've been up here later tonight, so give you that extra period of time. Leave your notes up here. Remember about not discussing the case, looking anything up, or any of the other admonitions that I've given.
Okay, so he's letting them go, and they've been on trial today in court for 11 hours. 11 hours. And this is from opening statement and everything, you know, until what we just saw. So 11 hours of trial today. The jury has been sitting there listening to testimonies from different witnesses and the opening and from both the defense and the prosecutor and the defense. So let me see if they're saying anything. Okay, the judge is allowing the jury to leave and said that they have to be back tomorrow at 9:30. Y'all, let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. Let's see. I think, let me see. Let me just fast forward a little bit. Okay, as soon as that happened, they stopped it. Okay, so, oh, I didn't mean for that. That's not, we're not on a short break. That's if we be on a short break. But anyway, let's get back to it. Okay, so what do y'all think so far today? We have been on live 6 hours and 36 minutes of that 11-hour trial that's going on right now. Raise your hand if you don't have no idea what's going on, and I can explain to you what this case is about. Let me know. She says, but didn't he want the baby and had no contact? I will have to catch the rest later. I'm exhausted of her. It's over for now, J. Lou. It's over for now, but I am going to go back and watch the beginning later, just so I can kind of have a little heads up. She said, oh my God, 6 hours. Yes, Tanya, I've been on for 6 hours, y'all. 6 hours. She said, I have enjoyed it to the fullest. I am so glad. She said, I think Blaise is not guilty. Neither do I. I do not think that he is guilty. And, you know, it's not even a fact whether I don't think he's guilty. I am going to say that. I don't think he's guilty. But the reasons why I don't think he's guilty is because of reasonable doubt. I do believe because those 4 people went back and contaminated the evidence. I think that is very suspicious. I also think the fact that he's the one that dialed 911. He's the one that left and went to the hospital with her. He's the one that asked a friend on the phone, do she have an EpiPen? He's the one that told the 911 dispatcher that he thinks that she was having an allergic reaction. He was the one that the witness testified to that he did not go back upstairs. He got in the car right after the paramedics. He got in the car and drove to the hospital right behind the paramedics. She watched him. Once the cops got there, she watched him go back and get in his car. So he didn't have time to go up there and try to clean up nothing, change anything, do anything. And then all of a sudden you get these women that come over, these 4 women that come over to the house. They taking pictures of the refrigerator. They taking pictures of the bedroom. They taking pictures of the camera that's faced outside the window with the blind open. But mysteriously, the damn camera is replaced, repositioned. The blinds are down and the cup is damn gone. The cup is gone. The very cup that she was supposed to drink cocaine that's laced with fentanyl. The very cup that she was supposed to drink this poison from is missing. But they're the only ones that took something out of the home. There is so much reasonable doubt. It's no way the jury can come back and find this man guilty. Guilty of what? Guilty of having a date night? A date night with his 5-month pregnant girlfriend, and when things start going wrong, he dialed 911. I do believe that Jade called this lady that was just, Miss Jackson, and said, "What did you put in my drink? What did you do to me?" I believe, and that's why she texted back and said, "Are you talking to me?" Because why else? Why else? I believe that that lady had something to do with it. I don't know what Jade took, but it was something dealing with high level of cocaine laced in fentanyl. Laced in fentanyl. Nero X said, "I remember when this happened in Nashville. I think it is Keontae that handled the drugs." Oh, I don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. So I have enjoyed this. It has gotten me through my day, and I enjoy your commentary. Great job. He is innocent. Thank you so much, Kathleen. Appreciate that. She's an awesome live. Oh, I'm so glad that y'all enjoyed the live. I am so glad. I will tell y'all that J. Lou is the one that gave me the story. She was like, "Hey, are you watching this trial?" And she told me about it, and it started getting interested. And I said, "I'm going live." Ain't that right, J. Lou? I said, "I'm going live." After watching it for a little bit and deciding that, I said, "J. Lou, there's already reasonable doubt." I said, "The state is not going to be able to prove that this guy did it." I said, "Even if he did do it, the state is not going to be able to prove it. There's too much reasonable doubt." So I'm glad that you guys joined me in watching this, but it ain't over. It's not over because he has not been found not guilty yet. Okay? Well, really, he's innocent until proven guilty, so he hasn't been found guilty yet. Let me say that. She said, "I like looking at Blaise. Blaise ain't no bad looking brother. He's not a bad looking brother, but he's a young guy." And for this lady to try to accuse him of putting cocaine in his 5-month-old pregnant girlfriend drink is just outrageous. Why would she automatically assume that he did something? Yeah. She said, "I think the girl and the old lady has a lot to do with it." Yeah, I do too. I absolutely do. I think that her and the other lady had something to do with it. Well, at least cleaning up the scene. I believe that Miss Jackson has something directly to do with it. I think the other lady just helped her clean up the scene. She said, "Amoira should definitely be an attorney." Thank you so much, Jamie G. She said, "Amoira, what about the other case out of Nashville?" Which one is that one, Norex? Let me know. She said, "What the heck does something like this taste like for her to keep drinking?" Girl, I was thinking the same thing. I can't even stand to drink the little drink that you have to drink. I don't know if y'all ever had what do you call that thing? I think it's an endoscopy or something like that, where they stick the scope down your throat. And you have to drink this nasty chalk-like stuff. How in the world can you drink something that's laced with fentanyl and cocaine, and that much cocaine at that, and you continue to drink it? Girl, I can't even drink that thick, chalky mess without ready to gag. You know what I'm saying? She said that lady that shot the woman through the door. Oh, you know what? If I'm not mistaken, tell me the names. I think I know you're talking about, because I want to say that lady got off. But let me know. I think that's the one. Let me know the names. She said, "I can't do nasty drinks." Girl, I can't do nasty drinks. I can't do nasty medication. I can't do nasty pills. I can't do nasty food. I can't do nasty. I can't do nasty drinks. I absolutely cannot do nasty drinks. She said, Jade, rest in peace, but she was a drug addict. Well, the judge called her a drug dealer. Colonoscopy. Is that the colonoscopy? No, not the colonoscopy. The one that they put it down your throat. I think it's called an endoscopy. Endoscopy. I think that's what it's called. But I can't do nasty drinks at all. So I don't know how you drink that much cocaine and don't know or spit it out and say, ew, like what the hell is this? What's going on? What the freak you put in my drink? She says, I believe, well, I did notice the drink was tasting nasty, is what she said. I noticed the drink tastes nasty. I don't think if you know the drink tastes nasty, you're gonna keep on with the drink. But the fact that they took things out of that home, I do believe that they took that cup. And the reason why they probably took the cup, because they would find out who fingerprints is on that cup. Who else fingerprints? Because if somebody poured her a drink, then their fingerprint, whoever poured the drink, fingerprints is on the cup. Now, if he takes the stand and say he did not give her the drink and that the other girl gave her the drink, then baby, listen, how you gonna charge him? How are you gonna charge him? Now, I'm not sure what the grand jury received for them to indict him, but you know they say that you can indict a ham sandwich, right? But what in the world did the grand jury, what do y'all think? What in the world did the grand jury see that got him indicted? Now, I'm gonna look at the poll because I asked y'all, do you think, what did I ask y'all? Hold on, let me go to it. The poll was, do you think the prosecutors can prove Blaise Taylor poisoned Jade Benning? Now, 52% said not sure. This is out of 208 votes. 52% said not sure. 25% said I need to hear more evidence. 12% says no. And 10% says yes. Of the 10%, how do you feel now? How do you feel now? So 10% have to be at least 2 people said that they believe that Blaise poisoned Jade. How do you feel now that you've heard a little bit more of the story and you've heard a little bit more of the testimony? Do you believe that Blaise Taylor poisoned Jade Benning? She said, I still stand on my no. Do anyone know if any other ladies have kids? What do you mean if any other ladies have kids? Like his child? Does he have any kids is what you're asking? Or does any of the ladies that's involved have children? Nero X said he's going to be acquitted. Another reason to send a young black man to prison. Yep, they trying hard. They trying hard. Nothing. They went based off of what the friend said. Yes, they did. They went off what the friend said, and the friend had been caught in so many lies already. Well, you know, I ain't going to say, well, it has been lies. It has been lies. Did Jay have any children? No, Jay. Oh, you know what? I did see a child on her Instagram page, so I do believe she had kids. Hold on one second. I do believe that Jade has children. Hold on. I did see one on her Instagram. Now, I don't know if it's her child. However, it might be. So like I told y'all, she was a chef, right? Let's go to her TikTok right quick. There was a young lady that she was dancing with that I think might be her daughter. But then again, she was 25, so it may be in her sister, hell. But this little girl right here. Hold on. Oh, that's loud as hell. Why it sound like that too? Let me turn it down a little bit. Matter of fact, let me put it on mute. All right. They dancing all. She's a very prissy girl. Does that look like her daughter to y'all? Neela baby. Hit every beat. may her and her baby girl find peace and solace in the. So I don't know if this is her daughter or maybe her sister. It might be her sister, her niece, or something like that. I don't think that was her daughter. Oh, her niece. Okay, that was her niece. I always try to get me to sign in. So that's her niece. So yeah, okay. So I don't know, but anyway, she was a chef. She didn't post her man, but she did post little things like herself going to the gym, her fitness journey going to the gym. Yeah, so she posted going to the gym, her workout plans, her food, and things of that nature. So she didn't post a lot. She didn't post a lot on TikTok. Candy said, huge thanks to everyone supporting tonight live. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up and share the stream. Every share helps the channel grow. Thank you so much, Candy Girl. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank y'all for the moderators that helped push the goal tonight. I appreciate y'all to the fullest. I do. She said, Amoira is called a colonoscopy. You have to drink the Go Lightly for your colon to be cleansed. Yeah, I know that one, but the endoscopy one, you have to drink something as well, like something chalky, so they can put that thing down your throat. If you do the endoscopy without the colonoscopy, they make you drink like this chalky shit. Or maybe I'm thinking of something different. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of something different, but I know I had to drink some chalky stuff or something. And I think it was for that. She said, yes, does the other ladies have kids? I believe they didn't want to stop the party. Oh, so you think they wanted her to get rid of the kids so that they can continue to party and party so she wouldn't have a baby, that would hinder them from being able to party? Yeah, I don't know if they would want to unalive the. So y'all think that they were after the baby, not her? You think that they was just trying to unalive her baby, just to keep her around to party? She said, "Does Blaise has another baby mama?" Now, his ex-girlfriend or alleged ex-girlfriend told someone that he asked her about an abortion pill. Can you drop the link to share to Facebook? Oh, you can get the link from the front of the live. You know, the how you share it, you know what I'm saying? The one of the moderators drop the link for Marley, please. Thank you. She said, I think they were in a sexual relationship and was jealous. You think the girl that was on the stand, Miss Jackson, and him was in a sexual relationship? Or do you think the two girls were in a sexual relationship? When you say you think they were in a sexual relationship, who are we referring to? I don't think him and her were in a sexual relationship and the reason why I say that is because she accused him of the one. Oh, you think the girls were in a sexual relationship? Now they very well may have been, because she was supposed to move in with her. So you know what? You may have something there. So, but for right now, let me do something right quick. I just want to see. No, I'll do that because I don't want to make it longer because we're almost 7 hours in. So I'm going to end this live, you guys. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. I know some of y'all. Let me drop the link if y'all want to go back and get the, if y'all want to go back and, hold on, and listen to the beginning of it, so y'all could be up to par and know everything by tomorrow. Or even, like I said, this is day 2. You can even go back to day 1. Day 1 was 10 hours of testimony. That's the opening statement and all of that from yesterday. But as far as today, let's go back because it was 11 hours and I caught it in the 6-hour mark. Hold on. Oh, does it not let you go back to it? Hold on. Oh, I hit day 3. Oh, they already set day 3 up. I love it. I love how they did that. I need to do the same. So let me drop the link for day 2. We covered that today, but we didn't cover the beginning. So here it goes. I just dropped it. This is for Court TV. If you want to, go ahead and watch the very, very beginning. She said, Amoira, it is too far-fetched to say they were bringing her drugs for her to lose the baby because she was unsure of who the daddy was, but it went left. So now they are blaming him to cover their tracks. So you saying it's too far-fetched to say that, or you're saying that that's what happened? Are you saying that's what happened? She said, Amoira, I couldn't find your live about Holly and Carlos. The pop-off channel isn't working. What do you mean it's not working? But we changed the name from the pop-off channel. But the Holly and Carlos, I cover over here. I cover on this channel. I cover that over here. She said, I think the friends didn't want her to have the baby because she didn't want to have to smoke by herself. I mean, to fix someone a glass of cocaine, yeah, I think it was gonna kill more than the baby. That's crazy work. I don't know. She could have just convinced her, influenced her to have an abortion. I don't know, but I don't know. Some friends can be secretly jealous. You know what I'm saying? She probably thought, oh, he's being looked at by NFL players. She probably was jealous. I don't know, because I don't even know if she did it. So all this is allegedly. But just her going back to the house and them taking shit out of the house, that's just suspect to me. I do not believe what she said, and that is, oh, I just wanted to lock up the house. I just wanted to put the camera back to see if he comes in or comes out. Yeah, no. I don't believe that for nothing in the world. So I dropped the link. If you want to go back and listen to what happened yesterday or earlier today, you can. But I'm going to continue where we left off. So I'm going to start on day 3 tomorrow. And I'm going to go ahead and set my my thumbnail for us to cover this tomorrow as well, day 3. All right. So thank y'all again for your support. I do appreciate it. She said, real life with Amoira, Super Lady. Yes. Let me drop the link for you, Super Leo. I changed it. It's not pop off anymore. It's real life. But let me get it to you right quick. I did real life with Amoira because I want to do less popping off unless I just have to. Now, I will, but the real life with Amoira, I want it to go into my lifestyle. I'm going to start showing more of my lifestyle. But let me give you this channel. This is what it is now. Real life with Amoira. Here you go. This is my other channel. But for the Holly and Carlos, I do it on this channel. So while I was on live, I did receive news that Ari has dropped her response to the Supreme Court asking for Khadijah to come home earlier than July the 16th. I will cover that in the next live. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get off now. I'm going to relax a little bit and I'm going to come back. Well, it's already 9 o'clock. This is going to have to be a late night live. But if you miss it, you can always get it tomorrow. I know Pokey has already scheduled a live. Let me see right quick because I know I saw her thumbnail come in that she was going live. Let me see what time her live. Pokey is going live at... Oh, Pokey. Did she change it? She didn't have to. Hold on, let me call Pokey right quick. And I know I said I wasn't going to schedule my live around nobody else, but I have been live for almost 7 hours today. Hold on, let me call Pokey right quick. I just like to be considerate, y'all. I know. I am going to go over it, but not on this live. I'm not going to do that on this live. Hey, baby girl, you still want to go live? Because I'm about to get off. Tonight, because you got it saying 21 hours from now. Oh, you got 2 set. Okay. Girl, don't let her get you mad now. Ooh, don't do that. Oh, okay. So what time you go? Are we just on the same time? Because you Tennessee, right? So it's 9 o'clock. You going live in 30 minutes? Okay. All right. Okay, honey. All right, bye-bye. So she's going live in 30 minutes. Let me see how many paperwork is this. Give me a second. You know, I don't even have to do a live. I'm going to do a video, and I'm going to post a video on this update from the Holly and Holly, Kadeja, and, you know, the state of Illinois. I'm going to do a video, Super Leo, and I will release the video. That way you guys can watch it whenever you want to. Okay? So I'll do a video, so be looking for that video. It's just going to be a quick, simple video. It ain't going to be a whole lot of, you know, it's just going to be like a thumbnail with me talking, okay? But I'll do that video after this and drop it right quick because Pokey is going live at 9:30, which is in a few minutes. All right, you guys, thank y'all so very much. Thank you for the super chats. If I did not mention it, let's play the Gold Met song one more time because y'all came through for your girl. So thank y'all so very much. I do appreciate it. Here we go.
Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now.
All right, thank y'all again so very much. And listen, let's take a break. And those that's gonna go and watch Pokey, she'll be on in a few minutes at 9:30. This is gonna be it for me today, but I am gonna drop a video with the updates of the motion that Ari Williams sent up to the Supreme Court for Kadeja Johnson. All right, thank y'all so much. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye now.
Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names.
Jade! She kept talking about that family.
Hoes over there.
She kept talking about that family. 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 That family. She kept talking about that family. Talking about that family.
These motherfuckers don't be wanting to listen about. Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names.